morning. I am alive and mostly properly rested for once, finally. It's happening. Ayo Sabi, thank you for the raid. Welcome Raiders on Kick. Welcome Raiders. We're big wow in the morning. I'm so exhausted. The kind of exhausted sleep can't fix, chat. I'm alive. I did come back after getting milk. Bookworm Nick, thank you. Thank you. I'll fucking let that TTS speak your thoughts.
My stepdad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer on Friday, so I've been in a stupor rewatching old Foxy videos to keep myself stable all weekend. Hopefully we can have some funny stories today.
I'm sorry to hear about your dad, Bookworm Nick, dude. That sounds fucking rough. Hopefully it's not advanced though, right? And they'll be able to do something about it. And he'll have many more years. I think I'm buttered down very loud. There we go. Thank you, Bookworm Nick, and I'll be hoping everything goes well for you and your dad, dude.
Give us this day, our daily Munya, and forgive us our black pills, as we forgive those who have black pilled against us. And lead us not into doing the Kirsche, but deliver us from you posting. Ramen.
Thank you, Alexander, for buttering my fucking doggo. Thank you. Welcome back, EP Foxu. I'm fucking dying, but the prayer of our daily Munya has energized. Just watched a clip of me on side scrollers talking about hoflation. I don't remember talking about hoflation, but I believe you. Smiling Reaper, thank you for the 46 months of Proom, my guy. Thank you. Anthony, thank you. You came back. Where's the milk, Dad? It's in the fridge, where it belongs. Unlike the ketchup, that's on the desk. Take some extra time off. You know I don't like canceling, but you'd rather me not do the exact same shit your ex does. What the heck? I don't know, I hate taking days off because like I like being reliable and I like being consistent. So when I take days off, I feel really bad, but yesterday I would not have been able to perform. It was so fucking, I had to wait up super early in the morning. So I got to bed at like close to 6 a.m. and I had to get up at 7 a.m. to do stuff outside of the house. And I got like a big coffee while I was out. And I was like, surely the caffeine and the big coffee will keep me awake. No, it just made me need to pee a lot. I was like nodding off in the car and I was like, there's no way. There's no way I would go out on the street and die. A Baron of Beef Dip, thank you. That's a funny name. You have a favor. You have a gay friend looking for a himbo. And since I have a record of turning them gay, can I wing woman for them? Much love and thank you. I could accidentally wing woman for sure. I don't mean to turn them gay. There's a point at which caffeine just doesn't cut it. Pretty much. That's why you use gamer subs. I didn't want to put more caffeine into my body after a large coffee. Should have just drank gamer subs, which you can get for 10% off using code Kirsche. That's true. But I don't have like an emergency gamer subs kit in my car yet. Maybe I should. I know, maybe next to the first aid emergency kit, I have like a gamer subs emergency kit. And I just keep some canisters and some packets in there with a cup. Oh my god. Battleizer, thank you. Salutation, Sleepy Sunday Streamer. Wishing finest fluffy foxu fun. Moinia, thank you. I like the alliteration. Foxy doesn't turn them gay, she just ends up being attracted to the gay ones, because the gay ones have some fashion sense. That's probably true. Let's be honest, alright? Okay. Caffeine's good for you as long as you don't have anxiety or heart disease. Well, let me tell you, I have one of those things! They work too hard. I can't help it. Amonia. Be jamming, thank you. You're curious? What I do when I'm not streaming. Other streamers you follow work regular jobs, but I seem so busy on days I don't stream. No, streaming is my job. I don't have another job. I've only been like, I mean, I'm usually super busy with just stream related stuff. And I mean, I'm busy with like working on getting at least half of this merch drop out before the end of this year. But aside from like the regular stream stuff I've been doing, there's just been a lot of shit going on in real life recently. And so that's been taking a metric fuck ton of my time. Mika Lim, thank you. You won't be able to watch all of the stream today because it's your birthday. Then you'll be birthday fun. I hope I and fellow honorable chatters have a wonderful day. Well, I hope you have a wonderful birthday day, Mika Lim. I hope you have delicious pastries of your desires on this day of your birth. Happy birthday! Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Feeling much better than feeling like death from a cold you caught at work. Ended up having a longer weekend than you wanted. Ready to get back to work tonight. Ay. And since I did... Whoa! I almost spilled fucking gamer subs all over my desk. I picked it up and forgot I didn't secure the lid. That would have been... that would have been terrible. Since I did cancel yesterday. I did cancel yesterday, and then I did... for similar reasons a couple of weekends ago. I felt really bad having like 2 canceled streams in quick succession. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to be traveling and I'm going to be doing stuff IRL, but I'm going to try my best to do, even if it has to be a shorter stream, I'm going to try my best to do something on Christmas Eve. Spend some time with you guys on Christmas Eve because I feel really bad. I want to make it up to you. I hate canceling. Hate canceling. The Watchman, thank you. Fox Lady is a professional Fox Lady. I do try be. The Sultan of Swing, thank you. A month after joining the channel, you got a girlfriend? Coincidence? You think not? Be like that guy. Join the channel. Get a girlfriend. Congratulations, Sultan of Swing, dude. Velothi, thank you for the 14 months. Good afternoon. Merry early Crimbus. Merry Christmas! Christmas with the Kirsche. The ultimate Christmas gift. True and real. True and real. You're a new pickup box, put box down guy, 21 an hour, but you got a concussion at work, huh? So far, the best work comp procedures UPS through hook or crook is doing right by you. Trying to keep you working instead of just canning you. There's hoping that you still have a job next month or year. How'd you get a concussion at the box store? Delicious caffeine, give it to me. Good afternoon. Did I see Elon Musk? I was gonna bring that up, yeah. I didn't want to make like a full video or anything out of it because I feel like that'd be a little weird to do. But like, I think that's pretty cool. This is like the second time Elon Musk has interacted with my tweets. I don't remember if last time if it was just a reply or if it was a quote retweet, but clearly I am somehow getting on this man's timeline if this is developing into more than a one-off. He could be watching you right now. He's on the hunt to make the most autistic children he possibly can. One of us. True. He's a fan of the Foxu. Someone's got to pay attention, right? Scythus, thank you for the 13-month resub, dude. Did I pull for the new Azure Lane skins? I did. Where is... He'll be his next wife. I don't think I want that. I don't think I want to be the Muskman's next baby mama. And please donate to Kirsche so she can afford a Victorian mansion. True and real. It's almost like you're a really successful content creators. I don't know if I'll go that far, right? I don't know if I'd go that far. Topazora, thank you. You're at the airport, but still watching while you can. It'll be a long flight and have a super fun stream. Thank you. Thank you. I think like, I don't know. I don't allow myself to celebrate accomplishments very much. And I think that's a pretty, I guess, masculine trait. Typically, it's men who are like working autistically hard for an accomplishment. And then once they get it, they don't let themselves rest and celebrate their accomplishment. They're just like, okay, on to the next thing. The grind never stops. And I guess I've just kind of adopted, unfortunately, that mindset. Because I'm just like, oh yeah, that's amazing, that's wonderful, but like, if I celebrate, you know, that'll look egotistical, and so I shouldn't do that. And I should just keep grinding for the next thing.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you
celebrate the accomplishment of being breedable. What did he mean by this? Ice Bees, thank you. Hello, Fox Lady. Con going well. The Face concert was a pretty good experience for a tourist like you. Ember Gal's pretty great. Gonna go try the crack pretzel bits I recommended. Oh my god, good luck. Get the mellow mushroom crack pretzel bites. They're so good. It took me like 20 minutes to find the name of that like cafe intermezzo that I said to you. Because I was like, I fucking love this cafe, and I can picture the cafe in my mind. I can see the entrance, and I can see the terrace, and I can see their Torchiere statues, and I can see their fucking fountains and their cake display, but I can't remember their fucking name! And apparently my Google Foo is very low skill ceiling, so I could not find it very efficiently, and I just had to scroll through like every bakery in the area to find it. Mr. Thrud, thank you for those 5 gift blankets on Kick, dude. Thank you. Thank you. You will celebrate your accomplishments, you anime fox woman. I don't know. I wonder if I kind of like adopted the mindset because like I haven't had anyone to celebrate my accomplishments in real life. Like I'll talk to the people that I know and I'll be like, oh, I did this thing. And they're just like, oh, okay. What's that? And then, so I don't know. Maybe it like diminishes that. And like the people I interact with, like other content creators, I always feel like they're much larger than I am. And so like, you know, I don't know. It's weird. So like when I get like a contractor, like the pest guy who came by the house and they're just like, oh, is that a play button? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, oh my God, that's so cool. Can I see it? And I'm like, yeah, you know, it's only for 100,000. They're like, that's a lot. I'm like, is it a lot? I feel like everyone I interact with has like so fucking much higher numby than me. maybe my like little bubble gives me a skewed perspective. I don't know. Larger creators still remember the struggle of their smaller earlier accomplishments. They'd love to hear my coming along the same path. I mean, sometimes I feel like oddly enough, like Tectone is incredibly supportive. It's probably like one of the larger creators that's just like crazy. Hey, you're small and you're making gains and you're fucking getting there. It's like, I don't know. It's crazy like support from people you'd least expect, right? Not that you'd least expect from like, not that I'd least expect. I'm not trying to, I hope that doesn't sound insulting. I'm sorry. I'm bad at wording things sometimes. Oh God. Still convinced I'm a literal who in a lot of ways. I mean, I feel like a literal who. And I feel like, I don't know, man. 100,000 subs are enough to take over a small country like Malosia? What is Malosia? What is that? Eggman, she has the coconut. Please ampersand. Oh my God. You should be proud of what you've accomplished. You found something you love. You should be supported by those around you. Yeah? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I got like the weird brainworm. Battleizer, thank you. Foxu, you're top 10 for Supas despite the size, not the size of the boat, merely the motion of the ocean. Yeah, you guys are fucking crazy. You guys are actually fucking crazy. I have no idea what I have done to engender the kind of support that you give me, but thank you, fucking God. Holy shit. Literal who can get to the president by talking to 1 or 2 people? What did he mean by this? What did he mean by this? I tend to think you're not tall because you're one of the shortest in your friend group. You're 6'5", so yes, your friend group does skew your viewpoint. That's actually a really good way to put it. Thank you, guys.
Missing stream yesterday. There's only so much one woman, even as wonderful / amazing as you, can do in one day. Not sure what got you so busy, but be sure to rest sufficiently and take care of yourself. You're worth it.
I will hope to tell stories of all the busyness soon, TM, because it's gonna be fucking wild. Video gamer. I almost went on to read something before I properly said thank you. Sometimes I only respond and forget to say thank you.
I'd never expect a bald man to be capable of compassion. You could almost believe he was human, except for his naked scalp.
Brave SJ can just read my mind. That's exactly what I was saying. Thank you, Brave SJ, for the autism translation. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Video gamer, thank you for the kind words. Thank you, video gamer, my dude. A true DK0, they give it 1,000 fucking biddies, thank you. Professor John Wolfman, thank you. Kier, look up a concert with 100,000 people to realize how insane that is. Yeah, some people talk about like visualizing, you know, in like a concert hall or some shit. I was like, I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know. The brainworms, I guess, get worse around this time of year. Sadly, there are content creators who don't like working with people who aren't as popular as them and don't like helping small creators because they see it as less views and money. I just want to collab with people who are, like, kind and not, like, two-faced, backstabby, clout-chasing whores. I don't know, it's kind of hard to find around here. Professor John Wolfman, thank you again for that 10, dude. Thank you. I get the supas because I'm worth it. Oh, guys, it's so weird to hear that. Like, I don't know why I'm worth it, man. Actually seem to like your chat. It's a bit strange. I don't understand the creators that don't like their chat. It doesn't, like, you have full control over the majority of the kinds of people in your chat. You're always gonna get some fucking freaks, right? It's unavoidable. It's gonna happen.
Happy winter solstice, funny Foxu. Up here in the north, we have just under 4 hours of daylight. I may need a warm, fluffy foxtail to stay warm at this -40 weather though.
Oh my god. Oh, I don't have any giant fluffy foxtails that I can cut off and mail to you in the north. How the fuck north are you? There's only 4 hours of daylight. That's crazy. That's like some Alaska shit, man. I'm flying to Nook. Thank you for buttering my goddamn dog. I think those vintage gays had some like mink furs though. They still had faces on them and it was really weird. Slime Averick, thank you. Even though your birthday was on the 19th, you celebrated the night before. As a gift from your sister, you got to attend your first ever NFL game at Lumen Field in Seattle. Got to see the Seahawks beat the Rams in overtime, 38-37. I don't know anything about hand egg, but you seem to like it, so I'm glad you got to go. I'm glad you got to go to something that you find exciting and fun, and that your sister got you something that you would really enjoy. That's super sweet. Happy belated birthday, Slime Averick, man. Happy belated. A literal who lives in a bunker in Whoville, so don't be a Grinch and spread the love. It's gonna be great when I can escape the bunkerland and go back to normal life. I'm gonna definitely miss it though.
Fox lady VTuber Kirsche.
Hi.
Isn't this bitch a Nazi?
Ma!
After the success of yesterday's operation, it's completely understandable that you took the day off yesterday. The community will understand, or they'll get a visit from my agents. Also, it's mighty nice of Twitch to add a new role for FBI handlers.
Oh yeah, I gotta give Binary Mind that role, because he's like the head moderator. And I can't get groomed by a head mod who's already married. It's a perfect situation. JK the Slacker, thank you, my guy. Thank you, my guy. And I definitely needed that sleep yesterday. Holy shit. Oh my head hit my pillow and I was fucking gone, dude. I woke up to pee at one point and then I responded to Ice Bees because I actually got like a notification on my phone for the first time in ages for like a random ping in Discord. So I was like, I'm gonna pee and I'm gonna respond to this guy, and then I immediately passed back out after. A literal who? Yeah. Only VTuber who fights against Bridge and DEI that ruins your games. I need to teach Mr. Lunduke about what Bridge is. He needs to learn. Whore ass bitch gotta learn. Moose Nugget, thank you for context. The countries San Marino and Liechtenstein both have far fewer than 100,000 citizens. They have fewer than 50,000 citizens. You have enough chatters to more than populate both countries. I assumed San Marino was a city in California and you were comparing the city in California to the country of Liechtenstein. My bad. I've never heard of San Marino, the country. Maybe we could form an army and take one for the glory of Korshovo. Good lord, man. But yeah, like Riz was saying, I don't understand the people that don't like their chat. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. You know, like you're always gonna have a handful of weirdos and freaks and people who are annoying. Like it's literally unavoidable. But the vast majority of your chat should be an enjoyable experience for you. It should be good because it should be a community that you've spent time cultivating. Unless, of course, you're a disingenuous candy ass who's cultivating an audience that goes against things you actually believe because you're putting on more than just a performance. There's not been enough foreskin denial lately to justify this tag! I literally cannot remember the story of how we got there. San Marino is the only country in the world that has a government still like the old Roman Republic with 2 co-leaders. I know there's a type of sheep named Merino. You can get Merino wool. PMC, man, thank you for the 5 gift blankets on cake. Thank you! Thank you for gift blankets for the warm bodies. Except in calling you a cartoon prostitute for 15 minutes. Yeah, that bit went on a little bit long, but like, you know, he's a boomer, so I didn't really get offended by it. I was just like, I've been called so many things by so many retards. This is just kind of par for the course, you know? But can you get gay merino wool? You, Teaspoon and Axhole have the same brain cell, man. But yeah, not gonna lie, Prostafox is pretty funny. No, I like the Foxtitude better. Foxtitude sounds more fun than Prostafox. Please take a look at San Marino before you decide to take it over. Wait, why? An entire country of honorable chatters ruled by the autistic Fox Queen. Sounds like a paradise. Side scrollers had your sides hurting. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fucking fun. N3 Yon, thank you for the 8-month member. This is your nephew's first Christmas. He's 4 months old. Your brother's doing a prime rib roast for us all. You're looking forward to it? That sounds like a lot of fun. That sounds like a lot of fun. Massive Doge, thank you. Hey, boss. Are you okay with them saying, hey, boss? Yeah, I don't see why not. It makes me think of Pink Guy every time I read it. I can't do the exact Pink Guy voice, but, you know, I do my best. Prosperous man. Is there a bot command to know how long you've been following? There used to be. There used to be, but I don't think Twitch has one naturally. Can we skip the colony step and go straight to the full-blown cult? Oh my god. Lunduke's not a boomer, he's a Gen Xer who should know better and just acts like a boomer. I don't know, man. I could have hit him with the, I don't know, you're like old enough to be my grandpa. I don't Rip Peppermint waifu, the #1 waifu. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. It would definitely be interesting to teach him more about Bridge and what's going on. And maybe one day I'll have a model by an artist finished and I won't be just stuck in a bathing suit forever. I love this model, don't get me wrong, but it is a little weird to be in a bathing suit in winter, man. Prostafox sounds like a weird transformer, probably a pro-sex work lefty Autobot, Jesus. Need a Lunduke and Kirsche collab, too, with Craig's, Blab, and Phoenix, trying to stop you two from saying slurs. Oh no. Lunduke's a boomer mentality and a Gen X body at times. I like that he has the whistleblowers in the tech industry, though. That's always fucking really helpful to have. That's really helpful to have. And he does seem to care about fucking programming, which is also a good mentality. Swimsuit in winter, gonna be cutting glass. Yeah, I've been walking outside in, like, a nightie and flip-flops when I go to get packages. It's freezing outside, but I'm like, yeah, I'm from New England, I don't give a fuck. A mean gecko, thank you. Greetings to my favorite Foxtitude. Just saying hi before your birthday and other Sunday commitments take you away. Ah, happy birthday! Happy birthday day, Mr. Mean Gecko. Hopefully you'll be a happy gecko on this, the day of your birth. I hope you get some delicious pastries, man. Why didn't I just switch to my newer 2D model with the suit? That's a different program. Switching from 3D to 2D switches program, and I don't know how that would work with the camera when I'm already in scene. So, classic outfit, business outfit, swimsuit outfit for the next Helltuber. You need to know. And I have been way too busy, but I need to hit up Mr. Moss Burger Man. I know he's been in a ticket for like fucking months, and it's like whenever I think about like something to do with a model, it completely fucking paralyzes me. And so I tend to like focus on everything else except for that, because I'm just so used to everything going wrong that I don't ever want to like talk about model stuff. And it's like, I know this is a very self-sabotage attitude, because it's like nothing can happen if I don't like push it forward, right? But it's, I don't know, I've been fucking just used to nothing ever happening, and so I don't even want to start, you know? But Moss Burger Man, if you hear this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dude. I will eventually respond because I want to. I'm just kind of retarded. Please ampersand. You're in the U.S. again, seeing family for Christmas. Forgot how much you love this country. It's a pretty great country, despite what the colored hair people are trying to do to it. Massive Doge, thank you. What's with Super Chat constantly auto-correcting? I don't know. I don't know. I just assume that when there's spelling errors, it's because people are typing on mobile, and so I try my best to comprehend it. Pudding Simon! Oh, God. I want pudding. I have these little tiny... They're not parfaits, but they're like mini trifles, and they come in like tiny glass containers that I can wash out and use as like giant shot glasses afterwards. You know? Like, instead of a shot for normal people, it'd be like a New England shot. They're delicious. They're fucking delicious. Pudding Simon, I got distracted. Thank you. Hello, first day of Christmas company holiday. Made tasty duck breast with red wine sauce. Cleaned your apartment a little and now got some nice incense flavoring the air. You guys use that as much as the Germans and Austrians? I used to use incense a lot when I was a teenager because my mom really wanted me to get into, like, Wicca and shit. But the smoke from the incense kind of made the room breathing thick. So I kind of prefer the wall stinkies that don't have a ton of smoke and, like, candles. Wall stinkies and candles are better than incense, just, like, in my asthmatic opinion. Calopsia Loveless, thank you for the 8-month resub. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. Incense reminds you of all the annoying hippie stoners from college. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, whenever I see, like, an incense burner, I immediately think of my mother and then juggalos. And so I don't know if anybody wants me to associate them with either of those two things. You're supposed to ventilate the room when burning incense. Imagine living in a room that has windows capable of being opened. Do you want people to break your windows and come in the house? What are you doing? Juggalos like ICP? Yeah, my mom had a lot of juggalo friends. I had a single juggalette friend who ended up dating a juggalo who also worked as a carny, and they lived in a trailer on the carnival grounds. Well, I felt like I was literally in a fucking cartoon. It was amazing. She wasn't fat, was she? No, but she had fat tits. Thank you, Jimothy Farm! Thank you! Not sure if you'll have time on Tuesday to watch stream. The issue with Islam is reforming, is that it can't, you would suggest watching David Wood's content to find out why. To explain through supas would make you broke! I'm sorry, Jimothy. I don't know who David Woods is. I don't recognize that name. I don't recognize that. I'm sorry, I don't know who that is, so I can't, like, expand, but that's okay if you don't have time Tuesday to watch stream. It's the holiday season, my brother. It's the holidays. I hope you have a good Crimbus. You want a himbo to break your back and come in your baby box? Baby steps. Hold on, what the fuck? Sorry, Kirsche, but you've been trying to explain normie to autist communication to your sister for the last 10 minutes while you're prepping roast chicken. What did he mean by this? Juggalos are pretty crazy, or are crazy people, but a lot of them are actually pretty nice once you get beyond the brain damage. Yeah, they're brain damaged, but they're typically pretty nice. Homosexual clowns that love terrible music. That's a great description. My mom's friends that would do the backyard wrestling and, like, bring over tables and chairs to, like, beat each other with and whatnot, those were all juggalos. Like, some of them would even come over wearing the face paint. It was kind of crazy. A movie about my mom would be hilarious when it goes based on a true story at the end and normies lose their mind. Yeah. Yeah, for fucking sure. Backyard wrestling is usually juggalo. Yup. I remember our backyard porch was just, like, cinder blocks that had been put together and then, like, a grill put on top of it. And every summer we would get tons of slugs all over the cinder blocks. And I didn't like it, but I would pour a lot of salt on the slugs because I thought they were gross and I wanted them to go away. Just listen to the 12 Dirty Days of Christmas. You're officially in snow mode. I want to be in snow mode. That's some proper hillbilly construction. I don't know how my mom made it to the north, man, because she definitely hillbilly. Considering you used to work for ICP's record label, your fat tits descriptor for juggalettes is far more accurate than you'd care to admit. Yeah. Not the slug genocide! Assaulting the cinder blocks every weekend? Imagine. You haven't done backyard wrestling, but you've done backyard karate with someone who's juggalo adjacent. Does that count? What is juggalo adjacent? You wouldn't watch David Woods? He raped 2 young teens when he was 18 and hid it for years and has a blasé, what are you gonna do? That was long ago. Wait, was that the guy that, like, I quote retweeted when he just said some crazy, and I was like, hold the fuck on, what did you just say? Because I remember retweeting some guy who was like, yeah, I may have done this, and also raped people, but, like, I'm a Christian now. And I was like, hold up, rewind. What the fuck? That's a way to reframe it. This should have replaced the cinder blocks with salt blocks. Oh, that would have been smart, but unfortunately real life isn't like Minecraft. Sadly, salting a slug is probably one of the cruelest ways to kill it. I didn't know what else to do. My mom told me to salt them if I wanted them to go away. What in the goddamn? Pudding Simon, thank you. Yeah, I gotta scroll, man. For the past 30 minutes, you're trying to figure out why or whose fucking card was used by PayPal. Turns out you were looking at the wrong card side. What did he mean by this? Danny D, thank you for the 11-month member. There's also a lot of anti-Japan posts on Twitter lately. Japan is not clean, there's trash on the streets. Stuff is happening? Wow, Japan accepts record numbers of migrants for the first time ever, and now everyone's talking about how dirty and gross Japan is. There's no correlation. Cunning Druger, thank you for the 14-month resub, my guy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Watch Hurtful Onion's video on it. Bro's a sick fuck. I like the Harmful Onion Man. Sumi Bito, thank you. Just because you're centrist doesn't mean you won't agree with me. People are ultimately idiots. Yeah. Oh, speaking of people being ultimately idiots, fucking moving off of the Muskie Man tweet. Where is it? Where are we? Where is it? Where are we? I know I had the tweet pulled up. I know I did it. I remember. Oh yeah, this. There we go. I saw this, and there's a bunch of people in the comments being really confused. Like, somebody here actually knows what's going on, thankfully. Someone's like, I don't think this is as good as you think it is. What right does she have to be at a conservative event? Is she supposed to replace Candace? You know? Like, some people in the comments, and they're in a different order than on my main account. So... Lamau, what the fuck? Like, just a bunch of people. This is so stupid. Just a bunch of people being really confused why Nicki Minaj was invited to the Turning Point USA America Fest. And I think if you're gonna have a political event, all of the, like, weird shit to make it look like a concert is kinda, like, it's a little weird. It's a little weird. I get they're trying to make it, like, not crusty and boring for new people, but I don't know. I'd rather have, like, the people talking, I guess, rather than all of the fireworks and shit. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I am the boomer here. But there were a lot of people really confused why Nicki Minaj was here. And, like... Not only is it not confusing why she's here, if you're paying attention to anything. This is gonna get DMCA'd. I'm sorry, sis. But, like, Nicki also... She also dressed in a manner that is acceptable to come to an event like this. So not even, like, that other bitch who, like, went to sing for, like, a children's movie and still dressed like a hooker. Nicki actually understands, hey, you dress differently depending on the event you go to, like an intelligent human being. Nicki Minaj has been coming out hard in favor of conservative politics recently. Not only that, but she's probably one of the largest celebrities I've seen start talking about the genocide of Christians in Nigeria and how there's persecution on, like, a fundamental level against Christians there. And she's gotten a metric fuck ton of shit for not only coming out and talking about that, but doubling and tripling down when people tell her to stop. She's code switching. We need to go back to making events in medieval ballrooms and return to tradition. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see that kind of thing instead. Maybe I am the boomer, you know? Super Bass, one of her songs does slap. I fucking love Super Bass, not gonna lie. Cousin Swollen Balls incident. Did a number on her politics. I don't even remember the Cousin Swollen Balls incident. We're boomer, but we're correct. Can't believe you're rooting for Nicki Minaj. Imagine. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. You have a dragon that you put over incense as it burns to make it look like it's about to breathe fire. Got that in Little Chinatown in Toronto. Yeah, maybe if I had a cool incense burner, I'd be more... like, likely to use it. I don't know, but the wall stinkies make me happy because you can, like, get seasonal wall stinkies. I don't know, they make me smile. The COVID vax swelled her brother's balls, allegedly. How did she find out about that? Have I ever played Shadow Hearts? I strike you as a Shadow Hearts fan. I am a Shadow Hearts fan, actually. I liked collecting the naked himbo cards to trade to the gay men for puppet outfits. She could be signaling issues, but at least she's honest about it, and it's one that any sane person, religious or not, can agree on. Welcome, Nicki Minaj! Also, apparently is a big fan of JD Vance. Nikki being a conservative Christian was not on your bingo card. Yeah, you know. Her brother has the ability to speak English. That's a very random thing to say. You've heard of this story from me. I mean, I'm sure I covered it, but half the time I forget things that I talk about, you know? Saying Nicki Minaj become a conservative Christian was not on your bingo card. I mean,
Munya.
Matt Larson, thank you.
Thank you. Munya to one and all.
True. Sergeant Buck, thank you. If the Smallies come from Jubbaland, can we call them Jubbalos? I don't know if we can, but I think we should. Patchouli, thank you. Alas, we are upon your last work week for 2025. Friday afternoon, you get to drive back across the country with 2 tarded cats. Wish you luck. I hope you have plenty of pee pads to protect your car from getting peed on.
You're
Good
getting
luck,
a
dude.
vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
I showed a model preview a few months ago. Has any of that moved closer to completion?
Yes, but
essentially, I had to get a different artist to finish it and make a lot of corrections. So, sometime next year, hopefully. Where's your Santa hat, you heathen? It's Sunday! Why would I be wearing a Santa hat today? Only 1.5 days work left this year? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You don't know who's a worse Israel actor? Erica or Candace, but Nikki, lol. What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, brother?
Hack and Slay, thank you for the fucking 50 euros, brother man.
Merry Christmas. What's your opinion on the Sky Browns AI music video, Home Stallone 2? I'm in it. I really liked it. It was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. Unfortunately, my entire 5-hour stream VoD got completely demonetized because whoever owns the rights or whoever's managing the rights to Skybrow's videos has claimed that, and so my entire stream is now demonetized until that gets fixed. So until that is fixed, I probably will not want to play another one of those videos quite yet. Got the tail wrong, but yeah. Well, I mean, he responded on my stream, and I told him, I was like, my whole thing got demonetized, and he was like, oh, that shouldn't be happening, that I should fix that, I'll donate to you to make up. I was like, you don't need to donate to me, man, just, you know, like, fix the thing, because, like, if nobody brings it up to him, he's not gonna know it's an issue, right? So I'm glad we had the conversation. Smuggy leaflet, all in it goes hard. Yeah, that's righteous. Yeah, no, he seems like a good dude, and I'm glad that he responded, you know? Fix it, man. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Beginning to think the Grinch was the good guy. Stealing the EBT who hashes pay for by our taxes? What? Better off hiring a programmer to make an AI that makes you models instead of trying to get artists to complete models for you. At this point, yeah, probably. Because I'm kinda getting tired of spending thousands of dollars and then having nothing come from it. And then, like, spending thousands of dollars, but then what I get is not usable, so I have to spend another thousands of dollars to get it fixed. It's kind of tiring, so I'm kind of losing the... We should prioritize artists over AI when it comes to that kind of thing, you know? So many waifu cups, you have a tub full of sample packets you can't try out except maybe once a month. You need to figure out somewhere to dump these off at. What do you mean? Also, why can't you try them more than once a month? You love when chatters spam things that get your stream demonetized. What do you mean? It used to happen back when you were game dev. You'd use CC0 public domain music and the artists or randos would claim it anyway and get streams of your games demonetized. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I think I need to focus on artists with a track record over art styles that match my idea. You know, that sucks, but it seems like the reality. I wouldn't even know, like, who to go to for an artist with a track record, because a lot of my track record is like, oh, I've commissioned this artist for illustrations a bunch of times and they've always been great to work with and they've always been on time. And then I commission a model and for some reason they just immediately fall apart. Exclusively hire male artists. Problem solved. Unfortunately, that would not solve my problem in current year. Not just artists, most people just don't do good work these days. Activate cat, you bunka cat going nuts. It reminds you of a VA programmer that basically says AI won't replace you if you become a better product. Stop bitching and work. Yeah. Ronald Big Don, thank you. You get what you mean with a light show, but this has been a TP thing since they began hosting events. This is new to folks who didn't watch TP events. I did not watch TP events. But if I did, I would have said the same thing every time they happened. Not a huge fan of, like, the pyrotechnics and stuff at, like, a political conference kind of thing. Unfortunately, artists and conscientiousness don't regularly mix. That should not be the case. Pretty fly for a guy, thank you. Day 9. I hate when YouTube scrolls for me. Day 9, left to rot in your room for 4 days after surgery without getting physical therapy as the insurance company just hasn't responded. Had doctor told you this is the new normal for these subhuman companies. Fuck your life. That's kind of shitty. That's incredibly fucking shitty. Why would they take so long to respond? What the fuck? Why is everything to do with healthcare like the most inefficient garbage on the planet, dude? YouTube continued his AI war. A non-VTuber you follow had his partnership program suspended for inauthentic content. He covers Warhammer 40k lore and is appealing. YouTube cannot be trusted now. I mean, I brought this up to my YouTube manager, and I, like, asked if there could be any sort of explanation for what's going on with all of the people who are coming out and saying they've gotten unfairly hit by AI. My meeting with her, I think last month was when it happened. Camelot, I think, had posted on Twitter about how someone had charged back, like, a large amount of money. Like, so, I don't remember how many thousands, but it was thousands of dollars of, like, a chargeback somehow. And that he was now having to pay out of his YouTube revenue to make up for that chargeback, which is absolutely fucking wild to me. So I brought that up to her, and I showed her, like, tweets and stuff, and she's like, this isn't something I can really talk about. I don't know about any of this. I'll escalate it for you, and I'll see if I can find out any information. And she had not gotten any replies from the escalation. So I like, when things like this happen, I tend to always bring it up to my YouTube manager, but because she's just like a manager for the creator, right? She's not like some person in the beef at YouTube. So she always has to, like, escalate these things higher than herself and get answers. And oftentimes, like, just no responses come down. And it's an incredibly frustrating thing to realize. And it seems kind of like, well, what's even the point of YouTube having managers and having them reach out to creators and having the creators talk to them about these things if the people in an actual position at YouTube just, like, won't respond or do anything about it, you know? Like, if we don't get any information, like, what the fuck are we supposed to do? They're using Gemini to do moderation now, which sucks because Gemini 3 is a retard. Luckily, you suspect they only transcribe and process the first hour, so anything after that is uncensored. I have no idea, man. Reminds me of when you worked for a shitty rebate company in Mass. Oh, no. You can be a Space Marine, or you can appreciate the fan involvement in 40k content. I don't know what you mean by this. You suspect it's a get channel nuked for hire service? You've seen some people discover that their channel is blocked for spam because the spammer blocks the person so they can't see their comments. I think the wildest thing was, one of my videos, I don't remember if it was blocked or just demonetized, but one of my videos when we were watching, Tyler Oliveira's, like, poop throwing festival video, some Indian company that produced a movie I've never heard of before put a claim on my video saying I used the content from their movie. And I was like, bro, not all Indians look the same. I'm watching completely different content with completely different Indians. How are you claiming this as your content? And so we sent in an appeal saying, hey, this is the content I was watching. We've never heard of this movie. We've never heard of this company. None of this company's movie or any of their other content is in this video. And that appeal got rejected. So YouTube kind of has no fucking clue what it's doing. And this was, like, my biggest pet peeve. Whenever anybody would be like, YouTube is so much better than Twitch. It's like, no, it's not. YouTube and Twitch are equally fucking trash garbage, just in different ways. That's just, is that at play? I'm so fucking tired of it, man. Was it from the Tyler video? It was from the, oh, it's from the India superpower vid? Okay. I also got which Indian content I was watching confused. Thank you, Ziz. But it was just like the dumbest fucking thing, man. I hate YouTube censorship. Their automod AIs are retarded. It's not even automod AI, because our appeal got rejected. I got a community guideline strike for having a song by The Police called Every Breath You Take in your favorites playlist. Tried to fight it because what in the world, but it stood. That doesn't make any sense! And the claim would have to be released by the person who placed it, not YouTube, so your appeal does nothing if the appeal is in bad faith. Yep. Yes, unfortunately. And I mean, there are plenty of bad faith claims that do end up getting released by YouTube after like a second appeal. But it's obnoxious that it even takes that long, and it's extra obnoxious that YouTube didn't even have in place that, like, these scammers couldn't steal your ad revenue until sometime earlier this year, when they decided, like, oh, all of that revenue is gonna go into a holding thing until the appeals process is finished. It's like, the fact that people could, like, claim your content and get paid for it was wild. YouTube is literally filled with Indian nationalists. You're not joking? Most of their staff are Indians now. I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me considering the guy that replaced Susan is an Indian. EHEF, thank you. You expected a lot from TPUSA. Nikki was not one of them. I'm glad that they put her there. She deserves it after the shit she's been through for defending Christians this year, honestly. First time it's always run by bots. Google is such a shit-ass platform provider. It is. Every American tech company is full of Indians. It explains pretty much everything. When you hire people that decide that hiring their co-ethnics is worth more than hiring by merit, you encounter problems. From a guy you know who works at Google, who's also Indian, though feather, not dot, it's full of Indians! Oh my god. Jabroni Jones, thank you! Can you join Discord now? There shouldn't be any issue with joining Discord unless you're somehow banned from it already. Didn't Nikki also get shit for being anti-vax? I don't think she was anti-vax, she was just anti-COVID vax. Grelgar, thank you for the 21-month member. My anaconda wants you to vote GOP. It feels really sad. Because once again, like, voting for the Democrats is basically voting for the destruction of our country. So the only option left is the Republicans, and it feels like because the Republicans know that they're the only option that's not directly destroying the country, that they're going to win seats by being the only other option, and then they don't have to actually do anything. And it's really frustrating because it's like, you shouldn't want the country to be destroyed either. Instead of just like resting on some laurels that don't even exist and being like, I win by default because nobody wants to vote for the Dems, which isn't even true because they're still winning in areas. I just wish Republicans would do more. Would do something. No more unbans. We fell for that once already this fiscal quarter. What do you mean? Make a young Republican party already? I mean, I feel like that's what TPUSA was trying to do, right? Danny D, thank you. Reminder that Mariah Carey got flack for saying she's not Queen of Christmas, but Mary, Mother of Jesus is the Queen of Christmas. What a crazy thing to get flack for. Giru Gamesh, thank you. Was the artist another woman? No, not this time. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Why aren't I whipping the artists? Because that would be rude. Lord Kamina, thank you. Should listen to Lovecraft Christmas music. I didn't know that was a genre.
Arigato Hyro, thank you.
Where the fuck am I? You understood expanding the tent, but where around Nikki is the line to be drawn? Will the US right be emulating Reform UK, which recently accepted an endorsement by Bonnie Blue? I think these are diametrically different things. I'm not really sure you can compare Nicki Minaj, who sometimes sings about sexual topics, to Bonnie Blue, who actually got railed by hundreds, if not thousands of men. I think anyone with a functioning brain could understand the difference between those two people's actions, you know? It's kind of like understanding the difference between making, like, sexual jokes and then actually sucking, like, 10 dicks on stream, right? You know? Because we could just create a world government run by Fox VTubers. Battleizer, thank you. AI is like the government services. It is the bare bones minimum. If someone cannot compete with it, it says more about them than the AI, to be honest. Yeah. Hasn't Nikki said in the past that she doesn't let her own children listen to her music? I have no idea if she has or not. Reminds you, will we get a repeat of the Santa Baby performance? I do not have time to do a song recording. Your brother in Christ. Those are two very different levels of woman. That's your first mistake, assuming a functioning brain is something the average person possesses. True. Republicans just seem like the slow-down Democrats party at this point. You're sick of innocent people being betrayed and lied to, while leftist nutcases try and kill more innocent people. Someone in public office should do everything in their power to achieve the goals they set out to, not the bare minimum. I agree. And it's very frustrating to see it happen time and time again. The issue is that the US system only has two real parties. In the UK, you actually do dilute your ideology by accepting everyone. The US has no choice. Maybe you're coping, but at the very least, Nikki seems to be honest. I would not know exactly what happens with the UK parties, because I do not live there. Rotate Nikki in your head, folks. It might not be a psyop. Schmearlife, thank you for your swastikas. Happy 8th night of Hanukkah, Foxu in chat. You're supposed to finish your reserve duty, but you're gonna go back in Sunday for 2+ months as an ambulance medic. Ooh. Ambulance, that could be a fun change of scenery for you. That makes you saying the 8th night of Hanukkah makes me want to rewatch fucking 8 Crazy Nights. I love Adam Sandler. He's a fucking goober. Pippa's Icy Cold Pips. What the fuck? Thank you for the $1. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Isn't the CEO of YouTube Indian? He is. I can't remember his name. Whenever I think of the name Neil, I think of the last name Breen, and I know that's not the right Neil. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. India, where scamming is an industry unto itself. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Brown Bear, thank you. Kirsche, you should come join Donut Operators Guild in Classic WoW. TBC's about to drop. Again, Server's Night Slayer. I've never played WoW, because the graphics were dog shit. Even back in the day when I had the option of playing free Korean MMOs or WoW, the Korean MMOs were graphically more impressive, and so I played those instead. You wouldn't like it. She hates MMOs, chat. Get this fucking new friend out of here. He doesn't know shit. Final Fantasy XI was the patrician's choice. I unironically used to have the intelligence to partition my PS3's hard drive in order to get Linux on it, because I wanted to try playing Final Fantasy XI. Wait, was it PS2? I think it was PS2, not PS3. I was trying to play Final Fantasy XI and it wouldn't fucking work. So I was like, okay, well, I'll try to do the PC version on the PlayStation, and I couldn't get that to work either. I literally bought a physical disc box set and like all the apparatus shit to plug into the PS2, and I couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't fucking get it to work. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And then by that time, Final Fantasy XIV was almost about to release, so I was like, I'll just never play 11. They removed the ability to run Linux on the PS3 not too long into its life. I can't remember which one I partitioned. My brain is too foggy at the moment. But I remember I partitioned one of my PlayStations. I can't remember if it was the 2 or the 3. Damn, that makes me sad. There's gonna be a point in the future where I'm like not gonna be able to remember any of like my growing up life stories. And I'm gonna have to like watch my own videos in order to remember what happened. How depressing. People speedrun 11? Yeah. Yeah, they do. Tim played a lot of 11. So was it the graphics or the himbos in the Korean MMOs that incentivized you? Both? Both of them? Had a Linux kit for the PS2. That kit's super rare. It might have been PS3. I can't remember anymore. Saying it out loud, I was just like, PS2 does not have a hard drive. That might be why it failed. There was like shit that you could buy to plug into your PS2 to make it more like internet friendly. And I remember like getting this giant brick thing that like you opened up the back of the PS2 and you shoved it in its diaper. Kirsche is already 40. What did he mean by this? I had an external hard drive disk and network. Yeah. It's fine. They'll come back with the Alzheimer's. Whoever my himbo is, I don't know if you have, I don't know if you have practice with Alzheimer's, but hopefully he will, right? Tried Lineage 2 back in the day. The design style was gorgeous and pretty sexy. Sadly, the people you played with were on an incompatible time zone. That's a PS2 expansion port that accepted hard drives. Oh shit, this guy even knows the shit that I was plugging into my beast. Expansion bay, aka the hide your weed from your parents slot. I had a brain blast the other day. I was like, hold on a second. My last merch drop with Gamer Subs, I had a weeb tray. And I really wanted a weeb tray because Pay Money Wubby had a weeb tray. And I love that little freak. And I thought his weeb tray was really nice looking. And I was like, wait a second. If there's already been a weeb tray, what if I could make like stash jars? And then I was like, wait, why stop there? Why not just make like a box kit to hold everything? Have like a branded just box for like all of the different stuff. That'd be so fucking cool. PS2 had a hard drive you can buy for Final Fantasy 11. Now, if she partitioned it, when 11 went to partition it, it didn't have enough room. Yeah, Kirsche Cube 2, you'd buy that. I tried just doing the, like, regular console 11, and for whatever reason, like, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, and then I tried a bunch of stuff, and then I gave up and said, I guess 11 was not meant to be. Glass bowls would be kind of cool, you'd buy one. Hollow book. Too bad you missed out on the tray. The trays were really fucking cool. I like how the tops are magnetic. A Porsche Cube weed box. Final Fantasy 11 was a great game. It didn't hold your hand. Yeah, none of the old Korean MMOs really did, and I'm sure old WoW didn't either, right? Like Ultima Online, I can bet probably didn't hold people's hands. Use Kirsche's code now for a discount on the Korshova crack pipe. What the fuck? You want to stuff things into the Fox box? Wait a minute. Anthony, thank you. 1 Kirsche box, please. Sly Maverick, thank you. What's this talk of the other games on PS2? You thought the only games on there were Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, and Sly Cooper? Bro, PS2 has the largest library of any console ever released. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, that is this objectively incorrect. What did he mean by this? Shin Megami Tensei doesn't hold your hand. Why do you always miss the first hour? I don't know. I don't know, man. Phoenix DS, thank you. Foxy shot glasses and flask. Shot glasses would be pretty fucking cool, too. It's okay, we're all special here. True. Man named a significant chunk of your childhood. PS2 had everything, and you spent thousands and thousands of hours in front of that thing. Sometimes I would just, like, load up Final Fantasy X to have background music to fall asleep to. Fringed Horizon, thank you. Foxy branded mason jars for, reasons. Oh, no. Did you miss any talk about the possibilities of privateering for the Corsairs shall make waves for Korshova? Yeah, I made a similar joke, like, a couple of months ago when, like, I guess people were already vigilante hunting pirates. And I was like, this would be such a fucking cool thing for a streamer to do. Plus, the thick PS2 is indestructible. Yours still works perfectly. I have 2 of the thick PS2s, a slim PS2, and a Japanese slim PS2. You murdered your launch PS2 with overuse by 2010? I don't know how you did that. I used mine, like, all the fucking time, and it didn't die. Did not die. My, PS3, I think, is the only one that's broken, and it needs a new laser. Everything else in it works perfectly fine, it's just the laser is broken. And I do not know how to fix a PS3 laser, so it's just kind of sat underneath my dresser for, like, 5 years. But what happens after the privateers get too rich and we have pirate battleships? I'd be pretty okay with pirate battleships. Oh, I forgot I had a second tab on Nicki Minaj. Nicki had a little bit of a... I didn't watch this, so I only saw this clip. But she had a little speech here. I like the way Erica's wearing her hair. This is very, like, Disney princessy. I want to do that with my hair. That's cute. Man. I'll get to it when I get to the other tab. Okay.
Well, I have the utmost respect and admiration for our president. He has, I don't know if he even knows this, but he's given so many people.
Why is she talking like that? When I have to go into a professional environment and I have to, like, actually think about the shit that I'm saying because I can't just talk like my normal Boston self, you know? Especially, like, when I first started having to, like, reroute my brain from saying slurs on stream, you kind of slow down a bit. Because, like, you're used to talking a certain way, and then you're just like, hold on, wait a minute, I'm surrounded by, like, a different kind of people. I can't just be popping off with, like, fuckings and slurs and shit right now. That's not the kind of environment. So you talk a little bit slower to make sure you process your thought a little bit better, you know?
People hope that there's a chance to beat the bad guys and to win and to do it with your head held high and your integrity intact. This administration is full of people with heart and soul, and they make me proud of them. Our vice president he makes me, well, I love both of them, but they're both powerful men, smart, strong, all of that, but both of them have a very uncanny ability to be someone that you relate to. I can relate to them. When I hear them speak, I know that they're...
Especially JD Vance. Oh my god, I love that he fucking cosplayed his own meme for Halloween. That's great.
One of us. Like, I know that they're not... Don't you guys agree? They haven't lost touch of the world. You know, they're still connected to the world and what's happening in the world, with the younger people and older people, with the richer people and not so rich people. They have the ability to still connect and be real and make us feel proud to be American.
This is like a very nice sentiment thing to say, right? Vance enjoying the Tubby Vance meme is so fun. It really is. It really is. The side-scrollers or locals care for slur dropping. Some inane retards would probably pay for the subscription to follow you there if it meant that they could catch me dropping actual slurs. The problem with that is even if it's behind a paywall, if someone nefarious or who disliked me, even if they liked the rest of side-scrollers, were to, like, send a clip of me saying that to, like, Twitter or people who have a reason to try and destroy me, and then send it to my sponsors, I would be 1,000% cut. So I still need to watch what I say even behind a paywall. I cannot and am not able to freely speak. Heat-seeking, thank you. You recently found an ancient PS2 hidden under their boiler in one of your dad's rental properties, covered in a layer of grime. Took it home, still works. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's why you say inane retards would still follow you? Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. And it would be nice if we could get back to a place where it's like, if you don't like the way I speak, you just don't have to watch me, instead of needing to feel like you have to destroy my entire life. That'd be great. That'd be great, because, like, if I don't like what someone else says, I could typically ignore them. But now, you know, when you realize how much of a culture war you're in, it's like, well, they're never gonna leave me alone, so you have to make it a big deal when they say really terrible shit that they would have you canceled for. You find the replacements for slurs to be much funnier anyway, like candy ass? Same. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. PS2s are built like tanks, not the slim ones though. PS2s are built like tanks, but if you used a PS2 to bludgeon someone to death, it would probably take damage. The GameCube is actually a superior home self-defense weapon, because the GameCube wouldn't have any damage to it if you used it to bludgeon someone to death, and it has a really handy handle on it so that you can have a good grip while you're bludgeoning someone to death with it. So in that kind of a race, the GameCube outpaces the PS2. Girugamesh, thank you. Your haters will pay $20 to ruin your life. Yeah, there was some fucking weird freak, and like when I go on side scrollers, right? Like I get like a little, like, you guys pay super chats and stuff, and I do get some of that from being on side scrollers. And like, there was a guy who's like super chat, I think it was like 60, it was like probably $60 total to like threaten me. And it was really fucking weird. He's like, ooh, I would find out who you are and post it if only I didn't have a job and a family. And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why are you paying money to say this? You weird little freak. Battleizer, thank you. Cursing creatively is such a great brain trainer for creativity. 10 out of 10, always recommend. Yeah, but our list for gentle giant youths is getting kind of long at this point, you know? The GameCubes have been dropped from buildings and still work. That's impressive. That's impressive. BBF John, thank you for the 24 months, a full 2 years, baby. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Today's new memes. You saw that deranged idiocy? Yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming it was like an underage Kiwi person who escaped containment, you know? Gotta swear like Captain Haddock. I used the Klingon language to mess with the haters. I remember when I was so autistic, I could actually speak some shit in Albed because I had mostly memorized the alphabet. God, that was a great time. I would have, like, my profile on Gaia Online completely written in Albed. It's kind of nuts. You had a CRT TV fall over on your N64 and it still works, and those are pretty big, man. Your next consoles will be so good you can bash it and clean and it'll still work 2030. Yeah, I don't think so. I feel like as time goes on, electronics get weaker than their predecessors. They cannot survive quite as much. They are frail. Oh god, Gaia, there's memories you didn't need unlocked again. I'm sorry if you got groomed on Gaia Online. The Waka Glare. Heat-seeking, thank you. The boiler PS2 now lives next to your PS1 that's missing its plastic housing. And it's just a circuit board and spinning disc. What the fuck? What the fuck? Planned obsolescence, thanks, I hate it. The smaller the transistor, the easier it is to fuck up. Maybe. You like the Raging Golden Eagle replacement for gay? Chair? If someone here says you're late in chair, they're a Raging Golden Eagle fan. I've never seen that, and I don't understand the replacement, I'm gonna be honest. Everything just keeps getting cheaply made worse every year. Yeah, I hate it. You're scared of touching your modern consoles lest they shatter! You know, I wouldn't doubt it if they would. I would not doubt it. Let's see. Let's see. I opened a bunch of tabs, and I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I did that, because, like, man. So I saw this on Twitter. Let's turn my BGM off again. I saw this on Twitter. It says, Tatiana Martinez, who gained attention online for posting personal information about ICE agents and their families, was arrested in Los Angeles in August and has since been deported to Colombia. And I remember covering this a while back on stream. I remember her getting pulled out of the car. And some people being like, oh my god, you can't do that. That's dehumanizing. Oh my god, police brutality.
Hey!
Espérate, no, güey, no, espérate, me voy a dejar, pero espérate, me voy a dejar, pero espérate, me voy a dejar, pero
What the fuck is she even saying?
Espérate, me voy a dejar, pero espérate, me...
She's ordering a Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell. Is that how you sound when you order a Crunchwrap Supreme at Taco Bell? Because you know about the fallout that's gonna hit your ass later? Idiot immigrant does something illegal, making it an easy case to deport her. Yes! She was saying that's harassment repeatedly. The cop was fighting hard against his inner Samuel L. Jackson. That's a lot of sirens, man. Levante, los mangos, levante, los manos. We have to help Steve Smith stave off the Death Eaters? What the fuck? Patchouli, thank you. She's saying, I'm going, but wait. Oh, I guess she learned well from watching other cop encounters that didn't go well. Lying chatter, she was saying, wait, I'm gonna get out, wait. That's kind of what Patchouli said. Didn't say harassment. Even the sirens cut out here? What the hell? What the hell? But, yeah, nothing of value was lost, and hooray! It's a good thing this thing got deported! What a wonderful day to exist! Apparently she got deported in October, so I remember covering this initial thing. I don't remember if she had gotten deported when I covered it previously, because this was new information to me. And this person posted it December 20th. But, Binary Mind found an article from the Daily Mail in October 14th. It says an illegal migrant who rallied protesters to go after ICE agents has been deported to Colombia just 2 months after her dramatic arrest. Lady Tatiana Mafla Martinez. Imagine your first name being Lady, but spelled Leidy. What the actual fuck? was taken into custody on August 15th in Los Angeles, California, while filming inside her Tesla. 24-year-old, who also goes by Tatiana Martinez, was known for documenting immigration raids on social media. But all of that changed when she was the one who got detained. Why did it go viral now when this happened in October? That's a very great question. Video of her arrest showed her refusing to get out of her car and shrieking as several ICE officers took her into custody. She shrieked, "No, no, no," repeatedly and cried, "Wait, wait," in Spanish as agents ordered her out of the car. Assistant Secretary of Department of Homeland Security Tricia McLaughlin confirmed to Daily Mail, "Why the fuck is this woman wearing a bikini in the picture in this article? They couldn't find a fully clothed picture of her to use for this? What the actual hell?" That Mafia Martinez was removed from the U.S. on October 8th. She said, "We are happy to report that on October 8th, ICE removed Lady Tatiana Mafia Martinez, a criminal illegal alien from Colombia, who was convicted for driving under the influence in Los Angeles. This criminal illegal alien entered the country in 2022 and was released by the Biden administration." Is this like that meme, but for men? You know, that one meme where, like, there's a crying person and it's like, oh, well, fuck having the law and borders and the Constitution and shit. But instead of a crying person, it's like a woman in a bikini. And men are like, fuck having laws and borders and Constitution and shit. Let's get the bikini woman. Time to race mix. And they had to make her look hot to make people who think with the parts below the belt rather than their actual brain to be like, but no, let her stay. Imagine. Under President Trump and Secretary Noem, if you break the law, you will face the consequences. Criminal illegal aliens are not welcome in the U.S. Another clip from her arrest showed officers lift Martinez out of her electric vehicle and arrest her as she withered on the ground. That's great terminology, though. The bikini women won't work on you. You're too gay. See? My gay powers have a use, chat. You will have a protected country again. During her arrest, Martinez claimed to experience shortness of breath. She was given proper medical treatment and will be held in ICE custody pending removal proceedings. Bystanders tried to interfere with her arrest, with one person towing away a government vehicle. During the arrest, an individual unlawfully towed a government police vehicle, and he mocked and videotaped ICE officers chasing after him. Following her arrest, Carlos Guardo Martinez's attorney told KABC she didn't get out of the car because she wanted the officers to show her a warrant. The reason she didn't come out is these are masked men that they said they had a warrant. She just wanted them to display it. Show me the warrant, and they never displayed anything, Guardo recalled. These are ICE agents, man. They're not regular police. What do you mean by this? Don P. Bongwater, Mr. AI Lord, man. Thank you for the 5 gift subs on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Don P. You're sorry, white right-winger. The thick Latinas have to go, too. You have to raise race mix in their country. I don't make the rules. She's playing the George Floyd card. We're not playing that game anymore. True. Don P. Bongwater, the AI giant himself. Yeah, the AI man in his AI flesh. Warrants are rarely shown. They just need to have one. Her lawyer said the incident happened while she was parked at her apartment building in downtown Los Angeles. Oh, they arrested her at home. That's funny. More pictures. According to Guardo, his client was targeted because she was so vocal online about going after ICE agents. If you're here illegally and you're making content about going after ICE agents, yeah, absolutely you would be deported. What the fuck do you mean by this? Like, it is the righteous thing to have happened. She was posting, like, where ICE agents were going to be at, trying to encourage violence against them. Master of Mundus, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadians. Since she was an illegal, you wouldn't doubt if they found any ties to drug cartels in Colombia. That'd be interesting. I have no idea. We believe at this point, based on things that have been said to her, is that because she was out filming ICE activities, she was targeted. Guardo said she was transported to the hospital for trauma after the arrest before being moved to a detention center in Calexico, about 4 hours from LA. I've gone out there to visit her. It's about 3.5-4 hour drive there and back, Guardo previously said. So I went to visit her and she was really happy to just see someone. I can tell you that I could still see bruises on her body from the arrest. Well, she should have gotten out of the car, right? Martinez, who has over 40,000 followers on TikTok, grew her following while posting videos about immigration raids and anti-ICE protests around the Golden State. Influencers have been speaking up about the ongoing ICE raids, including Bobby Althoff, who's best known for her deadpan interviews with A-listers on TikTok. I don't know who that is, but I guess if I have to be classified as an influencer speaking up about the ongoing ICE raids, I encourage you, if you can't join ICE, at least make reports. You've encouraged me to be more bold in making reports as well, chat. She has a large following. She can stay, eye roll. Althoff recently slammed Donald Trump's immigration crackdown after her illegal migrant friend was seized during a raid on Home Depot. You cannot get more stereotypical than that. Holy fuck, brother. Holy fuck. She criticized ICE for arresting her longtime friend Felix Morales Gomez earlier this month. Althoff, 28, spoke outside an ICE facility in Adelanto, California, where Gomez was being held following his detainment at a Home Depot parking lot. I feel very passionately about what's happening right now, especially with immigration. It's so wrong, she said as she waited for Gomez outside the facility.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Why was she waiting outside the facility? He shouldn't be released. He should be deported. A gnome John, thank you. Going to the hospital after an arrest is super common for a condition called incarcerance. They think claiming injury means they don't get arrested. That's kind of weird. Why would they think that? Ice camping outside Home Depot is essentially spawn camping at this point. I mean, usually I decry people spawn camping, but I think, you know, it's kind of necessary in this case. Evil Mandrake, thank you. Time has finally come for full closure on the Descent Candle Company. You finally finished off the candle after relatively consistent use for a year and a quarter. Context, we were on a tangent about if it was a scam, so you put your money on the line in September 2024. Well, what is the final verdict, Evil Mandrake, on the Decent Candle Company? What was the scent like cold? What was the scent throw like while it was lit? The candle lasted for a year, so that's a pretty good long time. Zuto Ragi, thank you. You got called a fool for reporting your favorite restaurant for being staffed entirely by illegals. I had a friend back in New England tell me about a restaurant that had okay food, but really bad reviews by, like health safety inspectors. And apparently they got raided by ICE and ICE arrested literally everyone. And then the restaurant had to shut down. I thought that was kind of funny. You remember that, VoD? Because the music on the candle vids got DMCA'd and you had to go fix it. I hate when that happens, man. Yeah, you'll spawn camp the WSG-GY like your life depends on it. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. The influencer, who has over 8 million TikTok followers, that's kind of a lot, said she's been losing fans in recent weeks as she speaks out over immigration issues, but said she would continue because I don't want to be on the wrong side of history. I've been told not to speak up on politics if I want to keep making the money that I've been making on social media, she said. I mean, I've been told the same thing, but also there's only one side getting regular, actual threats on their life. And I got some bad news for her if she's saying I don't want to be on the wrong side of history and she's trying to protect illegal immigrants staying in the country illegally. Imagine thinking supporting criminals is the right side of history. Yeah, I don't know how you get to this point. Psycho, thank you. Thanks for exposing you to Caleb Hammer. You've been binge watching it. Should watch the one about the OnlyFans girl. She won't piss you off. I hope that's sarcastic, because, I mean, I'm already pissed off just by saying OnlyFans girl. She broke out of the chestnut saying, what does that mean? Why would you be an outspoken anti-ICE activist when you're an illegal? I swear these people are retarded. Because she's standing with her community, I guess. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But when I was trying to find a source for this, because I said at the beginning of this article that Binary Mind found this source. When I was looking for a source for this, I was super excited to hear that this thing had gotten deported, rightfully so. But unfortunately, we can't have all happiness in a good case. Because I found that the jury acquits the LA man who towed immigration agent's car during TikTok influencer's arrest. A federal jury has acquitted a South LA man who was charged with stealing government property by towing an immigration agent's vehicle during the arrest of a TikTok influencer in downtown Los Angeles earlier this year. Bobby Nunez was arrested September 2nd after he was accused of interfering with the detainment of Tatiana Mafla Martinez while she live-streamed her August 15th arrest. Video of the incident showed an SUV being towed away from the parking garage of the Da Vinci Apartments, where Martinez is being pinned to the ground by agents. The SUV was one of two vehicles being used to box in Martinez's car and prevent her from escaping the luxury apartment complex, according to an affidavit filed with the complaint. Nunez was 33 at the time of the incident, and Martinez was 23. So I feel like if you're trying to aid and abet an illegal immigrant from being arrested and taken by ICE agents, and you escalate that to, instead of just getting in the way physically, you literally tow one of the ICE agents' cars out of the way in order to let the illegal immigrant escape and steal the government property in the process, you should absolutely serve fucking time. What do you mean? What do you mean? After a 4-day trial and more than 3 hours of deliberation, the jury found Nunes not guilty. Not surprising, LA is full of brain damage, of 1 count of theft of government property Friday, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office, which declined to comment on the verdict. He had faced up to 10 years in prison if convicted, which he should have been. Which he should have been. This jury is retarded. Nunes' attorneys, Deputy Federal Public Defenders Rebecca Harris and David Menninger, said that they were pleased the jury exonerated their client. We thank the jurors for their service as an essential backstop against prosecutorial overreach in our constitutional system. I am tired. I am tired of these people who do not respect and do not care about our Constitution, using it only to defend criminals and people here illegally. These people do not serve these citizens. The people on the jury are also prioritizing criminals over the safety of people in their city. This is absolutely wild to me. During the trial, the defense attorneys argued that the law enforcement vehicle was blocking the driveway to the complex, and their client had it moved around the corner just 1 block away. They said that the car was returned within 13 minutes. That doesn't matter! That doesn't matter! They were purposefully blocking the driveway to arrest an illegal immigrant! What am I reading? In a September 2nd statement on X, First Assistant U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley said Nunes had been arrested for brazenly towing an immigration and customs enforcement vehicle. Apparently, he thought it would be funny to interfere with our immigration enforcement operations, Asaley said. Now he can laugh behind bars while he faces justice. Come on, man. You should know how poor our justice system is at this point. You literally work with them, man. Come on, dude. First Assistant U.S. Attorney doesn't understand how fucked we are? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And even in this other article from October, right? Even in this other article from October, it says that, like, oh God. Where was it? During the arrest, an individual unlawfully towed a government police vehicle. He mocked and videotaped ICE officers chasing after him. Literally, he recorded him stealing an ICE vehicle in order to aid an illegal immigrant and was mocking the ICE agents, and a jury acquitted him. Martinez was arrested on suspicion of being a Colombian citizen living in Los Angeles illegally. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said Martinez had been convicted of driving under the influence in Los Angeles and had entered the country illegally in 2022, but was released. Martinez's attorney, Carlos Guardo, could not be immediately reached for comment Friday. He previously told ABC7 that his client believes she was targeted because she was using her platform to document ICE raids and arrests in Los Angeles. Recordings by witnesses showed officers dragging her out of her car by her legs and arms before handcuffing her on the concrete floor. Authorities in an affidavit alleged that Nunes pressed the passenger side door of Martinez's car against a law enforcement officer as officers were struggling to arrest her. So not only did Nunes tow one of the ICE agents' car to make it easier for her to escape, but he opened her passenger door to press it against an officer to further impede them. How in the fuck was he found not guilty? Jury of your peers, these are not our peers and do not have the same interest as Americans. Yes, this is no longer a jury of our peers. I am at a loss, bro. Officers then threatened to arrest Nunes, and he allegedly swore at them and said something was going to happen to them, according to the affidavit. Then another man approached the officers in an alleged attempt to interfere in the arrest. While the officers were distracted, Nunes used his tow truck to tow a government vehicle with its emergency lights flashing out of the garage, according to the affidavit. The vehicle had its keys inside and a firearm locked inside a safe. You're telling me he stole a government vehicle and it had firearm inside of it still, and he literally got off scot-free? This is literally insulting. Like, at this point, when do we admit that we have actually been conquered by other people? When do we admit that America, the nation that used to be,
Spicy
is not
cat
anymore?
raid. What the hell is this spicy
When we
cat
have our
raid?
politicians and our justice system working in the interest of illegals, working in the interest of people who want to conquer our country, when do we admit that we are no longer America at this point? Like, this is actually fucking insulting. It's the same exact thing happening in the UK. Motherfucking Squeaku, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. If you're in California, remember it's okay to not pay taxes and support this filth. I mean, I wish I could get away with not paying fucking taxes, man. What up, Goral? We're getting angry at illegal immigration. It's not like it's a one-off either. It's many elected representatives actively working against the interests. Yeah, if it wasn't an all-encompassing issue, I wouldn't consider saying that, but it's like, it is everywhere. It is everywhere. And we have fucking the tax dollars both in Maine and in Minnesota. Billions of dollars to the tune of even greater than the GDP of Somalia itself going to fund Somalia and civil wars in Somalia. It's fucking crazy. You're not in California, but you can come and lead the Reconquista. I already have my work cut out for me in New England, brother. A leaf, thank you for the Canadians. Kirsche, you don't understand. A jury of Nunez's peers found him not guilty, not your peers. Iceman bad. Robin Hood Wedles. What the fuck? History Coffee, thank you for the 13-month member. There's a book called The Camp of the Saints from 1973 that predicted all of this. You suggest people read it. I haven't read that book. Interesting. New England gang? Oh, where in the New England statehood do you reside, Squeaku? Which New England kind are you? Hopefully not a chicken nugget. Hopefully you're not a chicken nugget person. Sumi Bito, thank you. Land of the free, rules for thee, not for me. Yeah, Camp of the Saints gang, let's go. Be jammin', thank you. 1000% jury nullification. Would never be found guilty in LA, filming or not filming. New Hampshire, oh hell yeah, best state, dude. Best state. What fight? The monthly wage is 2 USD. What the fuck? A fellow New Hampshire militants rise up, true and real. You still got the Cambridge himbo on deck for me. I don't know what that means! Even Hawkenfreres, thank you. A jury should be in prison too. Yeah, how many illegals were on the jury, bro? Mr. Quasta Hopper. I don't know what your name means, but I always like saying it when I see it. Mr. Quasta Hopper. Thank you for the 5 gift blankets on Kick, dude. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Is that the new autism slur? Chicken nugget? No, Rhode Island is shaped like a chicken nugget. As a Californian, you hate Los Angeles people. They're literally the worst part of California. They ruined the state. Wall the city off immediately. Don't want those idiots to be allowed to interact with the rest of us. When I was at Anime Expo, brother, the dirtiness in LA is a little crazy. Like, I don't think I've been in, like, Philadelphia, right? LA had way more drug-addled homeless all over the street than Philadelphia did. I was just like, this is a weird place to be, bro. Hello, Bagman. Yeah, he's been here for a hot minute. A sketty doo. Thank you for the 6-month resub, my guy. Thank you. It's gross, just as bad or worse than San Francisco. The last time I was in San Francisco, it wasn't as bad as it is in current year. Like, when I went to San Fran, it wasn't just like a free-for-all poop fest everywhere, you know? You're tired of LA refugees turning your state into California. Oh no. How? Brother Philly is a drug fiend's paradise. That's nuts. Yeah, I was also shocked. Every time you went to Anime Expo, you stayed in walking distance of the convention center. You'd use the bus anyway, because at least those didn't reek of piss. I definitely will probably go back to Anime Expo this year, because it was a lot of fun, to be fair. But I wanna go to other cons as well. I was just in the cleaner areas of San Francisco. I mean, maybe. I always get... Oh god, what is it? There's a Sarasota and a Saratoga. And one of them is in Florida and one of them is in California near San Francisco. And I can never remember which one is which. Literally ever. But the one that's in California near San Fran is where I spent quite a bit of time. Sarasota's Florida? Okay, so it must be Saratoga near San Fran. AX is usually a good time, but it's so packed with people nowadays, yeah. Am I gonna twist my dad's arm to be your bodyguard for all of them? I don't think I should ask my dad to be a bodyguard, because, you know, like, he's older now, and he's got, like, back problems, and he had that heart surgery, you know, as I don't want anything bad to happen, you know?
Ammonia.
During the cause of getting fishmen to get FazeCon in the DFW this summer? Probably not. Isn't Saratoga in New York? I mean, maybe there's another one there. I wouldn't know. LA has a poop festival too. How progressive. What? The Fed should sue the tow company. I wish. I wish, unfortunately. Massive Doge, thank you. You live close to LA. The homeless are spreading. I hope you can escape. Engage Target, thank you. Chicago has done the same for Illinois. I'm sorry about Chicago, man. I don't, like, thinking about how that city has just deteriorated is depressing. Star Phoenix, thank you. This is California. Did you expect differently from them? They're the assholes throwing open the gate saying we're conquered is hyperbole. I don't think that's hyperbole. I don't think that's hyperbole, especially when you see people being like, well, you can either get conquered and be called racist or not get conquered and be called racist. Either way, it's this. You're gonna get called racist regardless of what you do. You can either fight back or you can lay over and take it. And it's interesting. It's interesting, again, I talked about this recently, where people are like, oh, well, that's so weird that you're against this happening now when you guys colonized America in the first place. And it's like, well, yeah, it was colonized. We took it from them. We made a society. If we cannot stand up for our ideals, if we cannot stand up for our country and what we believe in and what we want our country to be, and we get conquered by the people trying to take us over right now, that's literally our fault. We would deserve it because we did nothing to stop it. I would like for us to do something to stop it, but it seems like none of the people in positions of power really want to actually do much. Can one of the mods watch out for when you are there? I mean, I'm not going to be too worried, because I'm not going to obviously go by myself anytime I go somewhere. You'd like to tell me to check out NorCal, but there's nothing there but big trees and mountains and farms, and it also touches Oregon, doesn't it? Small California towns are 1,000% cleaner than LA and San Francisco, and whenever there's an uptick of garbage on the streets and crime, we know a few LA tourists and San Fran idiots wandered over there. Yeah. Engage Target. I remember reading that. Thank you again. Gamer Kev, thank you. Remember this? Little Tokyo is only blocks away from Skid Row, the California dichotomy. Guess which one you go to monthly? I did not know that. That's interesting. That's interesting. If you're going to a con, please be careful. Also be sure to have fun. It's a lot of thinking about being careful. Don't worry. DRT is king. Thank you for the full fucking year. Sarasota mentioned best city in America. 100% come for the best art museum of the East Coast. Love ya home. I just never remember the names of things, you know, so I get easily confused. Kind of wish you lived closer to New England now. You'd love to set Kier Dad up with your mom so she'd have a reliable man. My dad has a girlfriend. My dad has a girlfriend. He's been living with his high school sweetheart for a while now. They reconnected. The part that touches Oregon is deep red on both sides of the state line. I'm not sure what the layout of Oregon is, but that's nice if there's a slice of deep red there, because, man, Oregon also crazy. Kaya, woof woof, buzz, ouch. Deportations lower traffic times, rent, hospital wait times, etc. The only downside is for slave owners looking for cheap labor. True and real. True and real. You didn't know it was a high school sweetheart? Yeah. Good for him. Nobody wants to do anything because they won't be called racist, fascist, or whatever. You have to play the crappy rigged optics game. That's why I'm saying, like, the people in positions of power are caring still too much for optics when it's like, what good are the optics going to do for you when Democrats who outwardly say, I want to kill conservatives and watch their children die, are still getting elected? Right? Like, we've passed the point of optics if those are the people still getting elected. And it's sad that people on the right either don't care or don't want to wake up. Boomers will need to die off first. The eastmost parts of Washington and Oregon aren't anything like those states. There's a reason they want to join Idaho instead. Star Phoenix, thank you. Conquered implies it's settled, so still fixable. We're in the process of being conquered. We are not fully conquered. But it's like, when you read this shit and you realize just how widespread the issue is, it's not an easy fix, and it's gonna create the need for people to work together. And there's too many people on the right who would bicker over, like, a small disagreement and spend time disavowing, like, edgy jokes in a group chat instead of actually needing to do what needs to be done. Leomon Strong, thank you. State of Jefferson Unite. You have the best of Victorians. There are some really nice Victorians on the West Coast. Not quite as plentiful as the East Coast, but there are some nice ones. Roadkill, thank you. Oregon's very deep, or very red, except 3 blue counties and cities. I went to a dispensary the other day, and the person serving me was a biological female, but they had like big bushy Brillo pad beard, and I was like, I didn't know that these were out in public. I've only ever seen them online. That's crazy. Portlandia character. Arizona's a red state, but 2 countries turned it purple. Pecos? No, Pecos isn't gonna give you a full beard like that. That's testosterone injections, man. That was someone who probably identified as a man. Saratoga's basically just part of San Jose. You've lived near San Jose in a small town almost your whole life, and you still haven't figured out why San Jose is split up into a bunch of different cities like Hayward, Los Gatos, and Saratoga. They have no clear border, like, bro, it's just San Jose. That's just what city suburbs are like. Boston's the same way. It is advisable not to attend the California Anime Expo, particularly given the potential safety concerns arising from aggressive and violent behavior. For your own safety, it's preferable not to go there. The issue is that the right has too many cucks and traitors who don't have the balls. Fire the cucks and traitors and we can win. I don't remember anything dangerous happening at Anime Expo this year. I know TwitchCon had issues. Worked at Walmart with a guy who spent hours on his makeup every morning, foundation, eyeshadow, eyelashes, and a full beard. Not a good look. Yeah. That's another thing. Since I don't do makeup, any guy I date, you're not gonna have to deal with me taking hours to get ready. You'll just have to take me to a nail appointment like once every 5 or 6 weeks. All those cities existed and then grew into each other. That's why they have no clear borders. They grew organically. Imagine. Not a gnome, thank you for the 3-month member. Can I piss off Twitter people so you can score a Kirsche plushie secondhand from some enraged person? I don't think anyone who's bought a plushie of mine would be an enraged person and get rid of it. Can I piss some more people off, though? I don't like pissing people off. It's not something I try to do. It just kind of is a consequence of my existence, apparently. Good luck! Oh, man. There's a female-to-male checker at the Dollar Tree you go to. Usually avoid their line because they're weird. Every country founded was founded through conquer. Yep. It's just sad that, like, the conquering going on now, since it's not by, like, sword and blood or gun, it's like a slow, subversive process of, we're going to make you feel bad as we conquer you, so you let us do it. And it's infuriating how much defense that shit gets.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Moomy playing games, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Engage target, thank you. Picked up a pizza from Domino's. The one handing you the pizza was a female with a septum ring, snake bites, mustache, and rainbow hair. How many red flags can one person wear? How we forced Dutch on to show slow sinking boats, that's how? I don't know what that means. Dutch, like the guy in Red Dead Redemption? Oh god. The not guilty verdict is the latest in a string of trial losses in federal court cases tied to immigration arrests and protests. There have been 3 recent not guilty verdicts delivered to defendants accused of assaulting federal agents. Why does that keep happening? Again, like, the jury of your peers, it seems like they are no longer American peers and they are people whose vested interest is in protecting criminals. A Times investigation in July found that the aggressive pursuit of federal charges against people protesting immigration enforcement in Southern California has led to weak cases being rejected numerous times by grand jury. That's kind of weird. That's kind of strange. The red flag fuel that powers the red flag factory. To get a win, Judge Dugan was convicted of a felony. Yeah, I was gonna get into that. I was gonna get into that after this article because I figured that was a good switch to go to. Mom. Ein Moment. Let me find it. Let me find the Dugan tabs. Also, give me 1 second to grab some water because I'm retarded and I grabbed gamer subs for caffeine, but I did not grab water. Be right back 1 second. Just grabbing the waters. Now. That's me. Little retard on the prairie. Oh no, my toilet paper got stuck in my headset. She wandered off. I had to! The water's not next to my PC! I like the little snap the bottle does, though. What? What do you mean, what? Your what got stuck? I have a roll of toilet paper on my desk for when I need to get the nose cummies out of my nose. Wait a minute. If I go through the Azure Lane skins that have come out and the ones that are coming out, careful with the Golden Liu, you would actually think it's TOS. Is that the one that's out already? Let me look. Yorktown Cowpens? I don't think Golden Liu is out yet. I actually only even bought one of the lucky bags that's out right now because I owned all but 2 skins from the other lucky bag. So I was like, there's no real reason to buy it. Golden Liu skin's coming out next week. The preview's on Twitter. I can see the video. Oh boy. Azure Lane Twitter. You have a roll of toilet paper on your desk for every time you watch your husband Asmund. What the fuck? No! I'm so eepy. Oh my god. What is this? There was the bomb thread at San Japan back in August from the Insta cosplayer who was upset at GamerSups. Yeah, that was because that person believed the fucking Vice hit piece articles. I covered, yeah, like Ziz said, I covered that previously. Imagine being radicalized that. Wait, this isn't the official Azure Lane account.
Cat raid.
What the fuck? Why is it so hard to find the official Azure Lane Twitter account? What the fuck? There we go. That's so weird. That's so weird. Still think the Kirsche GamerSups flavor should be called nose cummies? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Alright, you said that there was a preview for the skin. That's not Golden Liu. That's not Golden Liu. Oh god. Gui-chan, Milk and Kisses. I like Gui-chan. They're cute. Oh, hold on a second. Alvin Sleeben's dynamic skin. Autovan Alvin Sleeben? Wait, is that... It looks like Adelbert, but it's not, I guess. Autovan, whatever the fuck. Bedside Bunny, Dimitri. That's Cat. Korbyshev. Bismarck is by. Oh, she's in the bathtub. That's cute. Damn. There's the cow bitch. Gift for Christmas. Ooh. Mecklenburg live 2D. Oh, she's really... Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Alright. Okay. Alright. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? That's a lot of expressions for the live 2D too. That's kind of impressive. Artist went fucking hard on this one. We're doing good stuff. I guess I'm gonna have to pull out Azure Lane on my Christmas Eve stream, you know? What better gift than this? Crotch blocked only by pure feet. We're gonna have another puffy vulva jump scare. We got Kansas. Kansas is very mommy energy. Very big mommy. Looks like a nice present. Battleizer, thank you. It'll be like Omi 2.0. I don't remember what Omi is. It's Kansas again. Oh, Golden Liu! Okay.
今度は私が指揮官をすっきりさせてあげるわ。指揮官ったら悪い子ね。どうしようかしら。
Okay, alright.
Spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Okay, alright. Well, I'm buying that skin. But yeah, I don't know how much of that I can show on Twitch. Holy shit. Oh my god, that's the greatest thing ever. What the fuck? It's like ever since some people complained and got a couple of the skins taken off of the App Store, Azure Lane has been on like a generational vengeance run to like make the craziest skins they possibly can. Foxu neurons activated. Peter, that's not a ship. That's just porn, Peter. Google made Azure Lane ban 3 skins and they took it personally. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Holy shit. Bike shorts, thank you. God, you love Azure Lane. Oh, so these come out next week. And I'll definitely bring them up. I hope that they're before Friday or before Thursday. Because it doesn't say when these are coming out. So hopefully it'll be an early maintenance and it won't be after Christmas. If you can stream Brown Dust too, you can stream Azure Lane. Oh, I do. Oh, hold on. We can't watch that. Oh, she has a fuck ton of expressions too. That's really nice. That's really nice. Damn, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? And then she starts watching it again. Look, okay? All right? You're terrified of the one day that your Bluetooth will DC? Oh, no. Thank you, Joventina Via. Thank you. Phoenix Diaz, thank you. Foxy was just hypnotized and drawn into more lewd boat women. Yeah. Is she in the shower? Yeah. And look, she even drew a heart with her fingers on the fucking fog in the shower. I also want like a really large natural stone shower. Those things are fucking cash money, dude. The Yorktown 2 skin is also fantastic. Look, we can't ruin the surprise on everything. I can't even speak. I'm so flustered. Battleizer, thank you. Azure Lane. Okay, here's the line. How close can we get to that? Artist, hold my beer. Oh my god. You don't care how titillating you make the boat women. You're not playing gotcha slop, but you considered it. I like Azure Lane as my gotcha slop of choice because you don't spend money to actually get the ships. Like, if you're actually playing the game, you can get every single ship without spending money. The only time you would ever have to spend money on pulls is if you just literally don't play. You two are a fan of large naturals. Carpentry Unlimited, thank you for the isks. The bad girl dono was amazingly timed. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. Holy shit. How long till they have lactation or large belly skins? These guys are wilding out. They definitely have a lot of animations and live 2Ds of suspiciously colored stuff being sprayed on different areas of the women, so... They have belly skins, you thought? None of them look pregnant. There aren't any pregnant ones. Pregnant boat skins, yes, please, Jesus Christ. ISPs, thank you. Missed your second message. Because boat women, I'm sorry, the boat woman. It happened. Oh my god. Skeptical Panda, thank you. Should do an Azure Lane Piba x Kirsche collab stream. I need someone to help me with, like, my gear. Because, like, holy fuck, man. You know? They banned 3 skins. Azure Lane drops the fattest tits and puffy vulvas in retaliation. Yeah. How is it that Action Talmanin, a game where you play as a hentai ninja woman, is somehow less lewd than Azure Lane boat women? That's a great question. Next question. Oh my god. Dominer, thank you. You have a hard feeling that you need to get back into Azure Lane. I have Azure Lane on my 3rd monitor at the moment, and my boat women are just fucking chilling out, bro. Boycott Warhammer Plus, thank you. Azure Lane really just wants the money now, and that's a good thing. I mean, again, I still really like that Azure Lane, you don't need to spend money to pull any of the women. If I'm going to play a waifu collector, I should be able to collect every waifu without having to spend a single fucking dollar. That's how that should work. And because Azure Lane has all of the incentive in the world to just fall in lockstep with the rest of the gacha industry and force people to pay money to do pulls, and they don't, and the only, like, monetization really are the skins, I'm more than happy to pay for skins. I like supporting developers who don't fall to the, like, disgusting tactics, you know? Is it free-to-play friendly? Or it is free-to-play friendly, can you confirm? Yeah, I've been playing it for years. Very free-to-play friendly. Nobody should be spending money on pulling in the gacha in Azure Lane. Literally all you have to do is play the game. Did someone say pay money? I like the lobby. Excalibur, thank you. Remember when Azahara said Heart 5 should have her lower lips drooling? Azahara, what? The Max, thank you. Damn, loving the stream. Bike Shorts, thank you. God, I love Azure Lane. We all love Azure Lane here, man. Azure Lane is proof that China doesn't smoke the DEI shit, just pays others to. Technically, Azure Lane is a Hong Kong developer. Oh, holy shit. Oh, I'm so thirsty. I just fucking guzzled that water. I love the sippy top water bottles because it feels like I can hydrate more efficiently. You know, instead of having to, like, tilt the bottle into my mouth and drink like a normal human, I just put my mouth on, like, the bottle nipple and then I squeeze it and then all of the water just gets, like, thrust down my throat. It's great. I love it. Thirsty little flower, Kirsche Verstal. What the fuck? A Paradoxical Badness, thank you. That's the one Pippa couldn't show yesterday. These aren't out yet, so probably not. A Stephen Tonch, thank you. Suddenly you have a sudden urge to play this. Azure Lane's a great game, if you don't care about gameplay. Myriad Colors, thank you. You're never pulling out of Kansas. Fachuli, thank you. You have a need for Milk Truck Soapland Boat. Soapland Boat? Battleizer, thank you. Not any Prego skins yet. True. True. Speaking of toilet paper, bathroom clean. Congratulations! I don't know how to clean toilets. I mean, I don't think I really ever need to know how, because that's what men are for. But I realized the other day I don't know how to clean a toilet. Oh. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I said I wouldn't spoil everything, but I saw German ass and I had to click. So maybe I should buy that other lucky bag before next week, just so I can get the gems from it, you know? I don't know, just so I can get the gems, because, like, I'm gonna get a duplicate skin, and that just means I'll get more gems, right? Like, that's worth it, right? That's worth it. Hold on. Let me bring up let me bring up my boats. Let me bring up my boats. If we look at my boats, it's under packs, yeah? No? Where's the fucking lucky bag? This one, Game Night Lucky Bag. So, I already own every single skin in this bag, except for these two. And I think I didn't buy this one because it wasn't live 2D. And I didn't buy this one because, I don't know, also not live 2D and also not animated. But I have every single other skin. I fucking love Formidable. Oh my god, Formidable, you're amazing. You are one of my favorite boats. You're so fucking cute. I love your hair. But, like, okay, I get 20-25 gems just by buying it. And then I'm very likely going to get a duplicate skin from it. So, I would just get, like, 3,000 something gems, I believe. And that's like an extra 3,000 gems that I get to spend next week. Should I do, does that make sense? Should I do that? Patchouli, thank you. Soaplands are bathhouses where you pay for services. It's what Liu was doing there. Oh. I didn't know that. Why pay for the service when you could just, like, have a girlfriend? Put the effort into that instead. You're a woman mathing it. You can't buy a specific skin. You can buy the specific skins, but I'm saying this lucky bag would give you one of these skins in an RNG instead of, like, you having to buy them. And if you end up getting the live 2D out of the lucky bag, it actually works out really well in your favor. Like, you end up getting more by paying for the lucky bag than buying the skin individually. But I don't know if I should buy this just for the gems. I think it works out mathematically to be better How long before a dono bar for Azure Lane? No. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Why isn't the Foxstitute as jiggly as the boat wives? I think I am. Damn, autocorrect, you meant big tits, what the heck? For the same reason, prostitution exists. Don't pay the prostitute. Does Kirsche have a creator code or link for Azure Lane? I would really like one. I would really like to do an Azure Lane sponsor, because I've been playing the game for so long, and I really like playing games and doing sponsors for games that I actually fucking like and enjoy. But it seems like a lot of games don't really pick people who actually play and enjoy the game, and they just pick people with big numby. Like, the Blue Archive community. I was super fucking happy to see that shit. When Blue Archive was gonna sponsor some people who have, like, essentially shat on the Blue Archive community before, they spoke up and they were like, this is actually fucking ridiculous that you would sponsor these people. And Blue Archive was like, actually, I guess we won't do that. I was like, you know what? As much as I don't play Blue Archive because I have specific things that make it feel weird to play for me, I like seeing people gatekeep their community in that manner. So fucking huge props to those guys. Blue Archive thing was kind of funny. Glad the gatekeeping works. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Connor was the worst pick for that game. It was really weird to see him and Giguk on there, I'll be real. Really just Sea-Dog? The others weren't much of an issue? Prostitute is someone who loves you no matter who you are or what you look like. It's true, children. That's not why you pay a prostitute. No, you don't pay her to stay. You pay her to leave afterwards. What the fuck? Psycho, thank you. Your attention is cheaper than dating. Yeah. I'm also not a prostitute! Senseis are the strongest gatekeepers on the internet. Very, very, very proud. Very nice to see. It's very nice to see. If only Crime Boss had the same fucking attitude. Imagine the glory and the gold that they could have. You don't know why they thought it was a good idea to put Sea-Dog up there. Yeah, it was really weird. Feel a little bad for, like, Iron Mouse and Zentreya. They're catching strays, but, like, you know? If they did, you would have played it by now. What Crime Boss? Everyone now. How could any regular Terran hope to compete with a neon green 750 horsepower jackhammer that comes with free lube? What the fuck are you talking about, brother? Blue Archive shoved a blender up their ass and pressed puree! And seeing the Blue Archive fans protect their game has been great to see. Yeah, 100%. It's not very often you see that. And even when you do, usually the developers just fucking ignore it and they continue on with whatever they were doing that the fans didn't like. So not only was it really nice to see people actually speak up about something they felt was harmful for their game and their community, but the developers actually fucking listen. Roadkill VT, thank you. Technically, you're buying a sponge bath. There are probably some extras on the menu, but full prostitution is still illegal. I think buying a sponge bath is fine if it doesn't come with the extras. I'm not a huge fan of baths, but I don't know. If I had a husbando and he was like, I would like to give you a sponge bath after work so you can relax, like, I'd try it. I'd be like, holy shit, you're gonna do what? That's a lot of effort. Let's fucking go. I recently learned that, like, my whole life, I thought that my peak love language was, like, physical touch and, you know, spending time together. I thought those were, like, my love languages, but apparently my peakest love language is acts of service. Like, both the way I like to treat the person I love and the way I would like to be treated. And to be fair, physical touch and, like, time spent were immediately underneath that, and both of those things were tied, and they were all high percentages, but I was still surprised. I was still surprised that acts of service was, like, my #1. How do you figure that out? I mean, I'm sure there's a way you can figure out how to do it online, but I was talking to a therapist. The fact that Wemi didn't get the sponsorship is rather sad. Her new model is based upon it. If she wanted the sponsorship as well, that is really sad. I'd feel really bad for her if she wanted the sponsorship. And doesn't she have a model, like, drawn by one of the Blue Archive artists? Am I mistaken by that? Remember, chat, you will never experience Kirsche love language because she hates us. Jesus Christ. Has Kirsche ever taken the BDSM test on stream? I did years ago and I posted results in the Discord. I am, very sub. Lord Turquacken, thank you for the bits. You bought a Starforge PC case bundle with Kirsche? Hell yeah! I don't have a code, but using my link is what gets me the, like, this guy bought the PC from you. Use my link-oo for the Starforge. Thank you, my guy. Thank you. And acts of service can often be physical and touchy. That's true. That's true. You're correct. It's the same artist as Ibuki. Oh, thank you. I knew I remembered something. Well, Lord Kamina, thank you. A Lovecraft song. I saw mommy kissing Yog-Sothoth. What the hell? Coming into a Kirsche stream. I am very sub. Another day ending in Y. And speaking of a day that ends in Y. There we go. I don't know how to exist. Judge rules DC squatter has no tenancy rights, siding with homeowner. Well, this isn't what I wanted to read, but hey, we're gonna go with it. The website had the same color icon as the ones I was trying to go find. I was trying to find the ones of that judge. The judge that got judged. It's got the same color. Whatever, we're gonna read this first chat. A DC judge ruled Thursday that Khadija Romero does not have tenancy rights and sided with the homeowner, finding that the agreement she previously signed to leave the property remains valid. The judge had been weighing whether Romero, the woman at the center of an alleged squatting case, could legally remain in the home, as her past and her credibility came into light. That's good, but also just the obvious outcome. It should be the obvious outcome, but a lot of these blue states, and especially like we saw in New York, squatters tend to have more rights over a home than the actual homeowner does, and it's really gross. Watch Romero get evicted live? Oh, abso-fucking-lutely! I would love to see a live eviction! Okay, there's no volume here yet. I don't like that. Is she holding a teapot? When do the police come? When do the police come? Sudden volume. Yes, please. What is this? D is for drink? No. Watch her burn the house down. No. Changing the locks. Hell yeah! You always gotta make sure you get a good lock.
You're getting a vigorous spanking because you've been a bad girl.
Brave SJ, thank you! When women talk about love languages, do they mean giving or receiving? Because you see a lot of women say gift giving is their language, and you always assumed it just meant buy me stuff, pay piggy, which you know is true for Findom Fox, but maybe not everywhere. Gift giving was actually like the bottom percentage of my love languages. I think it was like 6% or some shit. Like, obviously I like gifts, and I'm going to be thankful and grateful when I get them, but it's just not the thing that I prioritize, you know? And you can find out, like, what your love languages are, and typically what our love languages are should be, like, we love people the way we want to be loved, right? So, like, your peak love language typically will be the way that you also show affection to other people. Sometimes it can be the opposite, right? Sometimes you can be like a more closed off sort of introverted person, and since you're not a huge fan of like physical touch to give to other people, you might buy gifts instead, right? You might acts of service instead, right? Gift the Russian egg. You only accept gifts from Santa. Giving can mean more than just materialistic too. Yeah, I mean it could be a homemade gift, right? You can get like a homemade, I don't know, pottery piece. Fun fact, this squatter burned down the last apartment she was squatting and used that as an excuse to stay in this Airbnb longer to pass the 30-day marker for tenants' rights, even though she was barred from returning to her old apartment anyways. Wait, so that person saying watch her burn down the apartment wasn't actually joking? Because she did that before? That's crazy! Acts of service? So acts of service, as I understand it, can be like doing anything pretty much, right? So say you're my significant other, right? And I have been streaming all day, and then after stream I have to attend to like emails and responding to artists and responding to DMs. And then when I get off stream, normally I would like go in the kitchen and get like a cheese stick and Doritos, and that would be my dinner, right? If you're my significant other, if I come like into the kitchen from streaming and you have like a meal made for dinner, that would be an act of service. I would be incredibly appreciative because you've done something that has made my life less stressful, has made my life easier, has just made, it's a show of affection, right? It's like, that's something great. My favorite thing in the world is when you wash your hair, as an example. Yeah, that's a good example as well. It's helping your partner out. Yeah, like if you know, like, I have a specific brand of ice cream that I like, but I can only get out to the place to get the ice cream every so often, you could randomly go and, like, get it and put it in the freezer. And I'd be like, holy shit, you actually went and got this? That's crazy, you know? Actions over talk? Absolutely, actions over talk. There's you can also figure out, like, apology language kind of stuff, too, where, like, the way people apologize to you is taken differently by different people. And I can't remember, like, the names of stuff, but, like,
spanking because you've been a bad girl.
when it came to how I perceive people apologizing to me, I was far and away more, you saying sorry doesn't fucking matter. If you do nothing, I don't believe you're sorry, is essentially what my apology languages are like. So it's like people saying I'm sorry to me over and over just makes me feel like they're being disingenuous, instead of it actually having any kind of meaning. There are some people who exist, obviously, because it's an apology language, who want someone to apologize to them profusely, and that makes them feel like the person is actually apologetic. I'm the complete opposite. And speaking of apology, you're thinking of apologies the same way? Yeah. Where can we learn this stuff? I'm sure there's places to learn it online. I learned through talking to, like, a therapist lady. Makes sense. You've been burned before? Yeah. It's the same reason acts of service is way better than words of affirmation. I think both can be very important, right? Because, like, sometimes it's nice to hear something nice, you know? But obviously, the acts of service, and especially to me, they mean far more. She told the Airbnb owner she couldn't return because the apartment still smelled like smoke. She didn't tell her that the investigators alleged the fire in her apartment specifically. This bitch is crazy, Jesus. From personal experience, people who constantly apologize just sound manipulative. I don't think that's necessarily true, because also, like, a consistent apology can also be a form of, like, anxiety manifest, right? Like, I will say I'm sorry a bunch of times if I've done something wrong, but I will also do the actions equated with fixing whatever I did that was wrong, right? But the anxiety in me makes me apologize more than just once. So I can understand that from, like, an anxiety perspective. Makes sense. You've dealt with Keter Mom. True. I think in an apology, the big thing is also actually taking ownership of the issue and coming up with a plan. Yes, exactly. Definitely don't words of affirmation, as she did murder a guy by comparing his PP with a credit card. That was an accident! Apologize mainly to inanimate objects you bump into. I do that, and every time I do it, I'm like, why did I say that? Gonna be honest, you'd probably just be doing your damnedest to assure you it's fine. Yeah. Miles, thank you. Your wife and you enjoy my streams. Got the Digimon games for the PS3. Pretty excited to play them. Have I tried them? I have not. I've not tried the PS3 Digimon games, but hell yeah, I fucking love Digimon. Bless you and your wife, dude. Kirsche isn't a GFE streamer. She's a Wing Woman Experience streamer. True and real. I remember Kirsche murdering that man. It was an accident! It wasn't murder, it's manslaughter! When French game again? Oh, maybe next week. Cyber Sleuth games are good. Yeah, I want to get into some of the Digimon games that are on Steam. I have to finish Expedition 33 first, man. Bypassing the lock isn't picking it. You can take a grinder or a drill to anything. What the heck? To break the habit of constantly apologizing has been a struggle, but your husband catches you only to say sorry again. Yeah. I've tried, like, when I deal with someone who has anxiety that makes them apologize multiple times, I try to impress upon them, like, you have nothing to apologize for. Like, if they've literally done nothing wrong, right? Like, you have nothing to apologize for. Like, it's okay. You know? And especially when it's like, because I do this too. When I'm like, let's say 10 minutes late for something, right? Like, I even told them that, hey, I was going to be a few minutes late. I'll still be like, I'm sorry I was late. You know, because I feel like that's the correct, courteous gesture to do, because you set a time, you agreed on a time, you said you'd be there that time, and you were late. So, for me, I would like for someone, if I was in that situation, right? I'd like for them to be like, oh, you know, that's fine, you informed me, you're good. So when somebody apologizes to me for something like that, I respond to them as like, oh, that's fine. You have nothing to apologize for. Like, you kept me informed. Everything's good. You know? And I feel like talking that way kind of helps calm the people who deal with the anxiety, apology kind of stuff. Introduce Kirsche to your 75-year-old grandpa, and he really gets a kick out of her. That's funny. Hello, grandpa! He's adding to my statistics of the 65-plus people on YouTube who watch me. Do realize I apologize really profusely, right? I do. And I cannot help it. Which is why when I talk to other people who have the same thing, like, I understand where they're coming from. But it's like, if someone actually did something wrong, the profuse apologies aren't going to matter to me, and it's not like I can hand wave them off if they actually did something wrong, you know? It's not like I can tell them, oh, you're fine, you have nothing to apologize for, because they do. I need the action more than the apology when they've actually done something wrong. Apologize to the coffee maker for forgetting to clean it out, and talk to your tools when you're working on stuff around the house. You can't help it. Man, I was at a restaurant the other day, and someone recognized me because I'd like seen them in other places before, and they were like, oh, hey, how are you doing? And I was like, oh, great, how are you doing? And he was like, great. And I was like, yeah, how are you doing? I was like, why am I so fucking autistic? Why can't I just talk to people? What the fuck? Can't imagine how guilty Kirsche felt for having to cancel stream yesterday. She couldn't tell us how much she hated us. Yeah, I recognize that, you know, sometimes the guilt I feel is also, like, overly strong for the situation, but again, that's just, like, the anxiety brain. I can't help it. You too, yeah? You do that shit too occasionally? Oh my god. Mods ban Kirsche for being Canadian about needing to take a day off. Great social skills, Foxwoman, awesome stuff. Did I apologize for that too? No, but I sat there with my fork and knife in hand, feeling like a retard. I was like, why did I say that again? What the fuck? Yeah, you'll tell Master Lock they have nothing to worry about since opening their locks by slapping them a couple of times is not technically lock picking. What the fuck? If you were both autistic, you'd be stuck in a how you doing loop. True and real. Do they actually show anything, or is this just cleaning out the apartment? Because I wanted to see the actual eviction, which, I mean, I guess technically it's an actual eviction if they're removing all of her objects, but I wanted to see her getting taken out of the house. Is that her, or is that just, like, some random person, like, picking through the trash? Have a nice workout. Thanks, you too. Shame fuels my workout for the next 2 hours. Oh, God. New England is basically as close to Canadian as Americans get. Yeah, we're just kind of blunt about things, though. Like, we sound like an asshole, but we're being nice, I promise. Wanted the kicking and screaming, and you feel slighted. Zantetsu, thank you. Sorry, Kier, we're having an autism fight in the chat. What the heck?
W love.
That's right, and this is actually one of the first times the homeowners have been back to the home in a couple of months. And as you mentioned, the judge ordered that the alleged squatter is not a tenant, therefore she has no tenant rights, and the homeowners were allowed to get her out of the home and evict her immediately, and that is what you are seeing. We have community members that actually came here to support the homeowners and help clear out the home.
Oh, that's kind of sweet.
The reports and hearing what the homeowners were dealing with, and even inside the home.
Imagine being so disliked that community members come together to clean all your shit out of an apartment. That's crazy.
You can see some of the area that they have started clearing as well. The homeowner mentioned to me that she has been in shock and everything that was with everything that was inside of this home, as well as some of the damage that she found as well.
Apparently a 20-second delay. Yeah, I'm sure that was when the, like, newscaster people were talking, but this is like the behind the newscaster footage. Damn, bitch, you live like this? Boards on the fucking windows. How did squatter rights come to be? Was it some California nonsense policy? I have no idea. I think I want to say it was probably some sort of, like, tenants' rights thing so that landlords couldn't just, like, kick people out willy-nilly. You know? And somehow, like, squatters' rights came to be somewhat similar to that, but it's like, a squatter is not a tenant, so I don't know how that would have happened, you know? Help. Oh, that guy laughing sounded kind of like a dog.
The Umbrella Days, thank you for the
Wife, Cherry Blossom. What did that say? Cherry Blossom City Life 810. Oh! Wi-Fi! That's the Wi-Fi name and the Wi-Fi password. I was like, what the fuck? I'm in! God damn, look at the floor.
Okay,
Bitch needs to vacuum!
Okay, when she was speaking, got it.
Wait a minute.
Okay, of when she was speaking, got it.
Okay, that's just a big plug in the wall. I was like, what the fuck was that? Squatters' rights go back to homesteading and the gold rush. If you found abandoned land, you could squat. Man.
Okay, fine.
If only that worked in current year.
Just move it up. It got covered by this ticker. Tracking this story,
Ew.
who were invested in this story,
Ew.
also showed up and said they wanted to help the homeowners because they feel
Hello,
the situation
cameraman.
could happen to them at any time and any day.
Why is there a table literally right outside the bathroom? That doesn't seem very good.
This is what the homeowners have cleared up thus far. This is everything that was inside of the home. Roshane Douglas said when coming inside, she was shocked to see how much was in here. She said
Someone
to her,
came on the
it's clear
table!
that Mr. Romero had no plans of ever leaving. In addition to that, she said there was some damage done to the home. You can see we have one of the homeowners trying to fix the lock on the door.
Okay, I was joking and I was thinking that might be candle wax but that looked like cummies on the littler table. What the fuck? What the fuck?
As well as this lock right here. You can see the windows are still boarded up.
Bro. Like, that wouldn't even be milk, because milk starts getting that, like, weird plasticky film stuff on it if it's, like, left out. Bro, what the fuck?
Boarded up from the inside.
Thank you, cameraman, for zooming in.
Plants here. This is on the side.
Imagine the smell.
Plants as well. You'll see some more images of what it looked like before. You can see they're also clearing out the upstairs that has a few bedrooms.
Holy thank you. Wait, you guys don't have a goon table.
From what I can see.
No, I don't think you should have a goon table, actually.
By the night. There's no light upstairs, so that's why it's gotten a little dark. You can see the rooms. I'm gonna head back down so you can see some of the light, but these are some of the community members and family members that came to help the homeowners clear out the
Why is the audio only in your left ear? Newscasters hate right ears.
That ruling, the judge said the homeowners will be entitled to Romero paying their attorney fees, paying for any fees from the home, as well as loss of pay. That's if the homeowners decide to continue to pursue that. And of course,
I say good, but also, like, what are the odds that this person could even pay for anything? The homeowners would probably lose more money to continue to go after her, which is really depressing.
There continues to be development in this case, but for now, reporting from Northeast DC, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
Why do squatters never have a sense of pride in their abode and clean after themselves on a more regular basis? Because if they had any care for anything, they wouldn't need to be a squatter. They would pay for it. Garnishing wages could work if that's an option, maybe. Raiders of the Lost Shark, thank you. Once stayed in a hotel in Floor, and that was on the wall. I'd be asking for a different room, brother. Lone Wolf Kakashi, thank you. Did I see the AI Foxu News by Don P. Bongwater video yet? If it's new, I have not, no. Phoenix DS, thank you for the Canadian. Squatters, turning homes into crack shacks. Thanks, I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Battleizer, thank you. The squatter had a clothing brand. Wait, what? Wait, what? During a court appearance Thursday morning, the accused squatter Khadija Romero was placed under oath and warned about the consequences of perjury. How long do you think it'll be before we have gotten to the point where people don't even understand what perjury is, and they're just like, well, I didn't perjure myself because it's my truth. You know? In a previous interview with 7 News DC bureau reporter Felicia Ashley, she denied ever being evicted, even when presented with court records showing otherwise. But in court Thursday, Romero said she does not recall whether she was evicted and argued that the issue is not relevant. Her prior eviction case was also entered into evidence. And this is Felicia saying, in my interview with Khadija Romero, she said she was not evicted from her previous apartment. Even when I stated I had the records in court, she now stated she does not recall if she was evicted. She said it's not relevant. Her eviction case is entered into evidence. The homeowner took the stand. Is this a video?
Today, and what are your expectations?
I'm nervous actually, because if the judge doesn't end up granting the petition, then I could be caught in a landlord-tenant nightmare that I never signed up for. And I'm hopeful that everything that we presented and the evidence that we have and the agreement that we already have signed, the judge will opt in our favor.
What have your dynamics been like with Ms. Romero since the last time we spoke, when you guys had the emergency hearing about the heat and electricity?
We've had no contact directly since that time. Obviously, she had the van towed. She also denied the electrician to get in and came down here and filed a contempt that we didn't comply with the agreement. But I have evidence that the house did have indeed have electricity and heat, but she filed a contempt. But I've had zero contact with her directly.
Damn, she
Mr. Romero, would you like to speak with us before the hearing?
I told you that I want to speak to you, so please leave me alone.
You don't want to say anything before the hearing?
Like, that is a person, if I saw them in real life, I would actively try to avoid having to interact with them. That just looks like an insufferable person. Eric Jimenez, thank you. Squatter experience in San Francisco. Phase Bros, what the heck? Battleizer, thank you. Slight correction, it was a clothing non-profit called With Love Deja. What the fuck? Non-profit. Money laundering. Dio Brando, thank you. The blurriness is hurting your eyes. What blurriness? Am I blind? The judge also added that because Romero does not have tenant rights, the homeowner can have her removed and evicted from the property as early as Thursday. I'm dying.
Dio Brando, thank you for the 2-month member. Thank you. I read that. Thank you again.
Stop dying. I'm trying to not die. Oh, I'm wiggling and it feels good on my spine. Oh, that felt nice.
Toaster, I love toast, thank you.
Artozi did a vid on the squatter. Please check it out. I don't know what an Artozi is. It's a strategy for them now? Oh no. It's okay, chat. Azure Lane tanked the TOS already. True. During the hearing, Romero asked that the case be sealed. However, the judge agreed to seal phone numbers and emails, but not the full case. Case has drawn widespread attention in DC, highlighting gaps in the district's tenant-landlord laws. Because of 7 News reporting, elected leaders in the district are now reviewing the city's rental policies.
Imagine, all it took was for Trump to have people go in there, and they started actually upholding the law.
Kinda nuts. B Jammin', thank you. Any thoughts on Jake Paul getting his jaw broken in 2 places when he got knocked out on Friday? I saw a picture of, like, him and the other Paul guy. I can't remember his name. But I saw them standing in the hospital. One of them was laying on a bed and the other one was standing in the hospital. And my immediate thought was, wow, maybe transgender surgeries aren't so bad after all. And I was like, I shouldn't tweet that. Atosi's a YouTuber, generally does summaries or covers random events often related to internet people or stupid stuff. Oh, okay. Okay. So you say it on stream instead? Yeah, because, like, you know, nobody's watching this deep in. It's fine. Thank you for self-olive. Yeah, I self-olived for once. The new Foxu Don P. Bongwater vid in DMs. Oh, hopefully I can remember the Dugan lady after I look at this. 1 hour ago. Damn, that's recent. Looked like he was visiting a Make-A-Wish kid.
It's me as a human being!
Fox News.
where retardation and autism meets.
True!
This just in, a new war is brewing in Vietnam. Sources tell us that Tectone, the bald commander, is trying to fix his mistake from the FTX debacle. The Fat Frogs were sent to Vietnam by Tectone, and they are ensuring this conflict isn't a repeat of the last one.
Tectone, how could you invade Vietnam? This is why baldlets will never learn.
Why are you guys in Vietnam? Tectone is embarrassed, okay? He went on vacation thinking he won by destroying FTX, but he just broke a monitor.
How do you and the other locals feel about it?
We love it. Free real estate and McDonald's. Also, free money from overly empathetic white women. It's amazing.
Yeah, Asman ripped me a new asshole when he found out I didn't fix the F-box situation and for losing the gay elves. He told me...
Are the gay elves what Asmongold keeps in his attic? Is that why my Kirsches have such a hard time getting through to his walls? Also, I kind of really like the truck nuts necklace. That's like... I was like, you know, I don't like actual truck nuts because I feel like you have to be a tool to put them on your car. But the truck nuts necklace, that's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
...to fix it, so I'm making sure it's fixed.
What are you fat frogs even doing?
We were just told to come over here, you know, and blow a few things up. We got bored waiting for him to come back, so we just kept going.
They can't even fit in the Kochi tunnels! They need to lose weight.
Well, there you have it, Foxu. Gabe Itch, here in Vietnam.
Well, we are certainly here to cheer on the Fat Frogs. Sources say that Tectone still hasn't arrived to help, but he is on his way. That's it for tonight.
Where's
on Foxy
Tectone?
News, your source for the truth in memes.
Memes. I like memes. Debt for pussy. Debt for pussy.
The 50,000 isn't mine. It belongs to something called a prop firm. So
1
I paid
year ago.
$50 for it, and then another 100 to...
How much did you pull out of your retirement account?
To be fair, there was only...
How much did you pull out?
Dollars. The point I get to the day trading where I don't need to work.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Do you think in a few
I think I might have seen this, unless he had somebody else on his show who also went into debt for pussy. Because I remember a debt for pussy episode, but I don't remember this guy's face. Instantly click. Caleb is a master at the kind of clickbait that clicks my skull specifically. I fucking gobble up Caleb Hammer's clickbait like a gay man in San Francisco, dude. Come on. Reminding me of the Doog lady. Thank you. Yeah, that was a funny AI video. Tectone, why are you going to war in Vietnam? Half the solo men are in debt for pussy on Caleb's show. Oh my god. Is it bait if Caleb delivers? That's a good question. Is it really clickbait if he actually delivers on what the title says? You love the Caleb section. Massive Doge, thank you. The AI video should have had cat pee fetish since he's my on-the-ground correspondent. True and real. The Retro Collective Gaming, thank you for the member. Thank you for the member, guy. Vladimir Crystal, thank you. Too many Kirsches became roaches by accident. They were supposed to just be disguised as roaches. Zachary Frolic, thank you. That's why Bagman had to leave Vietnam. They expelled all of the bald men in retaliation. True. Help. Also, that's literally how a GPT sees you. Wait, what do you mean? Debt for pussy sounds like your last relationship. Don't go into debt for pussy, man. Dio Brando, thank you. When I cough, my model coughs like a Thunderbird's puppet. What does that mean? Help. Remember to play clips of Caleb when I go senile to respark my Alzheimer's riddled gray matter. You'll think you're back to streaming again, just like in the old days. I'll like hear someone play a Caleb Hammer clip and I'll just start reflexively screaming chat until they have to hold me down and sedate me. Dead for Pussy sounds like an album name. It does. It makes me think of that. If I could be gay for pussy, then I would be a F slur. that song goes kind of hard. Dio Brando, thank you again. Ghost of Aces, thank you. You have to incorporate Gabe Itch into my Foxy News sections now as my on-the-ground reporter. We could have multiple on-the-ground reporters. Internet Zen Master, thank you for the 7 months. Nuxtaku, VTuber clickbait extraordinaire. Wishes he had Caleb Hammer's level of clickbait. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Internet Zen Master. I see you guys posting question marks. Have you not heard that If I Could Be Gay for Pussy song? Kirsche will just be drooling like a retard in her rocking chair, and then someone says, went in and got some bullshit, and she gets 5 seconds of lucidity. You'll have to wake me up. That'll be the case. You saw Debt for Pussy at Coachella in 22. No? Oh, okay, hold on. I can't really play much of it, but let me see if I can find it. It's by a very controversial guy. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be on YouTube. Let me go find my Spotify, because somehow it's on Spotify. Yeah, no shit! Do I mean I wish I was queer so I could get chicks by the Bloodhound Gang? I absolutely do not. You didn't know Nuxtaku made music? It's not. Who's it from? I don't remember his name, which is why I'm opening Spotify, because I know I can play it from there. Somehow, I typed in gay for pussy on YouTube, and I got WAP by Cardi B. I don't know how that works. I don't know what YouTube's algorithm is doing, but that is not correct.
Anamonia.
Can play 8 seconds of music, nothing more. I don't think this would get copyright struck. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay. So it should be in this playlist. These are songs I can't play. Where is it? Okay. So let me see if I can figure out who this guy is so I can explain to you guys whomst he is. Okay. He now has a couple of more songs on Spotify than he previously did. And I think if my brain is remembering right, okay. Yeah, he is the guy that did a cover of Kanye's controversial song. And I obviously can't play that, but it was all over Twitter for a while, and it blew the fuck up, and I'm pretty sure even Kanye retweeted it. So he's that guy. If you've seen that cover, he was wearing like an orange baklava. Brother, Merry Christmas. Not that one. Not that one. I would like to play like a segment of it, but I don't have the tweet anymore. I think the beginning of it, I don't know when they start saying things that I can't have them say. You think you know which one I'm talking about? Maybe if I just play like the beginning instrumental?
Man, these people took my kids from
me. Yeah, this one.
My bank account. I have so much anger in me, got no way to take it out. Think I'm stuck in the Matrix. Where the fuck's my nitrous? Guess I am a cucker like when people.
So that one, that cover of the Kanye song, that guy, he made a song called "Gay for Pussy," which goes like.
Damn girl, I don't know if anyone's ever told you this, but. Pussy crazy, so listen close. Yeah. If you roll a blunt, then you know I'm gonna drag it. If you could be gay for pussy, then I would be a faggot. Be a faggot, I would be a faggot. If you could be gay for pussy, then I would be a faggot. If you roll a blunt, then you know I'm gonna drag it. If you could be gay for pussy, then I would be a faggot. Be a faggot, I would.
And then, it just kind of continues that way. It's, oppression! He's got bars. He's got bars. So, his name is, Baldy. B-A-L-D-E-E. I hope he continues to make bangers. Mons, I'm so sorry for your blood. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Oh god, I think you can have 8 seconds, not 8 slurs. You know I can't count. Baldy, you didn't know Bagman made music? Yeah, Baldy, the prolific rap duo of Bagman and Tectone. John in English, thank you for the 5 gift members. Thank you, Twitch and YouTube. He didn't say what you think he said. Do not worry. Yeah, he's fine. Look, just listen to how, like, casual cruising in the club that song was. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Italian economy is gonna recover because of tonight. Just in time for our final show. What was I just hearing right now? Don't worry about it. I'm a rapist. Hell yeah. Better to be a rapist than a vapist, let's be real. Androtaz, thank you. No reading recommendations this week. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Hope you're all happy and healthy. Love you all. And Munya! Munya to you too, Androtaz, my man. I feel like you're back in the Halo lobbies of the mid-2000s. If I could actually play music on stream like I used to when I was MMO grinding, the things I would subject you guys to. Dio Brando, thank you. Don't know Thunderbirds. OG Team America. I know, like, Thunderbird the car. You missed the 2000s Halo PC lobbies, true. Is being gay for pussy like the guys who lick buttholes instead of vaginas, like they're having sex with another man instead of a woman? What? And also, why not lick both? You know, like... Just use Suno to generate your own music. AI music kind of slaps. I'm very shocked, honestly. Oh my god. You think it was a Canadian show back in the 80s? Oh, those Thundercats. That Chatter's lost his way. You made a Kirsche song with Suno this morning? Oh, fuck yeah, brother. Did I see the video on why Muslims hate dogs? It's kind of funny. I did it. Do you think that people who eat ass aren't perverts? They're just dyslexic? I don't know. Maybe I love dyslexics. That's like saying anal is gay because men have asses too. Some way to pipe music so it doesn't show up on the VoD, but you wouldn't wish the Jennies to wrestle with Kier's haunted computer ever again? I used to do that. And I was small enough to get away with doing that. I don't think I could get away with doing that anymore. I don't think I could get away with that. Because like XQC getting striked in real time while he was live, I think that would happen to me. Thunderbirds is a show that Team America World Police was parodying? Oh, I didn't know that. Thunderbirds were from when your dad was a teen. That was in the 70s. Stop action puppet sci-fi show. I didn't know that. All right, back to tabs because I want to be able to finish that video. Where are my Dugan tabs? I literally saw them a minute ago and they're the same fucking color. Here we go. Dugan's very good at hiding. The Doog lady here. Arc 5, thank you. Loved after the song came out, you could one-shot a streamer with the first 3 notes. The Kanye song, or... Because, people used to hit the streamers with that DuckTales song, and I loved watching the clips where, like, their soul would leave their body for a second. The same thing would happen to me, to be fair, but it's like, it's really goofy that streamers were held to such a strict fucking standard, right? I think there should be some kind of leeway for that kind of thing. If we're going to live in a censorious area, I just think that you should be able to play whatever the fuck you want, to be fair, you know? Dugan sounds like a dyslexic trying to say nougat. I like the word nougat. A VTubing enthusiast, thank you. 10 out of 10 song. Better love making music than R. Kelly. Oh my god. Yeah, I like Baldy's cover of the Kanye song. It fucking slaps, unironically. Life is like a hurricane here in Duckburg. Oh my god. You liked when streamers played the horsecock song? I remember those times. Honestly, as a musician, you find real offense at the insinuation that unsafe music exists? Yeah, I mean, like, I could understand if it was, like, actually calling for some kind of, like, violent rhetoric, right? But it's not. Hitting them with new Moon Man tracks is funny, too. I never thought I'd have to explain Moon Man to someone. That's like when I talked in the past about how would you explain an egg to someone who's never seen an egg and has no concept of what an egg is. You know, some things you're just not prepared to try and explain, even though you know what it is. I can't believe Fillion asked that. I should have encouraged her. I should have been like, yeah, just go look up one of his songs and play it. Roadkill VT, thank you. Copyright for music is way too strong. It is. It is way too strong. An egg is an egg, duh. Have I seen the Moonman Doom mod? I think I might have. But speaking of Doom, Milwaukee Judge Hannah Dugan guilty of felony obstruction in a split verdict. Milwaukee County Judge Hannah Dugan was found guilty of a felony count of obstructing federal agents seeking to make an immigration arrest outside her courtroom, a precedent-setting case that had been closely watched nationally and drawn passionate protests. A jury of 7 men and 5 women deliberated more than 6 hours before delivering a split verdict. They found the judge not guilty on a lesser misdemeanor charge of concealing a wanted person. The case thrust Dugan, a judge for 9 years, into the center of a clash between the judiciary and the Trump administration over its crackdown on illegal immigration. We weren't trying to make an example out of anyone. This was necessary to hold Judge Dugan accountable because of the actions she took. Interim U.S. Attorney Brad Schemel said, "There's not a political aspect to it." I think people need to wake the fuck up. You can't say there's no political aspect to it when the only reason judges are doing this shit and protecting criminals is for political reasons. This is my face. This guy's face is my face when someone says there's not a political aspect to it. Fuck you! You have no idea what's going on if you're going to say that shit. Comfy Wombat, thank you for the Australia had Doug Anthony All-Stars. Their stuff makes current edgy songs look tame. They have a literal I fuck dog song. I've only heard the white girls fuck dog song. Roadkill VT, thank you. Anyone remember Moonman from Buso Renkin? No? I don't even know what a Buso Renkin is. Charles Olson, thank you. One recent One Piece bad guy is a Moonman reference. Is it actually? The Japanese author of One Piece put a Moonman reference in? Arresting criminals isn't political. Don't let them make that political. Arresting criminals isn't political. I'm saying the political aspect was put in by the judges like Dugan trying to do shit. It's not political to arrest criminals, but criminals are being let free due to politics. You have to acknowledge the political aspect that leftists brought into this if you want to bring people back to normalcy. That they were impartial in trying her. Possibly the late night McDonald's direct type of Moonman, not the pole meme, if you had to guess. I can't think of anything but the pole meme. Kappa Romeo. That took me a fucking second, I'm sorry. All Brits know there are 2 types of people in the world. Those who had a Thunderbirds Tracy Island playset bought for them at Christmas, and those who scratch built it using the Blue PETA guides. I don't know what that means. They have to say that so they don't appear politically biased. Of course it's political because they're opposing people who want to destroy the country. Their actions are political, but holding them to account can't itself be called political. They should expand on that instead. Right? They shouldn't just say there's not a political aspect to it, because this then gives the people being disingenuous twats the case to go, well, we're not being political either. And it just becomes this nonsense game of back and forth of, well, I'm not being political. Well, I'm not being political either. Well, I'm not being political. You're being political. No, you're being political. I'm not being political. So like, you can't just say that. It's not going to do anything. Integer 8, thank you. Thank you for the 13 months, man. A favorite Foxu. Merry Christmas. Merry Quimbus. Merry Quimbus. I'm scrolling up. Ghost of Aces, thank you. Can't watch the video explaining why Islam hates dogs on Twitch. Their trust and safety team is in Egypt. You'll get banned. Wait, what? Why is the Twitch trust and safety team in Egypt? His name is Integrate. I think I've been calling him Integer 8 literally since he's been here. Fucking yep, he says, oh god, it's another Ocean lover. Integer 8 sounds cooler. When Silly Philly asked how racist it was, I should have told her 30 on a scale of 1 to 10. Oh no. You feel normal is not something we can go back to. We're either going to evolve one direction or another. We either make it in where this doesn't happen again or it gets worse, yeah? Call me what you want, Foxy. Thank you. Thank you. Your name, I think your name in the beginning also used to spook me. Cause like I would see a couple of the letters and like almost slur. And I was just like, your name is dangerous, man. Autism shall be the new normal. And the One Piece villain that supposedly references the Moon Man does not reference the Moon Man. His hair is just shaped like a crescent moon, beard and all. Okay, well, you know, seeing shadows, I suppose. I am of danger. You know, reading it that way does make sense since integration seems to be a myth. You also have slur dyslexia. You know, it happens. It's like, there was like, oh, fuck. There was this guy in Predecessor whose name had Ginger in it. And I can't remember what his full name was, but it had like another word in front of it. As it might have been like the bearded ginger or something. I don't know. But like his name was in all caps. And so every time I saw his name, I did not see Ginger. And I would like, I always had to do a double take. I was very confused. This is like when Craig called DRT as king, Dr. T is king, and Kirsche just about broke. Apparently that's what his name is supposed to be. That reminds me of fucking my old friend Seth. I miss Seth, that drunk Mormon freak. He was great. But Seth liked a streamer, YouTuber. I don't know what he was, but he liked a guy named MRT Lexify. And the way that guy's name was spelled, it looked like Mr. T Lexify. And so every time he said MRT, I was just like, that's so much more effort. How do you mean that's his name? A Mormon freak? That sounds like an oxymoron. I loved Seth. He would get drunk and wander off into the woods and then send dick pics at like 3 a.m. and be like, I'm lost in the woods and I'm passing out now. Imagine having a chat handle that isn't just two extremely common words. You see Ginger like Hollywood does? I don't know what that means. Well, all right. Don't worry. They weren't specific dick pics for me. He would post them in public in the Discord. As is tradition. I'm lost in the woods. Here's a pic of my schlong. Good night. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. A drunk Mormon. They're especially rare. Oh my god. Can't imagine how Kirsche would mess up your name, but I'm sure she'd figure out a way. I'm sure I'm capable of it. John in English, thank you. Also, Professor Hintler, not funny mustache man. What? If you find this penis, it belonged to me! True. All Mormon girls you've ever known were total freaks. I just liked listening to him explain Mormon stuff sometimes. It was a lot of fun. He was into drinking and working out and banging whores. As you do. And also Smite. That's where I met him during the Foxbox event. He was a great guy. Mormons aren't Christian, but they are mountain Jews, so they can be fun. What? He did, in fact, not get his penis exploded by the mods. True and real. A true red-blooded American. This is where I tell you he was Canadian. There's just so many strange things bundled into one man. The mountain Jews. He was a leaf. He was a fucking massive, bulked up muscle leaf. Oh, right. That Hitler, not the other German name? What? Finally, we get a win today. Liam Dell, thank you. Hollywood just can't seem to spell ginger right. Oh, no. That's actually a very apt description. Mountain Jews. They do talk about Zion a hell of a lot. I just like the term Mountain Jew. That's kind of funny. Speaking of, Dugan attorney Steve Biskupik highlighted that the jury delivered a split verdict and the elements between the two counts are the same. That fucking face, man. That's like if someone broke out their phone and showed him me. You know, he's just like, what the hell is even that? Dugan66 showed no emotion as the verdict was read. The case is a long way from over, Biskupik said. Biskupik said the term team would be filing a motion asking Edelman to set aside the conviction, especially based on the split verdict. No sentencing hearing was set. Stop it, Biskupik. Your name sounds like a Czechoslovakian pastry. Help. The jury foreperson who did not provide his name was asked how he was doing and said, I I'm not feeling too good. I will say the jury followed Judge Edelman's instructions faithfully, the foreperson said. Other jurors declined to speak to the media. Schimmel urged people to keep this case in proper perspective. Some have sought to make this about a larger political battle. While this case is serious for all involved, it is ultimately about a single day. A single day in a public courthouse, Schimmel said. Schimmel also said courthouses are the safest place to make arrests, and it was safer than a traffic stop. He also said it appeared clear from Chief Judge Carl Ashley's draft policy on courthouse ICE arrests that there was little that court officials could do to stop them. The defendant's actions provided an opportunity for a wanted subject to flee outside of that secure courthouse environment, he said. Before the trial, the government made a plea offer to Dugan, but no deal was struck. Details were not provided. During 6 hours of deliberations, the jury had 3 questions, one about ICE regulations and who needed to be told when agents were making an arrest. The next 2 were if Dugan needed to know who was being arrested. The answer Edelman sent back was different to the similar questions. The jury was drawn from 12 counties that make up the eastern district of Wisconsin, from Sheboygan to Kenosha, and to the western border of Waukesha County. The government brought in 19 witnesses ranging from federal agents to a fellow judge. The defense called 2 fellow judges, a public defender and former Mayor Tom Barrett, a longtime friend. Dugan herself did not take the stand. The case against Dugan was factually simple and could be legally monumental. This is the first time a state judge has gone to trial on charges of obstructing immigration agents. The case has become a bellwether in the clash between the judiciary and the Trump administration as it executes a sweeping immigration crackdown nationwide. I don't know why he says, like, this is just one day in one courtroom. Because I do think this sets a good precedent to start holding judges accountable for doing shit like this. Czechoslovakia doesn't exist anymore. It's 30 years ago. You have to let it go. But I like saying Czechoslovakia! Back from the store, what madness have you missed? I don't know, man. This my daughter, Waukesha. When I read Waukesha, I remember there being a commercial on TV where they would be like, Waukesha. Not my Czechoslovakia, what? You got Czech and Slovakia now? That's Wachusett. Fuck! You're right, it is Wachusett. Thank you, Kinetic Zen. My brain remembers half of the things. Never call Burma Myanmar. I say Myanmar because I forgorbed about Burma. Roadkill VT, thank you. Moonman from Buso Renkin was named Moonphase. He made copies of himself where the faces would be different phases of the moon. That sounds creepy. It's Wachusett. I forgot! I don't know how I could forget the Chusets part. That's crazy. But I forgot. And Kegel, Kroslavia. Never forget what the commies stole from us. You still use the phrase, the Orient. That is like a ranked competitive racist there. Chewbacca's crazy. Leaves the other half of the country, then noticing all industry is on the other side of the border. What did he mean by this? On April 18th, Dugan was presiding over a misdemeanor court on the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Tensions were high among county judges as federal immigration officers had earlier arrested 2 people suspected of being in the country illegally. Butter dog. I am going to be arrested on suspicions of being a butter dog. Where's my mouse? I've lost it! Wachusett mountain skiing just minutes away. Yeah! Orismador, thank you for buttering my dog.
VoD Archive's successful gatekeeping earlier made me think of the complete opposite. Concord's representation gate kept customers' money from ever reaching them.
True.
No surprise their player base rushed for the platinum by fragging themselves in-game.
What? I don't remember the fragging themselves in game. I don't remember. But yeah, no, I like what Blue Archive did. I think that should happen more often, and I think companies should give more sponsorships to people who are actually excited about the game and want to show it off to more people. What's that? Butterdog model? Bunka Cat stole my mouse. She can't have it! Thank you, Majestic Nez. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Majestic Nez. Ano munya. Eine Moment. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss anything. The Conquered jerks made high guard. I don't know what high guard is. I gotta be more careful pronouncing fragging. Why? The government came and stole your penis? Well, I'm sorry. I don't think you can get your penis back. The government owns that now. It's now government property. That was weird. Why did it take my article away? Why are websites like that? How come I can just click in the white space and it takes me somewhere else? What the fuck? On April 18th, Dugan was presiding over a misdemeanor court on the 6th floor of the Milwaukee County Courthouse. Tensions were high among county judges as federal immigration officers had earlier arrested 2 people suspected of being in the country illegally. Federal agents were there to arrest Eduardo Flores Ruiz, 31, charged with battery and appearing before Dugan. Flores Ruiz illegally re-entered the U.S. in 2013. Dugan learned of the planned arrest from her clerk. She went to the main corridor with another judge, questioned the agents, and directed them to the chief judge's office, who was working on a plan on how such arrests were to be treated. Dugan returned to her courtroom, moved Flores Ruiz's case up first, and then directed Flores Ruiz and his attorney through a non-public door and into a hallway used by judges and staff, witnesses testified. Flores Ruiz and his attorney emerged into the public corridor. Federal agents followed them, and he was arrested outside the courthouse after a brief foot chase. A week later, FBI agents arrested Dugan, leading her out of the Milwaukee County Courthouse in handcuffs. Flores Ruiz has since been deported. Fuck yeah! Send them back. They can't stay here. Prosecutors focused on 5 acts and avoided politics. The sides largely agreed on the basic facts of what happened. The question centered on Dugan's intent. See, this is a problem. How do you avoid politics when Dugan's entire decisions rest on politics? She did not make a decision devoid of politics, so how are you to avoid them? Like, you need to start calling that out, otherwise they're going to continually be like, well, it's not politics, that's just reality. And we've been in that for ages, right? Where they're just like, where people are just like, oh, you can't bring politics into X. And it's like, well, they're already here. You're just mad that someone is now saying politics you disagree with. It's very annoying. Federal prosecutors used the indictment as a roadmap for their case, highlighting things they said Dugan did that were unusual, even in a busy courtroom. They also used video of Dugan's interaction with the agents and audio from inside the courtroom to paint a picture of a judge bent on defying the ICE agents. Yes, for political reasons. She was defying the ICE agents for political reasons, because she is a political activist masquerading as a judge. Pretty sure when they said this isn't about politics, they meant we're not arresting her because she's anti-deportation, we're arresting her because she committed a crime. Up above, they're saying that, like, this is different from when they said that they're not playing politics above. And it's like, yes, arresting people who commit a crime isn't political and should never be political. But it's been made political by people like these activist judges. So you can keep saying, we're not being political, we're just doing what the law says, and that gives these people the excuse to continue saying the same thing. Instead of just saying snappy slogan lines that never get picked up and get used by your enemies, you need to explain things farther. Ollie Wally, thank you. Make them go home for the holidays to stay. True and real. Judges can be impeached, and we need to have more impeachments. Performative activism is hurting everyone. Yes. What even is that drawn face coming up? Don't worry. She looks kind of like a melting clay person, so it's kind of accurate. Her motives were political, but you can judge the actions non-politically. They should not be judged non-politically. If she takes political action, why would you then judge her political actions non-politically? This is why we keep losing. Judge Cristela Cervera was a key witness, testifying that she was reluctant to go into the hallway with Dugan, and she was shocked to learn the allegations against Dugan. Judges should not be helping defendants evade arrest, Cerveza testified. Again, this is a political action, motivated by Dugan's politics. You don't want to impeach them some Jedi? We need more judges actually losing their robes and being charged with federal crimes? Yes. Yes. On cross-examination, Cervera admitted she texted her sister, a lawyer, after the incident to warn her that ICE agents were in the building. Defense attorneys said she helped the government in order to save herself. The government downplayed the text to her sister. Are you kidding? Are you... President Trump's name came up just a couple of times in the trial, but his stepped-up immigration enforcement was a theme throughout the defense strategy. Dugan's attorneys said the Trump administration was trying to make an example out of Dugan to crush her. Once again, if they're using politics as their defense, you have to call out the politics leading to this. This is like the same fucking mindset of like, well, we don't see color, we're going to be fair, we're going to be meritocratic, and then everybody else being like, no, we're going to be anti-racist, we're going to see everyone's race and elevate them based on that and discriminate against you based on yours. That's fine. That's fine if you don't want to bring in politics, but politics is going to bring itself to you, and you can't ignore it when it starts slamming on your door. Don't think she should go to prison for this, Anakin face? They described Dugan as an earnest public servant trying to follow guidance on how to handle such arrests, not trying to obstruct agents. It's literally exactly what I just argued to those people in chat trying to tell me, no, Kirsche, it should be not political. No, Kirsche. No, Kirsche. They're literally using it against, she's not doing anything political. She's just an earnest public servant. This is why you need to operate in reality. Several of the actions the government called criminal are things that happen every day in the bustling state court, her attorneys argued. Dugan's team tried to get the case tossed out, arguing that as a judge, she was immune from prosecution. These fucking pieces of shit, I hate them. U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman denied their motion, though the team preserved its ability to make that argument later. I hate them. I hate them so much. And it's a good thing. It's a good thing, despite how seemingly ridiculous everyone in this case was, that she's guilty of felony obstruction. She didn't get any of the lesser charges. They got her off of those some fucking how. But it's a good thing she was still found guilty of felony obstruction, because she fucking was, for political reasons. They've got to be judged non-politically, otherwise they can just appeal and get a conviction overturned. The reality is that the law says she can't be prosecuted for her political motivations, only her criminal actions. They're literally using political reasoning as a defense. If you don't tell people the political reasons are what created the atmosphere for her criminal actions, they're going to keep using it against you. It's like, it does you no good to be like, well, her political actions led to her criminal actions, but we can't bring up the political actions because this is entirely not political. I'm just going to go ahead and stab myself in the heart now so some guy with 70 priors doesn't do it later. I'm like, holy fuck, the retardation. The mechs, thank you. But Kirsche, she was only helping a poor man. Liam Dell, thank you for the... No person should be immune to justice. I agree. I agree. That defense lost Kirsche. They didn't lose entirely. No. She got a felony obstruction, but she got off on all of the lesser charges. We literally just read that. Her political leanings are what led her to the criminal actions? Yes, exactly. You're not trying her for any political leanings. You're trying her for the criminal actions that are born out of her political activism. To ignore the political activism is to continue let it to cause rot. The laws they wrote say you can't charge them for their politics. I just need judges to throw out political reasoning as a defense strategy. I wish they would. I wish they would. Got here a little late. Is chat being a little coconut? This time I think so, yes. And then there's another article here that I had to actually pull up in an archive because for some reason it became paywalled. Here's what's next in the Hannah Dugan case after her split verdict. A jury convicted Milwaukee judge Hannah Dugan of obstructing federal agents who were seeking to arrest an undocumented immigrant outside her courtroom. In a split verdict delivered late December 18th, the jury acquitted Dugan on a misdemeanor charge of concealing that person from agents. Dugan's defense team vowed to appeal the conviction to U.S. District Judge Lynn Edelman, who presided over the trial. No sentencing date was set. What's next in the Dugan case? Dugan's team is preparing a brief that will ask Edelman to set aside the jury conviction. The government will respond and then Edelman will rule. This process will take several weeks and may be slowed by the holidays. If this gets overturned, I will not be surprised, but I will be very disappointed. Steve Biskupik, one of Dugan's attorneys, said the mixed verdict was a big thing, and he thinks that fact will strengthen the defense argument to Edelman. Biskupik said elements of both counts are the same, so he thinks the jury logically should have had the same verdict on both. I agree. They should have had the same verdict on both. But somehow her politics leading her to criminal action of of hiding a person that was supposed to be arrested, somehow it's not found guilty of that. How can you find guilty there and not guilty on the first count? But that's why we asked for the post-trial briefing, Biskupik said. I would just say the case is a long way from over. Is it rare for a judge to overturn a jury's verdict? It is rare, but not unprecedented. Possible reasons for such an unusual move by a judge include juror misconduct or a jury being driven by passion or prejudice. There's also a basis if it appears the jury was confused and rendered misaligned verdicts. That may be one argument Dugan's team will use. That would be really fucked up if, once again, all of these prosecutor people are like, this isn't political, we're not going to bring politics up, even though her criminal conduct was born out of her political activism, this isn't political. It would be crazy. It would be crazy if they were just like, well, there are misaligned verdicts, and if she's guilty of obstruction from ICE agents, she should also be found guilty on the misdemeanor charge of hiding the wanted person from ICE agents. But since she was not found guilty on that, there's misaligned verdicts. Thus, she should no longer be guilty of the other charge, because how could she be guilty of obstruction and not guilty of hiding the person? Your Honor, the jury are racist against undocumented immigrants. Their argument to overturn it, probably. I doubt it. I doubt they'll say that. It isn't misaligned. One is a more serious charge. It is a more serious charge, but I would not be surprised if that is the angle they go with. Judges are reluctant to overturn juries as the trier of the facts in the U.S. judicial system, but there is a path under Rule 29 of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure. Dugan's team filed a motion for acquittal under Rule 29 even before the jury got the case. Does Dugan have a sentencing date? No, Edelman didn't set a sentencing date. Biskupik said that was a sign the judge would take seriously the defense motion to overturn the jury verdict. Typically, a sentencing date is set as soon as a guilty verdict is delivered. Interim U.S. Attorney Brad Schemel said the first step toward sentencing would be a pre-sentence report, but it will be ordered after the judge rules on the defense motion to set aside the jury's verdict. Dugan faces up to 5 years in prison on the obstruction count, though first-time offenders convicted of a non-violent crime like Dugan typically get little or no jail time under the federal sentencing guidelines. In 6 hours of deliberations, the jury sent out 3 questions. The first was about the rules around arrest by U.S. Immigration and Custom Enforcement agents, and specifically who would need to be notified for courthouse arrests. The other questions focused on whether Dugan needed to know the identity of the undocumented immigrant ICE was seeking on April 18th for her to be guilty of the counts. The questions were in writing and read in court. To the concealing charge, Edelman wrote back to the jury that Dugan needed to know the identity over the objection of prosecutors. Dugan was acquitted on that count. That also seems kind of silly, because if you know the guy is an illegal immigrant and you know ICE is in the building, why would you need to have ICE agents tell you specifically who they're looking for in order to be charged for this? Because, like, you know that since he's illegal, ICE is going to go after him. That's really silly. That's really goofy, and knowing this, I would definitely expect this to get overturned. Absolutely expect Edelman to overturn it. The jury then asked if Dugan also needed to know the identity of the suspect to be guilty of count 2, obstruction of a pending proceeding before a federal agency such as an immigration arrest. The answer was different. After a long deliberation, Edelman wrote back, to know of a pending proceeding, the defendant needed to have sufficient knowledge about the nature of the proceeding. The government supported that wording, the defense opposed it, wanting the same answer that was given for count 1. The jury convicted Dugan of the more serious obstruction charge, delivering a split verdict after an hour after getting that message. Can Dugan continue as a judge with a felony conviction? No. The Wisconsin Constitution bars convicted felons from serving in public office, which includes judges. But if her case is being appealed, can she be removed or forced to resign? We'll find out. Republican leaders in the state legislature said December 19th that they would move to impeach Dugan if she doesn't resign. Wisconsinites deserve to know their judiciary is impartial and that justice is blind. Hannah Dugan is neither, and her privilege of serving the people of Wisconsin has come to an end. A statement from Assembly Speaker Robin Vos, R. Rochester, and Assembly Majority Leader Tyler August, R. Walworth, both read. And this reminds me of that judge in New Hampshire where she was complicit in trying to do some like weird shit to affect the outcome of like her husband's fraud trial. And so she was like forced to resign or some shit, but people voted to restore her license and wanted her to finish out her tenure. And she's like, I'm not gonna actually preside over any cases, I'll just be helping in the background. But it's like, why would anyone vote to have her license reinstated? That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy to me that you would do that. So they're going to go with the judge giving inconsistent instructions to the jury. You know. Dugan has been suspended from the bench with pay during the case. She makes nearly $175,000 a year. Could the Dugan case end up at the U.S. Supreme Court? Yes, given Dugan's conviction and her team's effort to overturn it, it seems certain that whichever way Edelman rules for or against the defense, the losing side will appeal to the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals. That is where Paul Clement, former U.S. Solicitor General, may be called up to argue the appeal for Dugan. Depending on how things go at the 7th Circuit, the Dugan case could end up at the highest court. Dugan is the first judge to go on trial on such charges, and so this case could create a precedent, which are the kinds of cases the U.S. Supreme Court tends to consider. After reading this article, I fully expect it to get overturned and have to get escalated to a higher court. Once again, allowing the enemy to play politics while trying to maintain a this has nothing to do with politics mentality, you're going to end up losing every single time. You should have went to law school. That's a lot of money. The Mex, thank you. This seems likely an open and shut case. Why are we still dealing with this woman? Once again, because people do not want to acknowledge how we got here. They want to be like completely morally pure, and that's just not where we are. Did I see Elon is my fan now? I don't think he's my fan. I don't think a quote retweet means he's my fan. Dugan got convicted of one and cleared of the other, the same way Derek Chauvin got convicted of first-degree and second-degree murder on the same person. Judges don't need to go to law school to be judges. Didn't we find out there was like one judge in some eastern coastal state that like didn't have like some sort of qualification to be there? I vaguely remember reading an article about that. They have eyes, yet they do not see.
Pneumonia.
Let's see here, where we going? Where we going here? Because I have more tabs after this Dugan lady. There was a recent Dugan article. But those ones had way more information.
Pneumonia. Let's see here. Let's see here.
Makes sense that we have to play politics too and not just throw the case out as a political witch hunt. We can say, but she did it first and it won't matter because they'll just play whatever side benefits them. I feel like either I'm not explaining things well enough or you guys are actually sub-room temp IQ. I'm not saying try her politically. You can't do that. You have to try her for the criminal actions that she took. But to ignore the fact that it was her political actions and her political leanings that led to her criminal actions is to be a fucking retard. Ian Brune, thank you. With pay is because destroying people with accusations, leaving them destitute while they were investigated has always been a favorite of activists. It just seems a little weird that it continuously happens to certain people and not others. There should be the severest of penalties for people we entrust the law of the land to. I agree. Liam Dell, thank you. If we convict her, we'll be racist. You don't want to be a racist, do you? No, we can't possibly be racist. Well, I don't know why they'd be racist. She's a white lady. Only the state can charge her politically when they impeach her. Yep. To bring up her political motivations is to ensure any conviction she gets is overturned on appeal. So you're saying it's okay for them to talk about her convictions and her politics as the defense. But if you try to bring up, hey, her politics are what led to her criminal actions and we're trying her on her criminal actions, you're in the wrong. You're saying it's okay for the defense to use it and get wins, which they are, but it's not okay for anyone else to acknowledge that it's political that got her to criminal actions. You just want the punishment to equal the responsibility you failed to uphold? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You said she's an activist, overturned. No, that's fucking stupid. Oh my god. Yes, because the state cannot prosecute you for your politics. Metal murderer, you're a fucking retard. That's not what I said. Congratulations on being low IQ. Goddamn, chat. Sometimes y'all are stupid. Not trying her for having opinions. We're trying her for acting criminally based on those opinions. Yes. Yes, you are trying her criminal actions. But when her and the defense are saying and acting on political reasons, if you stand up there and you say, well, we can't acknowledge any of the politics that led her to these criminal actions, everyone has to ignore that. It's not political. It's not political. Just shut up and get conquered. Just shut up and let the judges keep doing this. Just shut the fuck up and don't acknowledge their politics. You're a retard. You're a retard if you think that. And you're part of the reason we're in the mess that we're in. This is so painful to listen to. It is. If everyone is confused by what you're saying, maybe everyone isn't the problem. Not everyone is confused. It's only a couple of you retards who are confused. Need a mandatory IQ test set up so if you score under 80, you aren't allowed to comment. Oh, you like it when she rants like this? It makes you sit back and enjoy your drink more. Oh my god. Kirsche will never call me a retard angrily on stream. Why live? Zaimi Maru, thank you. You can't try someone for not having breakfast. True! How would you feel if you weren't tried for having breakfast this morning? Kirsch's absolutely correct. A few chatters are being dumb. Y'all see the Congress arrested the 2 judges that tried making arrest warrants for Netanyahu authorizing war crimes? No! No, I did not. That's kind of funny, though. What win did that political win give her? Her win on the misdemeanor was labeled, or was based on the letter of the law in what she needs to know to be liable. If you saw it's based on her politics, you can't just say you feel like it is. They're doing an appeal. They're doing an appeal and they're saying, how could she be convicted of one and not convicted of the other? Her defense team wanted the specific wording in order to get her off on both, but since they didn't get the specific wording, they're going back to the judge to try and get it overturned. And as we just read, that judge did not issue a sentencing hearing, so that judge is actually seriously considering the overturning. They are winning. You refusing to acknowledge they play politically is letting them win. You are a fucking retard. Congratulations. Enjoy your fucking losses. John in English, thank you. Call me a retard again, please. Donza Patero, thank you. You just say the P. Bongwater short telling you that your favorite Foxu news is on right now. Time to protect our American Foxu from the crazies. Kirsche, they can't language draw a chart or give up. I don't know what that means. You think during the overturning that a retrial will happen, or will it get dropped? I think it'll be escalated. I think it will get overturned, and I think the prosecutors will escalate it to the 7th Circuit. It's not letting them win. It's set up so they must win. There's only one way out, and it's not judges and voting. A lot of judges need to actually have repercussions. You can't say, I want judges to have repercussions and then back up and be like, oh, but we shouldn't acknowledge they've been doing it politically. We have to be completely morally fair, even though these people would absolutely fucking kill me given the chance. We can't acknowledge their politics, bro. We can't do that. Means bust out MS Paint and draw a Venn diagram. Anthony, thank you. But I had breakfast this morning, Mistress Kirsche. Well, get on your knees. It's time for second breakfast. Retards keep fucking coming. Sir Toasty Boy, thank you. Good evenings, Foxy. Went on a much-needed hike today in 10-degree weather. Seen ice in your town in Minnesota. Can't wait until you get them all. I want massive deportations on Christmas Day. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. I'm on you. Leaf, thank you. 90% of judges here in Leafland are liberal appointed now. You tried to prevent a separation referendum here in Alberta, and it required you passing a law to nullify the ruling. Don't let it happen to the US. Unfortunately. I am not you, thank you. You're not sure what chat is saying, but beliefs are material evidence to charges of criminal actions. Yes. Yes, you cannot prosecute her for being political, but you can acknowledge it was political activism that led her to criminal action. There are a couple of people confused, and everyone else is perfectly okay with the idea of actually just straight up politically persecuting her. We're not talking about political persecution, you fucking mongoloid! The defense can absolutely try to make the argument that she's being politically persecuted. Bringing up her politics only strengthens that argument in the eyes of a jury. That's why the prosecution wants to focus on the fact that regardless of why she did it, what she did was illegal. Yes, what she did was illegal, but the entire justice system is literally staffed by activists. If you have the chance to point out, hey, this activist is doing what all the other activists do, you can't keep telling everyone that it's not political. You're just admitting to constantly losing. You're not going to win anything. Why is this so difficult to understand? Star Phoenix, thank you. But if this goes to higher courts and we set a precedent in the Supreme Court, doesn't that open it up to convict other activist judges? Yes. Yeah, I would love to see the Supreme Court have to rule on this, and I would love to see them rule correctly, because the Supreme Court does not seem as corrupted as all of the other courts staffed by activists. If her politics led to her committing her crime, then it's not persecuting them for their politics. Just a reminder, you and Chad are super mega duper cute and lovely. Aw, Bailey. You're so sweet. Thank you, Bailey. You are super mega duper cute and lovely. If the entire court system is full of activists, why would you want to say she did it because she's an activist? Because this was a jury trial. This was the jury trial. You make the point to the jury. You're not making the point to the activist judges. I don't see any problem with just doing whatever you want as a judge because... John in English, thank you! Either some honorable chatters or very puntable courses or asses that are trying to rage bait. I really hope it's the latter. I wanna have more faith in the brain cells, man. Like, so, sometimes I'll be like, am I just not explaining things well enough? You know, sometimes it could be my fault. And sometimes I misread things and I'm the retard. Like, that happens. That happens. But this time you are the retard. Fun fact, the Supreme Court is the third branch of government. All lower courts are creations of the legislature. Being a VTuber is like being a substitute teacher trying to wrangle the special ed class. You just say, send them all to God, have him sort it out. Jesus. I guess, speaking of Jesus, we could talk about cheeses. Talk about some cheese. Leprino Foods, the world's largest mozzarella maker, is closing one of its dairy processing plants in California's Central Valley. The company that supplies cheese to Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Papa John's is planning to shutter its East plant at 490 F Street in Lemoore in early 2026, resulting in the loss of over 300 jobs. Leprino announced the news in late 2024 to give employees time to find new jobs. I have a question!
Lots of cucktards in chat. Go back to the chair.
Please do not get electrocuted. You might be a retard, but you're my retard. Quando Bandui, thank you for bothering my fucking doggo. Thank you. Thank you, Quando Bandui, my favorite slur. Dio Brando, thank you. Please don't dwell on depressing stuff on a Sunday. No. So my question, if it's one company that supplies all the cheese to Domino's, Pizza Hut, and Papa John's, all supposedly competitors, how come Pizza Hut's pizza is so much lower quality than the other two? Like, if it's all the same cheese, they should have relatively similar quality, should they not? But, like, far and beyond, Papa John's is higher quality than both of them in current year. And Pizza Hut tastes like depression and cardboard. The crust is much lower quality. Different ingredients in pizza than just the... I know there's different ingredients, but, like, the cheese should be pretty noticeably similar, should it not? Am I crazy? They cut it and mix it with cardboard cheese. You disagree, but Domino's isn't better than Papa John's by much. Maybe Domino's has gotten better in current year. They came out, I think, with stuffed crust, right? And their stuffed crust pizza was pretty alright. Stuffed crust pizza was pretty alright, but I mean, I'm not gonna order any of these three if I have the option to buy local pizza. You know how bad all three of these pizzas have become, and you remember when it actually used to be good? Same! I remember when I would get little Stampy cards in, like, kindergarten and first grade. Like, we would have a Stampy card, and for every book that we read, we would get a stamp. And when we got 10 stamps, we would get a free large pizza at Pizza Hut. I remember that shit. Your mom calls it pizza slut. Your mom's a cool lady. If Pizza Hut is bad, why is it an anime? Because it's like It's like a fucking American staple, but now it tastes like shit. The old Pizza Hut personal pan pizza that gets you a VHS tape with it. Oh, hell yeah. You got a free large? You only got a free personal pan? No, we got a large because it was like for us and our family. You know, because the parents have to encourage their kids to read, you know? Leprino supplies cheese to local franchises. They aren't countrywide. Interesting. All their cheese subsidized by Dairy Management Incorporated, so it's all shit cheese, the government cheese to rule us all? No. I had an amazing pizza the other day. Oh my god. It was like they put some kind of seasoning into their crust as well. So it wasn't just like eating delicious pizza and then having like a bready, bland crust. I was like, oh my god. You remember as a kid when your local Domino's would take us on a tour to the local shop and make our own tiny pizza? That led into the reading system thing. Oh, that's pretty cute. That's pretty cute. I used to like live on Domino's pizza because you could get the 3 for $15 deal. And if I had 3 medium pizzas, that was only $15 and I could like hide them in my room and eat pizza unrefrigerated and keep it away from my mom and her friends stealing all of it. Maybe that's why I'm immune to the effects of car trunk pizza. I grew up eating under the bed and under the dresser and under the clothes in the closet pizza. The legend of trunk pizza. Domino's cheese sucks because they only buy the cheese that's at or past expiration. It's a money-saving measure that loses money in lost customers. What? Is that true? Chat, is this real? Grok, is this true? Zudo Aragi, thank you. Kirsche is making you realize that you might have a humiliation kink. Oh no. You got some nasty stares when you saw some tired-looking ICE agents at Burger King and you bought them both milkshakes? Aw, that's sweet of you. Psycho, thank you. I paid you to get Domino's pizza and the chicken bites like a year ago, and I said I really enjoyed it. I remember that. That was when they came out with the fucking stuffed crust, right? That was their stuffed crust because I wanted to try it. Damn, has it already been a fucking year? I hate time. Battleizer, thank you. It could also have something to do with how they store and how long before they use the cheese it would affect the quality. Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point. You flavor your crust with Tony Charachere? What is that? Scavenger fox. So you eat the moldy pizza as a child and some of that mold mutated with a rabbit and became Peeba? I guess so. I don't know. Literal goblin behavior? I didn't have a choice! I didn't have a job as a child, man! I had to order the Domino's! But, you know, that's how Big Pimp Daddy You came into existence, so... Didn't trunk pizza evolve into trunk carbonara? Not to my knowledge. How is my homemade pizza skills? Pretty fucking good, I would say. I like making homemade pizza. It's been a long time since I've made the crust from scratch, though. Typically, I'm a little lazy and I'll buy the dough balls from the bakery of my whatever local supermarket's available. That's why you think you're immune to truck pizza. You know, I gotta say, as much as Papa John was kind of a boss, I'm a little upset that he named his franchise Papa John. Because Papa Gino will always be the original and the superior Papa. Just saying. Papa John's like the stepdad, you know? Remember Pizza Hut land before time hand puppets? What? No, I don't remember those. How did you not become a raccoon girl with your bed monster pizzas? I don't know, I like Foxu. The Kirsche child did not yearn for the mines. I did not. Eat the trunk pizza and push it down with some puddle water. Do not eat the puddle water. Planta in Supernova? I don't know what a planta is. Thank you for the 14 months of Proom. Thank you. You're not my real pizza. Yeah, you're not my real pizza. You can't tell me what to do. I will say, I think Papa Gino's changed their marinara sauce because their chicken Parmesan subs are kind of gross. I had one last year when I was visiting family. And I was like, damn, your chicken tendies are so good. What the fuck did you do to the sauce? You never had Papa Gino? It is a New England regional chain. I don't know if any of them managed to escape New England, like if there might be some in like New York, Pennsylvania. I have no idea. But I'm pretty sure it's a New England only chain. Kirsche actually has 3 trunk pizzas waiting as we speak. I should put some kind of like fucking food device in the trunk of my car and continue this joke in a unreasonable manner. Papa Gino's mac and cheese pizza slaps. Do it. Do it, really. Probably got some rotten sauce. No, some of their like chicken parmesan sauces at certain restaurants are pretty gross. Plantain supernova, like a banana. Marinara sauce evolved into marriage nara sauce. Oh, that's so cute. Please do not put my engagement ring in chicken parmesan. Could probably unironically get a small oven in there. Yeah, like put like a little pizza oven in the back of the car, you know? If your car modded so that there's a full kitchen in the back, could probably make skillet What the fuck? What kind of car do you have? Papa Gino's came down to Florida but didn't last. Really? Really? Hold on, I gotta finish reading this. No, I gotta look it up. I gotta know. Papa Gino? Florida expansion? Blah. Papa Gino's is expanding its reach beyond New England primarily through retail frozen pizza available in stores like Walmart nationwide. They previously had plans and interest in Florida development, specifically for multi-unit franchising in the greater Orlando area, although physical restaurant expansion details are sparse, focusing more on their grocery store presence in 2022 to 2023. That's pretty fucking cool. I wonder if it was Florida specifically because so many like old people from New England go to Florida when they get old to escape both the snow and the property taxes. But also, I don't know how I would feel about buying a Papa Gino's in the grocery store. I mean, if I buy frozen pizza, right? When I buy frozen pizza, depending on how I feel, I'll get like California Pizza Chicken barbecue chicken pizza, which that is like a California chain restaurant. So I have bought chain restaurant pizza at the grocery store before. If I want like just a small pizza, I think like Red Baron single serve deep dish pizzas are really good. I think we read something about Red Baron being fucky-wucky in the last year. I don't remember though. Spider God, thank you for the 34-month tier 2 resub. Thank you. Thank you. And I also like Newman's cheese pizza. I think his cheese pizza is probably one of the best cheese pizza. I don't really like thin crust pizzas too super much, but there's a lot of thin crust pizzas. I hate the sauce that DiGiorno has, so I don't like buying DiGiorno even though they have stuffed crust, because I think DiGiorno's sauce is gross. The Newman sourdough crust ones are the best. Mini DiGiorno stuffed crust in the air fryer is your favorite. Oh, there was some like, oh yeah, that's right. I couldn't talk about it. I don't remember. There was like some weird pizza brand I'd never heard before. And they're like pizza puff. They're like pizza puff pockets or some shit. And they were like Hot Pockets before Hot Pockets existed. And they were pretty good. They're like Jack's really solid cheap pizza. Thin crust is terrible, not filling, F-tier pizza. The only thin crust pizza that I want to try is that chicken parmesan pizza in New York, where instead of like a bread crust, the chicken parmesan is the crust. If I had to create a Christmas themed pizza, what are my picks for toppings? I don't think I would enjoy that. Cause like I know how I would make it to make it a Christmas themed pizza, but I don't think I would eat it. Wouldn't that just be a normal chicken parm? I guess, maybe, but like the thought of it being so large and pizza shaped is exciting to me because I'm autistic. You miss school cafeteria pizza pockets? My cafeteria didn't have pizza pockets. We just had like Elio's pizza. It can be a dessert pizza. Dessert pizza might make it a little easier, but you need to get some like actual pastry dough for the crust. Ooh, my school also had Sal's Pizza because I lived in New England and Sal's is another New England chain. The school rectangle pizza. Yeah, we got Sal's Pizza. And Sal's was pretty alright. A real question is, when are we doing chat orders Kirsche a pizza again? Literally never again. You guys got me so much meat on that pizza, it was disgusting. I don't know how people eat meat lovers, dude. That's too much meat in my mouth. Sometimes you say shit and you wish I wouldn't. Wait, why? What? Sal's got a big one? Yeah. And then just make a regular margarita. I had a pizza recently that I really liked. It was like grilled chicken, garlic, fresh buffalo mozzarella. I remember getting excited at that. And then like balsamic vinaigrette. I was like, that's fucking crazy. It tasted so good. Ian Bruin, thank you. You can only buy cold pockets. Falling for the psyop. Comfy Wombat, thank you for the... Australia has breakfast pizza with egg and bacon. I've seen breakfast pizza before. I don't think I would eat it. I don't think I would... There's like certain things that I don't like with like too much bread, you know? Buffalo moss. Someone milked a buffalo. Yeah. Yeah, buffalo make milk. I tried a bunch of buffalo cheeses on my charcuterie stream. I made like a giant charcuterie board. It was huge and massive. And then I ate like 10 things off of it. And I was like, what am I gonna do with all of this cheese and meat? So I told the Bunker Bros that they should eat all of it. What a buffalo. Not American buffalo bison. Yeah, not American bison. The buffalo in the Europes. Should definitely try the Flying J breakfast pizza. It's pretty good. You know, the last time I was on a really long car ride, I tried stopping at Flying J like multiple times so I could get their chicken tendies because they have some of the best tendies. And every single time they were out of tendies and the people were like, oh, we don't make more of them until this time. And I was like, what the fuck? I was angry. Kirsche 90% cheese. I might as well be. Roadkill VT, thank you. Caleb Hammer F, not to be too fascist, but these pancakes slap 3 hours ago. Caleb's on a roll. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If you want a cheap, tasty pizza, put balsamic vinaigrette on some naan bread and put some fresh moss on top and then bake until the cheese melted. Hey! You're making poor man's pizza, except instead of using like an English muffin or a piece of white bread, you're using naan, whatever the hell that is. Caleb Dono was talking about a tweet. Oh. Caleb went to Cracker Barrel for the first time, and that was his opinion. Cracker Barrel is disgusting. Hot take. I have never liked eating at a Cracker Barrel, but I do like buying their cheese at the grocery store. That happens. You can go to Pilot. They're owned by the same company and have the same food. I tried that. I tried that. I went to a Pilot as well. Nana's Indian flatbread is actually pretty good if done right. Yeah, my grandma, I think, would buy that. They're like weird pita pockets, and they had a gross texture, so I wouldn't eat them. Nan tastes like flat garlic bread. I'm gonna have to disagree if that's what my grandma had. She had these like, they were like a tortilla, but unlike a tortilla, they were a little thicker. So like you could open them and then they would be like a brown pocket. And they just had like the most gross texture I've ever had to be subjected to for a bread. Naan is a flattish Indian bread traditionally baked in a tandoor. If you had curry, I've never had curry. That's probably not what your grandma had. They're not like a pita bread that you can open with a pocket. What the fuck was this thing? There's a brown pocket bread. No, none of that looks like what she had. None of that looks like it. What if I type in naan bread? Naan. Help. Okay, this doesn't look Indian. It just looks like a kind of thick tortilla. This kind of looks like something that I would just make out of autism. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what kind of brown pocket bread she had. Cause I don't think it was like pita bread. Okay, the pita bread Google search returned the exact same images as naan bread. So I'm now extremely confused. Davey dude, thank you. Pineapple on pizza? Gross, but I don't like pineapple with any bread. Bread rounds? You remember your mom got them? No. Google sucks. It does. Also, yes, naan is basically thick tortilla. Oh god, I wish I knew what it was. I wanna fucking talk about how disgusting this brown bread was. Use Indian flatbread for your homemade pizza. It's so good. There's a brown bread pocket. What? Maybe it was like a specific like whole wheat kind of pita bread? I don't know. But it was really disgusting. And it was just like a really gross fucking bread. And I hated it. Welder Zach, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you for the gift sub to Blade Smith Bygern. What a name. What a fucking name. Skybrows, thank you for the Canadians. You didn't have the dodo! But I do gotta figure out how to get that strike off. Or not strike, but like claim, whatever the fuck it is. Did I drink 2 bottles of water? What the fuck? How did I do that? Thank you, Skybrows. You're a non-believer. A non-believer. What 90s ass anime name was that? What do you mean? What do you mean? Thank you, Skybrows, for the huge fucking Canadian slaves, dude. We're saving Canadians from maid services 1 slave at a time. Time to ask Gram what the bread was. I don't think I can call her. It's almost 7 at night, and if I call my grandma at 7 p.m. asking what that disgusting brown pocket bread she used to buy was, I think I'll just confuse her. Am I talking about pumpernickel bread? I don't think so. Why? Does nobody else just make fucking dough when you want to have pizza? No! Because if you want to have pizza and you have to make dough, that's going to take several hours, at least. I'm winning you. Battleizer, thank you. On this episode of Can Foxu Find It with Vague Descriptions, we join Foxu in looking for bread. I can only find it when someone in chat, like, lines up with my autism description and can figure it out. Pretty sure it was just Pita Pocket. You might be right. Maybe it was just, like, regular Pita Pocket, but, like, it was wicked brown. And all of the Pita Pockets I see aren't wicked brown. They're like light in color, but these are like a gross brown. Oh, this kind of is the brown. Cook list. Brown 100% whole wheat. Yeah, it kind of looks like these. Can I Google this? Can I Google this? This definitely wasn't the brand. Images. Ew, no, not that. Is there like an image of like someone eating these? Instead of just like the packaging? These are so not liked. They're so not liked. There's not even an image of them outside of their fucking packaging. This must be them then. This has to be them. Oh my god, really? I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, Chad. I'm gonna lose my mind. Was there really not like any other fucking image of this fucking garbage? Well, no, because those are lighter there. What is happening? What is happening? Ow, 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 ow. Okay, well, I'm gonna like just show this because I don't know what else to show, brother. Bam. So it's like, this is like almost the color that it was, but I feel like it was a little darker. And they had like the most atrocious texture I've ever had the displeasure of putting in my mouth. Come back, Kirsche, your mind matters. Well, follow up, Supa, Skybrows, thank you for the 10 Canadians. Distro Kid is being a bit of a bitch, so you might have to delay the Spotify upload so streamers have time to react. Ah, okay. I have no idea what Distro Kid is, but yeah, that's the claimant guy. I'm assuming it's some sort of like third-party creator protection club thing. You love the tangents she gets on. I get determined, okay, alright? Maybe it was a little burnt. It wasn't like she cooked them, you know? You would take them out of the packaging. Could it have been basically the same thing, but a different brand then? I mean, I do think that this was probably it. They look pretty like what they should. But I would have to, I guess, like, see the inside of one to be completely sure. They're like, kind of the right size. You know, where they're, like, super thin, and they just have, like, that grody texture. DistroKid is a service musicians use to upload music everywhere, and they handle the licensing, kind of like iTunes for streamers. I mean, that's interesting. I didn't know you could license AI music, though. What a pita shit, true. Used to eat tofu yan whole wheat pitas and they had a terrible texture. Was it those? I mean, maybe. I don't know what brand it would be. Maybe if I remember, I'll ask my meme next time I speak with her. Ri-Fi, thank you. Was it fry bread? I don't know what fry bread is. D-Night, thank you for the 11-month member. You had a garbage day at work. Thank you for providing a place to shove all that aside and then come back to it calmer and steadier. I'm sorry your day at work sucked, my guy. Hopefully it'll be better tomorrow. Skybrows, thank you again for that 10. I read that off. Sean Hooglin, thank you for the 7-month member. Does it not shame your Italian ancestors to use a store-bought pizza base? Well, no, someone had to hand-make that dough. What is this schmitty? What is this vegan website bullshit? What is this? What are you? These look like someone fucked up baking ginger snaps. These look like delicious ginger snap or cinnamon spice cookies, but someone fucked up and they're hollowed out for some reason. Vegans are subhuman. True. Ollie Wally, thank you. Store-bought naan is awful with a terrible texture. Fresh restaurant naan is one of the best things you'll ever try, bread-wise. I wonder if that's like that weird bread thing that I was given. Ooh. I remember! There's a restaurant in Georgia called Amici. And when you order a salad from Amici, they put a bread on top of your salad. But it's not a normal bread. It's like a circle bread. And it's a light circle bread that's also thin. So unlike the gross dark circle bread that my grandma would buy, this was light, delicious circle bread. Maybe that was naan. Cause it wasn't pita. I don't think. It didn't have a pocket. It was just one thing. It was like a slice of circle. And it was really good. And it was like usually I don't eat bread with a salad, but I was like really excited to just like mop up my salad dressing with that circle bread. It's like a slice of circle, like a puffy tortilla. Yeah, it was kind of like a puffy tortilla. And when you Google search naan, it kind of looked like it. Cause naan has like it looks like pancake. Naan just looks like a pancake. And it kind of looks like this. It kind of looks like that. I don't know if anybody's eaten at Amici. I think they're like all over Georgia. Sciacchiata, probably, if it was an Italian restaurant. It was an Italian restaurant. I have not heard of Sciacchiata. I'm a funny woman to talk to. What do you mean? The Amici website only says for the salad, served with Amici house bread. Gee, thanks a lot! House bread! They just use pizza dough at Amici's from what you remember. Maybe it's just pizza dough, but it looks like this when they put it on your salad. Oh my god. Am I Northeast with the Wicked Pissa energy? I am! That's why my subscribers are Wicked Pissas and my Wicked Pissa grinders in my fucking server. I almost forgot what the role was, dude. This is what restaurant naan looks like, and it's garlicky. Yeah, the thing that Amici puts on your salad is garlicky. The Native Engine, thank you. Fry bread is a Native American food. Just a bread fried for soups and stews and sandwiches. Interesting. Interesting. Ollie Wally, thank you. Fresh naan is a flatbread grilled on the wall of a clay oven. Oh, I've seen that being cooked. I always thought it looked really cool. Roadkill VT, thank you. Maybe it's runza bread? I don't know. I've never heard of that. Zim the Despo, thank you. If you want to laugh for Christmas, look up Rusty Chevrolet by Dayupas, a Midwest parody of Jingle Bells for the whole family. I almost drooled on myself. Phil my Kraken, thank you. Google search best man in the world and see who comes up. It's wild! No, I gotta Google search that thing. The Sciacchiata. Makes me think of stracciatella, but it's not the right word. Ooh. It was definitely not this, but this bread looks like it would taste delicious. I would try this bread. Oh my god, they made it into a fucking sandwich. Oh my god, I want to eat it. I want to eat this bread. Yeah, that looks fucking delicious. That looks fucking delicious. I've never heard of this bread before. You get thirsty, just stop at the bubbler. True. Amici, I guess they haven't expanded to Texas and Minnesota because you've never heard of it. Yeah, I think it's only in Georgia. Maybe Florida? I don't know. The tangents are tangenting again. It happens. Skybrows, thank you. Lots of non-conformists in here. I'm gonna roll this guy up in a non-bread and eat him. You built a tandoor oven for one of the guys in your old unit. Tangent made you remember to check up on him. So thank you, Foxy. Oh, you're welcome. I hope he's doing well. It's a Georgia small chain as far as you know. I see. Only Georgia and South Carolina. I sometimes forget how close South Carolina is to Georgia. Simonsk, thank you. Foxy was live. Yippee! I am live after taking yesterday off. Look up Spanish tortillas. They're very different from what we know as tortillas in the U.S. Spanish tortilla. Wait, I have to save the name of this Italian bread so I can go looking for it, because I would like to try it. Ew. 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 This looks gross. This looks gross. I'm sorry. I don't know what this is, but this looks disgusting. I would not eat this. It's egu and potato. I would not eat that. A pineapple! Looks like Filipino bibinka? What is a bibinka? You came into stream seeing pics of food. Interesting. You need me to say beta pocket? You testing a cheese stick thing? What do you mean? What? It looks fine. I mean, it looks gross. I mean, like, if I was offered it, you know, I wouldn't be a bad guest. I would try a piece. But my base instinct is like, damn, that looks grody. That looks kind of gross. It looks curdled. It looks almost like someone stuffed mac and cheese inside of mashed potatoes and then baked it. Looks like a quiche. I don't know, I think quiches look slightly more appetizing than this. It's a cheese egg cake, like an omelet. Welcome, Raiders, to Bread TV. The real bread tubing. How much of that is my texture autism screaming in protest? Probably about 100% of it.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat
Reminds
raid?
you of your Graham's Easter bread, but without the sausage. Kataka, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. It's more like an egg casserole. I don't really like baked egg. Like, if you have to put egg in something and bake it, like a brownie or a cake or a cookie, that's fine. But when, like, the egg texture is a main part of the dish, I think it's really gross when it's baked. Those are made in a skillet, though? Okay. That might be okay. That might be okay. It does not look like skillet. It looks like baked. But if it's in a skillet, it might be okay. You make brownie with eggs? How the fuck else would you make a brownie? What do you mean? That's a lot of %. When cheese meet egg, heaven is made, baby. I like putting cheese on my scrambled egg or my omelette. You tried to make Civil War era mac and cheese, basically just noodles cooked in milk with melted Parmesan cheese sauce and a dash of nutmeg, but you messed up and was sad. How did you mess up? That doesn't seem like it would be easy to mess up. He only uses box brownies. Lame! Even box brownies take eggs, so I'm extra confused. You two, marbled eggs with cheese. What are marbled eggs? Liam Dell, thank you for the... Ah! Looks like someone stuffed mac and cheese inside mashed potatoes. That actually sounds nice. Well, I mean, I guess if you think about it, that's kind of what, like, a mac and cheese croquette is. And those are pretty okay. I ordered mac and cheese bites from a place, like, weeks ago. And they were like, I don't know if this is like some kind of Cisco food and I've just never stumbled upon it before. But like the mac and cheese bites were like fried triangles of mac and cheese. It was crazy. And they were so good. Didn't get the cheese to melt into a sauce. It was basically just Parmesan cheese melted over top of noodles. That's weird. That's strange. That sounds southern as fuck. I love eating triangles. Yay! You know, not gonna lie, mashed potato with egg and a mountain of cheddar stuffed in mac and cheese. Sounds like it would slap hard. That's a lot of carbs, brother. Ollie Wally, thank you for the member. Thank you for member, my guy. Thaddeus McThunderschling, thank you for the toe. Since we're bread autisming, leftsy bread. What is a leftsy bread? I like babke. I like the Jew bread and the Greek bread. Please, please, away. Lefse bread just looks like the burrito bread. Is there something different between this and burrito bread? I mean, I guess the way it's kind of folding here, it looks like it's softer, so it's more like crepe bread than it is burrito bread. These are potato, it's Norwegian. Oh! Interesting! Made with potato. They look like taquitos without the ingredients. Well, I'm sure you, like, put ingredients in them, right? Why is there melted butter and cinnamon? I don't think that's what I would put on this bread. Oh, yeah, see, look, this one's like a crepe. Like a scondi baking. What are the foppy, shitty-looking quesadillas? What the hell? You sure this ain't a crepe? I have never ordered a crepe in my life. And when I was in... I think I was in San Diego? I don't remember if it was LA or San Diego. But I was in one of those two places, and I went to a bakery, and I ordered a crepe, and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna order this pastry, and that pastry, and this pastry, and a crepe, and we're gonna all share the pastry, and try the crepe. And when the crepe came out, I was expecting, you know, something like this size, right? Something like normal crepe size, because this is like the only size of crepe I've ever seen in my life. And the thing that was delivered to our table was like someone just birthed a baby, but instead of like a 12-pound healthy baby human boy, it was a giant baby burrito. Some really yummy Middle Eastern flatbreads. DMs? Okay. Anamonia? I see. Okay. Shake my head. My crepe was too big. Yeah, I was not expecting like giant baby-sized crepe. Right? Like if it was a burrito, it would make sense. I've heard tales. I've heard tales of the like giant baby-sized burritos. I have never heard of baby-sized crepe. And it was filled with honey and chocolate and blueberry and raspberry and strawberry. I was like, it was delicious. It was delicious, but I was like, damn, that's fucking huge. And because of the ingredients, it's like, well, you can't have this as leftovers, you know? It's not gonna be the same. Crepes are like taquitos. I like the dessert taquitos. The crepe is just a dessert taquito. You have 5-pound burritos in California. Yeah, it's crazy. Your dad used to make those and fill them with peanut butter and jelly. Your 8-year-old brain did not have a word for crepes, so we just called them special pancakes. That's cute. Skybrows, thank you. To quiche their own, you guys. I agree. I kind of like quiches. I think that's one of the few times I can actually stand eating cooked spinach. I prefer my spinach raw. I prefer my spinach raw, brother mans. Speaking of raw, where the fuck is that whistleblower video? There we go, I found it. I found it. I hate baked eggs. I like quiches. Pick one, woman. I've had a couple of good quiches. I dip them in ketchup, though. Casually doing a bump of cocaine live on stream. I was making kissy noises at my microphone. What do you mean? Patchouli, thank you. All this talk about bread reminds you need to stop by your favorite dive in the middle of nowhere in Florida to get some fry bread with honey butter. Maybe I should try the fry bread. Pie eater, thank you. Hey, Quiche. I just called myself quiche. Your favorite bread is Salvadorian quesadilla, a cheese bread. Look it up if you want. Is it Salvadorian quesadilla, like similar to other quesadillas? I really like cheese breads, and garlic cheese breads are amazing. I tried this one loaf of like some Asiago bread though, and it had like a weird metallic taste to it. So I don't know, someone was just not doing well with whatever Asiago bread was, you know? You know? The Watchman, thank you, 12 pounds. You're an above average chunky little fella at 9 pounds, 10 ounces. I don't know. I don't know baby birth weight. I just said something small. Salvadorian pupusa is good too. What the fuck is a pupusa? Your favorite bread is good focaccia. Good focaccia is pretty good. I also like, ciabatta! I like ciabatta bread a lot. I'm sorry, I'm making so many retard noises today because I keep trying to remember shit and my brain's not working. So the harder I have to remember, the more retarded my sounds get. You can titillate a foxy with a piece of cheese bread. True and real. You used to always get steamed pork buns when you were in Japan. I don't like pork. 7 to 8 pounds is a good average baby weight. Anything above that is big. Well, if you're birthing a baby boy, wouldn't you want him to birth big? Because then if he's birthed big, he'll just grow big, right? Logic checks out, don't it? Pupusa is Salvadorian, sort of like fajitas, but with corn tortilla. I see. I see pork belly is incredible. I disagree. It's because of those sounds that we love you. Punished Opie, thank you. Had a French stepmom Christmas morning. You had crepes loaded with Nutella, M&Ms, and other junk foods. I'm just gonna stop you right there, bro. Starting a sentence with, you had a French stepmom Christmas morning. I just think that's really funny. Like, someone gifted you a French stepmom on Christmas morning, and she was only there for the day. Had a whole roasted pig at your wedding. Ew. I found her stuck under the tree. As you do. As you do. You know, instead of step bro, it's a help stepson, I'm stuck in the presents. And then you're just like, not my problem. And you walk away. The unwrapping must have been awkward. Only if the passage is big enough for the big baby. Too many horror stories. That's why Tim's mom told me to never have kids with a Korean man. And I was like, why? And she's like, because you will be split open in a way that will destroy you forever. Koreans have big heads. Do not have Korean children. French stepmom was gifted to you last Christmas. Oh, man. But that is for a Korean mom. Yes, but if I were to fornicate with a Korean man, we could get unlucky, and they would get his Korean genetics, and they would come out with a massive fucking head. Rip Korean himbo. A psycho, thank you. Don't like pork, but you must love Israel, eh? I don't get the joke. Whole roasted pig at the wedding. Which kind of Southeast Asian did you marry? What the heck? Have you ever read how Hawaiians will hunt boar to prevent the testosterone from ruining the meat while they butcher them? What? I should look up the one lady from the MMO guild, see if her birthing canal is absolutely destroyed by now. That'd be interesting. I actually randomly stumbled upon her on Twitter the other day. Giving advice for women who wish to get pregnant. I was like, damn, that's crazy. World is small. World Spectator, thank you. Pupusa is a tortilla fried with cheese. It can also have pork and or bean paste. Blech. You also want to play Expedition 33, but you're too tired from work to look for a copy. You're playing Trails in the Sky 2nd chapter. Just beat a spoiler. Oh, shit, brother mans. Oh, shit, brother mans. I need to finish Expedition 33, and I want to play a Digimon game after! I need to check with her fast before the Korean head gene gets her. What the heck? Hey, new follower, keep being based on Twitter. Love reading your tweets. Thank you! Welcome! I'm retarded! Fortnite must be stopped. Bleach and Batman Beyond are now... What? You mean they're actually adding fun franchises to Fortnite for once? Digi Sundays. Kirsche, what the fuck was that voice? What do you mean? What did I do? Never forget the boar hunting scene in Apocalypto where the guy gobbles down the pig's balls to give him a better chance of fathering a child. Speaking of gobbling balls, I have this video that we haven't finished watching. I have this. Hopefully we can get through a good chunk of it because, you know, I kind of lost track of time again. I don't know how that happened. How do I do anything? How do I function? Why does this guy look like he would be part of an evil cabal that eats children? You volunteer to give the lovely Foxu normal-sized babu. Oh my god. Henya's catching up to me in Expedition 33. Fuck! Oh, Kirsche, we ask that every day. Henya. That's Klaus Schwab. Oh! Okay, so he looks like it because he is. I understand.
Story correctly?
Yes, it is. Yes, and what does it is that, you know, so I get fired. I can't get another job. No one's going to hire me, as you rightly say. Now I have
Obviously.
This whistleblower label.
I don't think she should not be hired for the whistleblower label. I think she should not be hired because she did a lot of the DEI nonsense. She should not be hired into a position that affects any kind of culture at a company or any kind of, like, policy at the company. See, I'm even forgetting normal words now, chat. I made a tweet with the word gauche in it earlier. Gauche in it earlier. And now all of my brain cells are dead.
But people were reaching out. And so I was invited to join the UK's Financial Watchdogs Advisory Board, the FCA's Sustainability Advisory Board. I'm asked to join the World Economic Forum. I'm asked to join one of their futures councils on responsible investment.
After this incident or before this incident?
In 2021, the end of 2021, everyone starts, like, my phone is ringing off the hook.
Hearing her say this makes me think of how, like, Anita Sarkeesian and that one whore ended up going to the UN and speaking in front of them. And I wish a lot of us took that more seriously. Because, like, you just look at that and you listen to it and you're like, that's fucking ridiculous. Surely no one is taking either of these two women seriously. And then we got 10 years of garbage, so...
And so people didn't fully appreciate my story. They thought I really was this green Joan of Arc, that, you know, Desiree is the real deal and she gives us some street cred. So have her, like, you know, she could help us.
Delusional white women endeavoring to ruin your lives because they feel like Joan of Arc due to the nice stimulation given to them by society for appearing to be a good person. Ain't no way, brother.
Tackle greenwashing. You know, so I was invited to join lots of advisory boards, projects.
Because you were basically an ESG Puritan at this point. It was no, you weren't, but you were seen as an ESG
correct,
Puritan.
that's what they thought,
yes,
wrongly.
Right. Yeah. Meanwhile,
were they wrong about her being a Puritan though? Because her only issue was, wait a minute, this is a lot of fraud. I thought this was real. So by definition, wouldn't that make her a Puritan?
In your head, you're going.
I'm already starting.
You're going the other direction.
Correct. And so I'm already seeing this. And, you know, as soon as I get fired, I am jumping in. I'm speaking to lots of people and I'm going, oh my goodness, like, greenwashing is pervasive. I'm clocking. The market is still growing and growing and growing. And I really, by 2021, it is a multi-trillion-dollar industrial complex. And everybody jumps into it. I remember seeing a banker once, let's call it 2019, and I was talking, you know, as a purist, at that time I was talking about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs.
Yes. And
I remember him sitting there, and he's like, Desiree, I don't know what you're talking about. What do STDs have to do with finance? And I'm like, you idiot, SDGs. But, you know, fast forward 2 years later, and
I feel like even though he might have misheard you saying SDG as STD, he was still the more intelligent one in that conversation.
He's like Mr. SDG, you know, like he's like totally into it. And I'm going like, oh my God. You just see everybody using this marketing ploy gimmick.
Yes.
And so I'm becoming more and more cynical. But now that I moved from one company and I now become part of, you know, big boards, I'm more part of the system. Now I have a front row seat to see kind of what everyone's up to.
So you take this up then. So you've brought in your WEF lanyard, that you're proud to have been part of those lanyards.
To show everyone, it's true.
It's true.
If she's whistleblowing and she's upset with how the SDG goals were more marketing than anything and that ESG and DEI were a marketing thing, why would she be proud of her WEF lanyard? I don't know. I don't know. With that smile on her face, I'm getting a little bit. What's that smirk called? It's like a duper smile or some shit. That face will haunt your nightmares, yeah? Yeah? It's the same grift as Sweet Baby Inc. offering consulting services to fix games. But she's trying to say that, like, and I mean, she did mention socialism once, so I will give her that benefit. But she keeps trying to say that, like, this wasn't something that anyone believed in, it was just used as marketing. And it's like, well, the people above you aren't going to actually believe in any of the fruity shit that ESG or DEI are purporting to care about, right? They're using it as a cudgel for cultural transformation. The marketing scam is just like one part of the pie. Ow!
I hit my elbow on the side of my desk. Why is it called a funny bone when hitting it isn't funny?
Ugh. Okay, alright. We're good. New noise unlocked.
It's like, it's real.
Why did you have to say it's real?
You're like, at this point, you're going, okay, I'm going to take this on. I'm going to take these roles up, despite my skepticism.
100%. I mean, look, and I did it for a couple of reasons. Number one, I need work, right? But I love being in the mix, right? So there's a little kick like, oh, wow, I'm really impressed with the WEF, and oh, it's so cool to be on like a government, you know, advisory board.
Hold on a fucking second.
Right? So there's a little kick like, oh, wow. 100%. I mean, look, and I did it for a couple of reasons. Number one, I need work, right? But I love being in the mix, right? So there's a little kick like, oh, wow, I'm really impressed with the WEF, and oh, it's so cool to be on like a government, you know, advisory board.
So she was already disillusioned, but she was like, I liked the status that came with being around all of these other important people. Why? 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 It's like, would you not sit there and question why you of all people would have been brought into that mix? Right? Like, I'm not trying to feed into anyone else's like imposter syndrome, and there definitely are cases where you belong somewhere and you think you don't. But if you're in a room with a bunch of supposedly important people who make policy, she was like an architect of DEI and ESG at her company. But wouldn't she have to stop and think, like, why am I being invited to these places at the WEF? I like to push people down the stairs. It's like a weird, I didn't really care that I was uncovering this bad stuff so much as I felt important being in the room with these other important people. It's very weird. Adam Wafflet, thank you. It's funny for everyone else. No. Engaged Target, thank you, because it's humorous. Isn't that another bone? Donza Patero, thank you. That noise is going on the soundboard. I have a soundboard. Bahamut, thank you. Kirsche hit her elbow and died. F's in the chat. I'm having flashbacks to that fucking video that Sawa made. There was like that weird video of that like MS Paint looking anime character, and they're just like, you guys know what I'm talking about? Sawa made one where it's just like a bunch of noises I made. Oh yeah. F? Why are we effing? She doesn't know about the soundboard. I don't. I have a soundboard is going on the soundboard. What the fuck is happening? No F here. No real F. Okay, thank you.
You know, to help these type of banks out, you know, this corporation. Some of the stuff I did was nonprofit. The WEF is nonprofit. UK Financial Watchdog is nonprofit. But I'm very much in the mix. And I'm figuring I can carve out something out of this, right? I can figure this one out.
What?
But all it does is now it reinforces that it's more of a marketing gimmick. You also have at this point, remember, now we're moving into like 2022. So, you know, you've got, you know, the Ukrainian war, markets go berserk. And you now have, this is the first time you ask, what is the beginning of the ESG backlash?
Yes.
This is it. So my story's out there talking about fraud in ESG. But now suddenly what is revealed is that ESG was never linked to profitability. ESG, for the most part, the trillions of dollars that were ushered into these investment funds, they were going into like technology portfolios like NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple. So it was like you understood that the truth was out there. But now these portfolios.
It was aliens. The truth is out there. Didn't she do the aliens guy pose last time we were watching the beginning of this? Hold on, wait a minute.
Start underperforming because it doesn't have energy as part of the mix, right? These portfolios viewed, you know, oil and gas, fossil fuels as like, you know, the oil majors that was a sin industry, right? And they, you know, moved away from not just energy, but mining, transportation, right? So suddenly these ESG portfolios majorly start to underperform the overall market. So the results start coming in. Also, you know, you're looking at real world issues like, hang on a second, ESG and net zero promise to lower our electricity prices. Well, hang on a second. Holy shit, my electricity prices have skyrocketed. And some people, you know, say, well, that's because of like, you know, the Ukraine war. Well, no. Actually, the way I look at it is that if Europe wasn't so fucking stupid, especially Germany, to go.
Can we just get that? If Europe wasn't so fucking stupid, especially Germany, can just bring that up for like literally anything at this point. I like this lady again. Let's go.
Net zero, right? Putin would never have been that bold to invade, right? But he saw an opening. And so I really feel that this whole net zero craze was one of the factors, right, leading to the Ukrainian war. Had Germany been tough and not banned nuclear, not banned fracking, right? Basically, you know, Germany announced, hi, we're going to deindustrialize.
Yeah.
True.
You know, I don't think Putin would have done that.
That is a really dumb thing to do.
On the Ukraine war, it is the case for Germany that it's an act of national suicide, although
yes.
I'm of the understanding they're turning it around now because it seems to be so unbelievably stupid. But
not yet.
am I wrong? I'm wrong? Okay.
No, not yet.
Maybe the rumors are wrong then that I heard. But it is absolutely the case that, I mean, in Britain here, energy prices are 4x what they are in the States. It's costing everyone.
But Ed Miliband promised that, you know, every family would have a reduction of.
Who is Ed Miliband and why does he have Kirsche eyes? Like, I'm used to seeing the Zoomers with fish face, but I have not seen a human with Kirsche eyes before. I'm a little confused. That's kind of nuts. It's a worm wearing a human suit. He can perceive the breakfast. Why didn't you answer that for us, Miss Foxsuit? Look, if this Kirsche escaped and put on some human skin, it's not, you know, I can't control that one. Nobody was stupid. The Ukrainian war was such a big opportunity for everyone to launder money through it. You refuse to believe the circumstances surrounding it weren't engineered by everyone involved. I do not know enough about the situation. I just, you know, as an American, don't like my tax dollars or my people going to foreign wars. It's pretty much where my stance is.
What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Why is that guy from Seinfeld there? Oh my god. Ed's your daddy. Ain't no way. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Draken Koenig, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome, Raiders. Madam President, a second Kirsche has escaped the compound.
300 pounds.
Yeah.
Pounds.
So these are the things when you're asking me, like, was it one moment? No, but it was the moment where I'm sitting in these meetings and I'm saying, hang on a second. ESG doesn't make more money. ESG doesn't outperform the overall market. The facts are in it underperforms.
Yep.
And net zero is, you know, we're demonizing the fossil fuel industry. But hang on a second, we can't move away from that because wind and solar, it's not abundant enough, it's more expensive, and it's not hooked up, you know, perfectly to the grid. So where are we going with this? And you know,
more than that, by the way, was we're exporting to make those
That's right. Yep.
that tech, solar panels, for example. We're exporting that to China.
That's right.
Who are making it with coal.
Love it.
Yeah.
Right. You must be sitting back like China and Russia, like to say, how dumb is the West to buy into this stuff?
Very dumb.
Right. We're making
Very
a bomb. They're actually destroying themselves, and we didn't have to fire a bullet.
Yep.
But yes,
we've talked about that before on here too.
And you know, but you have to understand that the zealotry in 2022, 2023, it's increasing. It's becoming so insane, and so it's 2022 where I actually immediately shift. Where I'm sitting in these meetings and I'm realizing, you know, I have a seat at the table. These are very senior people, and
I really hate the progressivist phrase "a seat at the table." Like, it always just, like, makes my skin crawl when I hear it. Because it sounds like when they say it, it's like an acknowledgement that they don't belong there and they were only put there for superficial and immutable reasons. It's commie talk. Yeah, I hate that phrase. And she said it multiple times here. Pyro, Simonsk, I almost called you Pyro for some reason. Thank you, Foxy.exe is responding normally. Do you want to apply Butter Dog for more ease of use? Thank you for your response. Please apply Butter Dog directly to the forehead. Wind and solar won't be true replacements for coal and oil until humanity can achieve better battery technology. People need to be more open to nuclear energy if we want better energy. Yeah. It's a little crazy how nobody seems willing to try nuclear again. What did that put the no tariff song into your head? The what? Saran Mathis, thank you. Ed Miliband is the UK energy minister pushing the use of solar power in the country with one of the lowest sunlight hours per year. It seems like a bit of a goofy thing to do. It's kind of like, hey, let's put some solar panels out in Alaska where they don't have sun for half the year, you know? Solar energy progression should go fossil nuclear fusion. There will never be an amount of green energy that can power the U.S. Windmills are really good at killing birds, though.
You're sitting on an advisory, you know, committee. You're with, you know, the respective government, you know, officials and very senior ones. But you're, you know, the advisory committee, you know, goes across like every kind of industry. You've got professors on the board, like highly esteemed professors. You've got, you know, your lawyers, your consultants, you know, business.
Wow, it's just like Bridge.
And what I've realized is everyone sitting there is a vested interest group. No one cares. Everyone's talking about using the slogan, we're here to save the planet and the people. And they couldn't care less. They were so detached with the real world outcomes. And that's when I would say, wait, hang on a second. Yes, but. And I would like roll in, you know, economic data to say that what you're saying has no reflection on real world data.
Mm-hmm.
That is not happening. Energy prices for ordinary people are not going down. They keep.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because the people you're talking to are not ordinary people. And so ordinary people's power bills going up doesn't matter to those people as long as they continue making money and can also continue using the climate crisis as a reason to hammer home needing to do these things. And if you're against these things, you're a bad person, even though it's actively killing you and making your life more difficult. They don't care. They don't care. And that's why she got fired, because she was calling them out for this.
Going up.
But by the way, that is also why it's so evil, because all in the name of trying to help everyone, it's the poorest in society who it's costing the most.
Right.
It's them it's hurting the most.
It's for the greater good, comrade. This is what any kind of communistic thinking leads us to every single time. You never actually elevate people up. Everyone just becomes the same level of miserable and poor.
Why I think it really is far more insidious than people.
Everyone with a fucking brain knew this
way
decades
beyond
ago,
the road to
100%.
hell is paved with good intentions. It's like it's the most struggling in society are being hurt the most by these policies.
100%. That's when I clocked. I also have like the realization that like this isn't stakeholder capitalism. This is socialism. Because the agenda, and this is very important, the agenda is not just about, oh, okay, let's slap on a green label on everything and overcharge people. It actually, what kicks in are regulations, not just driving up our electricity prices, right? But it feeds into a cost of living crisis where, it just, cascades down through everything.
I do want to applaud this woman for one thing, because she was being elevated to all these places that she really had no business being with all of these other powerful people in the hopes that instead of just being, a useful idiot they could use to push these things forward, she could become part of what they were doing, knowing how it's nefarious, but still wanting to go ahead with it because she would be a part of the class that doesn't face repercussions and doesn't face any of the negative effects of what they're pushing forward. And instead of going along with it, like a good amount of people who probably get introduced this way do, because like she said, she felt like she was part of the in crowd and that was what she liked at the time. A lot of people won't want to lose that feeling and they'll just start capitulating. And instead of doing that, she did break free. And she got fired from her nonsense daycare job making tons of money. And she'll never get another nonsense daycare job making a ton of money. She has to go back to being a regular human instead of part of the pyramid scheme. So I do want to immensely have a commendation for breaking free from that cycle and continuing on with the whistleblowing and demonizing those who rightfully deserve it. Good on her for not completely selling out. Yeah, it's like if I'm going to take someone seriously like Bezmenov, who's a KGB defector, I should also take seriously the people who defect from the DEI. Massive Doge, thank you. This isn't the beach, this is a bathtub. I love that commercial.
And then also there, we have now new laws to say, this is a transportation you have to take. This is how you heat your home. You're seeing this whole Davos agenda. This is who you have to hire. By the way, open borders are good. So the Davos agenda is much more than just
commercial. Wasn't it a commercial?
The Davos
where they were
agenda
making fun
is
of the
about
porn parody
top-down
stuff?
control. It is about controlling nations' natural resources, production, distribution, demographics.
No, it was a porn. Oh,
and that's when the penny is dropping. This is about more and more state control. We didn't vote for this, right? This isn't democratic. And it's actually subverting capitalism.
Yes.
We're blurring the lines between business and politics. How did we get here?
So, this is what I totally got this from Klaus Schwab's book, in his 2020 book, The Great Reset. It is all about, it's all about global governance. It's just the term he uses, and globalism. For him, that means global governance. It doesn't mean what we might think of free markets, or I think it's about control. And I think that's perhaps what you mean when you say socialism.
Yes.
Is it that sort of?
Yes. Well, it's
ideology?
autocratic. So, I look at socialism as the state is controlling. The state says, like here in the UK, we have plentiful oil and gas in the North Sea, but at Miliband, I have decided to steal that from you, British people, and we're not going to drill there. I'm going to slap on an 80% windfall tax. And in fact, we're going to virtue signal because we're going to import, our gas from Norway. But it looks like we're bending the curve on our climate, on our carbon emissions, right?
So weird.
That is the state coming in. If people were asked, like, it should be democratic, right, where people choose what they want to do with their country's resource.
Well, actually, funny that you mentioned that. In the Great Reset, he makes this argument about what he thinks is the trilemma, which is that there's democracy, there's sovereignty, and there's global government. Or he calls it globalization, but I think he means global governance. And he argues that they're not all compatible with each other. But then he doesn't go on to defend democracy or sovereignty. He then goes on to make a big defense about global governance.
Well, yeah,
so
of course.
It's quite clear what his priorities are. I wondered if you yourself were at Davos. Did you go to the WEF? What were your experiences with them?
The WEF is much more than Davos. I get some, folks like, sending me messages to say, Desiree, like, what's your hang up with the WEF? It's just a think tank that has an annual conference in Davos. I'm like, no, it's not. The WEF is huge. Its tentacles affect every part of your life. It is shaping, like, you have to understand that. The WEF shapes markets. It shapes national policy, education, media, and financial flows. You have to understand that.
Okay, you have to explain that, because there's a lot of conspiracies about the WF, from the sort of lizard people controlling the world to sort of everything imaginable, and for good reason. If the world's elites, not just politicians, but the sort of corporate leaders, are all going to this one place and having behind closed doors conversations. Yeah, we're going to be conspiratorial about it, because what the fuck is going on over there?
Yeah.
So you say they are in fact controlling the world.
100%.
You have to make the case how, because even it's not totally clear to me.
Okay.
I mean, they're influencing the world. I'm certainly convinced they're influencing the world, but
Okay.
you're going further and saying they're controlling the world.
Yes. Well, maybe not China, right? Or Russia, or, Trump's America.
Okay, the West, then.
But yes, the left-wing West, yes.
Yeah.
So it's because, okay, so here, the WEF is about 800 people based in Switzerland.
I didn't think it was that many.
They have 4 other offices globally. They don't actually disclose how many people work there. But safe to say, above 1,000 people work for the WEF. There are 22 industry sector groups at the WEF, right? So it has, a big membership network. And there are 22 industry sector groups, 37 future councils. So I was on one of the 37. On my council, there's about 20 people. So 37, these are all external experts, if you will.
I gotta do math.
Right, across academia, business, politics, the regulators, media is present. And so 37 of these future councils with 20 members. Now remember, each of these sector groups or councils have their own monthly meetings, right? Sometimes it's twice a month. They have all their own conferences, plus there are over 140 projects. I'm not making this up. This is on the WEF website. So you can verify everything they disclose it because they're proud of it.
True.
They conduct.
Again, it's like Bridge. They have all of these different companies working in lockstep. They have their monthly meetings to talk about the direction they're going in and what needs to be done in corporate culture. Let's say it's very, very similar to what she is describing here. I wonder if there's been any involvement with Mr. Schwab, with anyone involved in Bridge, to be fair. The TFA, or the TF Allspark, thank you for the knock. How does the vindication feel, Miss Foxy? I mean, I don't like being right about Bridge. It's like a very somber, I guess, being right, because like I just wish more people would understand it and take it seriously and talk about it, because it's going to become an issue if it keeps getting ignored. Bittersweet, yeah. Baja Cat, thank you. Europe stupidly deindustrialized and demilitarized, assuming the U.S. would always foot the bill. Trump cut them off, and Putin jumped on the fact Americans don't want more wars, and Europe can't fight any more wars. That's a very good way to put it. Because, I mean, I think most Americans are very tired of any kind of doing war tactic stuff,
as much as we have war hawks in our government. Kirsche was right, we're all doomed. I don't think we're doomed. Shit's kind of fucking bad, but I don't think we're doomed. I just need to yell a bit louder, I guess. Who's to say Bridge isn't one of the WEF future development subgroups? I mean, that's a good point. It could be. Donza Patero, thank you. In current year, 2025, if you make under 140k USD, you're lower class in the United States. I wouldn't say that's for the entirety of the United States, but definitely like 140k is you're solidly middle class in like New England. Like being in New England and under 100k, you're like poverty. But I think if you have 100k in a lot of other places in the country, you're not poverty, you're having a good living. Need to do something about it rather than letting shit hit the fan. Yeah, I wish you could do stuff before shit hit the fan. That'd be great. Just need to do something, man. Probably feel better if you were wrong. Often realizing and pointing out the disgusting state of the world is cathartic but galling. Very much so. Very much so. Massive Doge, thank you. We're repeating the Roman Republic again, unfortunately. You make 80k and you're probably middle class for a single individual. Yeah. New England is pretty much like a microcosm of like New York City and LA, where you just far and away need to have way more money than most other places in the country. Good living for now. In a few years, it'll be going up again, unless you're making millions, you are the underclass. It's kind of fucking rough, man. Under 45k, I guess you're the poor with a house. I wish we had more affordable housing in the New England area, man. 100k where you live right now is almost 4 times what you make, and you live fairly comfortably, if not slightly strapped. New England is a very rough area, and unless somebody were to move to that area and experience it themselves, when I talk about how expensive things are there, and how you're literally poor, not even middle class if you aren't making at least $100,000 a year, and even then you're like still on a very rough line, it's not going to make sense, and it might not even be understandable unless you try to go there and live it yourself. And it's no wonder that there's a massive shortage of any kind of manual labor jobs, like construction workers and plumbers and electricians around New England, because they make good money, but they don't make I can afford to live in New England money. 95k in San Diego barely gets you a studio and a car, and then you can't afford to go out. Yeah. GS Wolfwood, thank you. It's funny that the WEF shares the same general name and goals that the WEC, World Economic Consortium, from the old PC game Crusader, no remorse. Truly, our reality needs more creative writers. You know, sometimes I do wonder if, like, people who know what's going on end up putting stuff in, like, shows or other forms of entertainment as, like, a smug nod to, we're doing this and there's nothing you can do to stop us kind of thing, you know? But that might be a bit conspiratorial. Still waiting for the simulation plot twist.
Risk report every year. So this is how it works. So they reach out to their expert network, right? Their members, right? And, you know, funded academics. And they determine what's wrong on planet Earth. What's, you know, what are our biggest challenges? What are our biggest risks? And so the WEF determines like what our problems are, and then they determine the solutions. Mm-hmm. And so no surprise, it is climate, you know, misinformation, right? You know, social injustice. And then their solutions are, of course, net zero, censorship against hate speech because of all this big bad Trump misinformation, right? And, you know, woke border controls and DEI to address inequality. So that is their, you know, it is like they decide, like we don't decide it. So, you know,
you still haven't convinced me on how they're deciding. I mean, it sounds this isn't that different to, let's say, a think tank. I mean,
well, they are.
At what point are they actually making the decisions? Is it soft power they have or hard power they have?
So I would say, you know, it's soft power, but you have to understand that when you have people like, you know, there's no difference between the agenda that Mark Carney has, right, to Keir Starmer, to Macron, to Ursula von der Leyen.
Yes, it's the same worldview.
It's 100% the same agenda, right? The same.
Yeah. So it's soft power.
Yeah, okay, but it's tremendous power on topics we never voted for. So is it soft or hard? Because it's been implemented.
And I think that is a very difficult thing to explain, right? Because it's like, it's all well and good if Klaus Schwab or the WEF have these ideals, but what is making everyone fall into lockstep and do those things, right? Like, what kind of power consolidation makes it so that people want to do and people are following the goals and the guidelines set forth by them? And that's kind of something I come up against with, like, a Bridge as well. And I haven't been asked this question, but it's like, why do so many companies sign on to be publicly associated with Bridge? Why do so many companies start giving funding to Bridge? Why are there CEOs of places like McCormick, the spice company, going to internal Bridge meetings and talking about DEI stuff with them? Why are all of these places, like, what kind of authority does Bridge have, right? Like, the WEF was obviously an established thing by this point, but at some point, the WEF was probably much smaller and much less relevant than it is now, even if it did have any, like, some kind of governing authority for pushing in policy. And Bridge is similar. Like, they were just, like, some random literal who group. Like, who the fuck is Cheryl Dijah? Why did anyone decide to listen to these people? Why did Campbell's Soup and Sephora and Condé Nast decide to listen to Cheryl Dijah and say, you know what? We're going to spearhead your company and your ambition and what you're trying to do. Why did dozens more companies sign on to this? Why did dozens more still not publicly associate with Bridge, but adopt all of their tactics? What causes this to happen? And I would struggle in the same exact way to explain it that she's struggling, because it's like, I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer for why these companies are doing this. I don't have an answer why anyone took Cheryl Dijah, who the fuck is she, seriously. I don't have a reason for why these initiatives are being pushed forward and adopted by everyone. I have no idea why. But it is happening objectively in front of my eyes, and I can point it out, and I can show the objective, based in reality facts that it is happening. I just don't know why. It's because money, probably. But they lose money in the short term, right? It hasn't been about money for a while. They lose money in the short term, and they do get that long-term, their long-term goal is a cultural takeover, right? They want to remake the world. They want the Great Reset. They want globalism, which is just like communism with global steps. And you still have to question why, right? Because, like, to me, if I try to think of, like, I'm a scary elite person that has no repercussions faced by the average plebeian, and I would be completely insulated from all of the effects of anything I push forth on these people, so I would essentially be solidified in a ruling class where all of my kin would also be solidified in a ruling class. But what would be the point in ruling over people who are entirely low IQ because you've instituted the environment to be that way? They don't have critical thinking skills. They don't have abilities to maintain systems that countries have had for years. Why would you want to rule over a class of people that are little more than slobbering monkeys? Like, what do you get out of that? How can you even feel good as a ruler if what you rule over is garbage? Right? Like, it doesn't make sense in my brain. And maybe I'm trying to think about it too logically. And I'm trying to think about some, like, sincere held beliefs that these people have. And maybe it's just that they're narcissistic and evil. I don't know.
We never voted on, like, to have open borders and, to fund all these crazy woke ideas. We never voted on, hiking up our energy bills because of net zero. We never voted on digital IDs or central bank digital.
We never voted on any of these things. And we try to vote in politicians that claim to be against them. But every time they walk in lockstep towards these kinds of initiatives. Like, you even had, you have, like, Republicans and Democrats signing on to things like COSA. We had decades of, like, Republicans being, obviously not all at once, right? But we had, like, George Bush, we had George Bush Sr., we had Trump in 2016. We've had Republican presidents, and they don't fix the issues with immigration that have allowed our country to fall into the amount of disrepair that it's in right now. And I mean, even on that same topic, there's, where is it? That's the cheese tab. It's not that one. It's not that one. No, I know I have this here. There was a fucking, like, Bush Foundation tweet. This is Massachusetts stuff. That's an update on Maine shit. Here. The George W. Bush Presidential Center. The actions of a man charged with a heinous crime have derailed the lawful U.S. immigration applications of people from 18 countries so far, including Afghanistan. Afghans are facing uncertainty at home and in the U.S. Read why we can't turn our backs on Afghans and the other immigrants due to one man's crime. And they posted some pictures from the George W. Bush Institute that says, what happened? A horrific targeted attack on National Guard members Sarah Beckstrom and Andrew Wolf last month caused Beckstrom's death. Terrorism, hate, and barbaric acts of violence have no place in any civilized society. The alleged shooter, an Afghan national who worked with the CIA, received asylum approval this year after resettling in the U.S. in 2021. What's happening now? The U.S. government has paused and is re-examining all immigration applications from Afghanistan and 18 other travel ban countries like Iran, Venezuela, Sudan, Haiti, Cuba, Laos, and more. Afghans have been forced to flee their homeland, many for a second time, due to the brutality of the Taliban regime's return to power and in retaliation for their honorable resistance. Why this matters? Instead of targeting all Afghans lawfully living in or visiting the U.S., elected leaders should investigate what, if anything, could have been done to prevent this tragedy. You know what could have been done to prevent this tragedy? Having an actual immigration system and kicking out the fucking illegals when we had the chance. Now we have to have mass deportations that cause an immense structural issue of getting people out in an immediate kind of time. We have people held in detention centers for months when they shouldn't be. We have them held in detention centers with conditions they probably shouldn't be held in because they should be deported fucking faster. And we have to deal with all these activist judges putting up blockades every single time we try, thus forcing these people to stay in these conditions, in these holding areas for even longer. It's also tiresome. This is an institute that should be absolutely for what is happening right now. Our immigration policies have long warranted improvement, and re-examining our vetting procedures could be a part of that.
I went to high school and college with these people. Boomers refused to pass on their values, so the commies who ran universities stepped in to impose theirs. They genuinely believe most of what they say. Not dumb, they're trapped within interlocking lies.
I agree. Thank you, Toast Engineer. Thank you, thank you. The judiciary branch literally has too much power. No one bothered to check them until recently. It's gotten wildly out of control. And then they continue here. Why the U.S. should support Afghans. Afghans risked their lives over the last 2 decades in the pursuit of a prosperous future for all. For all? Working in partnership with the United States. They shouldn't bear the burden of one man's heinous crimes. Putting a pause on immigration from countries that have dangerous immigrants coming here illegally or coming here fraudulently is just a normal thing any country would do. This isn't an indictment of every single Afghanistani person. This is a, hey, we need to increase checks on this country because there's a pattern emerging. America committed to their well-being through long-standing resettlement pathways and gratitude for supporting critical security, diplomatic, and humanitarian objectives, which advanced U.S. interests. Yes, and sometimes you end up trusting the wrong people. We replaced the Taliban with the Taliban. Shut up, Bush. And it's just like, no wonder this guy was one of the most wildly unpopular presidents of all fucking time. George Bush pretending to care about Afghans is hilarious. Oh my God, I made this meme recently. I posted this recently about something. Neocons are terrible. And it's just like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do when you have supposedly two parties, but the only thing those two parties do is endeavor to make your life worse as an American? One party claims to care about Americans. The other party doesn't even pretend to do that anymore. They just outwardly support illegals and criminals. But the party still pretending to will do everything they can to still make your life worse. It's fucking absurd. And like, what are you even supposed to do when you're trapped in this system of like everyone just wants to fuck you, and not even in a fun way? I gotta go back to the tab. Here we go. I know it's 8 o'clock, but I do wanna at least finish out this segment. I hate that I have to do a third thing for this because I lost track of time. I'm so dumb sometimes.
But we did vote for Keir Starmer, and so I think I agree with what you're saying, but the point is here, Klaus Schwab isn't actually saying, Starmer, you have to do this. What is actually happening is that there is this big kind of conflab. They get together, they all swim in the same waters, just as you were swimming in the ESG waters those years back. They don't hear any alternative opinions, so their ideas are not checked. And
did you really vote for Starmer? I'm not British. I can't vote in their elections. What do you mean by this? Even Hawkenfresh, thank you for the Canadians. On paper, the WEF is clearly soft power, but the real-world results mirror hard power. It definitely invites questions and makes you wonder what's actually going on under the surface. Same with Bridge. Absolutely.
The rewards of tolerance are treachery and betrayal.
Oh, you're saying it to this guy? That makes sense. Sorry. I saw it highlighted, so I thought you were asking me, and I was like, what did he mean by this? Arismador, thank you. The rewards of tolerance and treachery are betrayal. It's so tiresome, man. Like, I just wish I was a bit smarter, you know? Because it's like, I can point out things that I read, right? But I don't have like any realistic answers besides get involved in your local government. Because like, that's the best thing that a layman can try to do. Is like, if there's no one in your area that's representing you, you either have to become it or find other people who can work with you to put one of you up there. Suffer not the Xenos. Suspish fish. Thank you for the member.
And they go
Swish
home
fish
thinking
patty on
how
a bun.
great they are because they've been rubbing shoulders with all the world's elites.
Yep.
And they are convinced that those are the most brilliant people in the world. They are saying such and such.
Well,
so
I mean,
they
she literally told you that's how she felt as well, right? Like, even though she was starting to believe it was a scam, she was getting invited to the WEF. She even brought her little WEF lanyard and was like, look at what I have. It's I was so important and special at one point. You know, like I'm at a loss.
must implement these ideas. We, the people, could vote them out.
Yes, but information, they're lying to the public. They've manufactured a climate crisis. There is climate change, but there is no climate crisis.
Yes.
So you have to understand, like, the WEF will work with, large asset managers, consultants, and governments, and they're all in on it because they all profit from it. It's hugely profitable. But the most important thing, it's a job enrichment scheme. You're there for life. Fear sells. So the problem is that the
That's such an
public...
important point, though, because these politicians who...
Fear does sell, as we've learned both from reading Bridge stuff and from Sweet Baby. And him saying, we the people can vote them out, reminds me of another tab that I have that's very related to this. Where are you? Fulton County admits 315,000 early ballots were illegally certified in the 2020 election.
Spicy cat raid. What the hell is this spicy cat raid?
Milking a lady! Thank you for the raid! Welcome, Raiders. We're going a little overtime tonight. Welcome, Raiders. Thank you, Milking a lady. Fulton County, Georgia, a hotbed of election irregularities in the stolen 2020 election, has admitted that at least 315,000 votes were certified illegally in 2020. Biden allegedly won the state of Georgia in 2020 by 11,779 votes. He won Fulton County with 380,212 votes to Trump's 137,247. 60% of the votes in Fulton County were illegally certified. Fulton County Board of Registration and Elections attorney Ann Bumbrow made the stunning admission during a December 9th Georgia State Election Board meeting. Voter Georgia investigator David Cross testified before the board regarding a complaint he had filed in 2022, alleging that vote tabulator tapes were not properly certified and signed off on, violating Georgia law and breaking the chain of custody for the tapes. Our group paid Fulton County $15,800 in an open records request, where the county turned over 77 megabytes of records, every tabulator tape representing 315,000 votes, Cross told the board. Fulton County produced 0 signed tabulator tapes in early voting, adding that the signed tapes are the sole legal certification that the reported totals are authentic. And Ann Brumbaugh admitted, "We do not dispute that the tapes were not signed. It was a violation of the rule."
I've not seen the tapes myself, but we do not dispute that the tapes were not signed. It was a violation of the rule. Since 2020, again, we have new leadership and a new building and a new board and new standard operating procedures. And since then, the training has been enhanced. The poll watchers are trained specifically. They've got to sign the tapes in the morning, and they've got to sign the tapes when they're run at the end of the day. When the tapes come back to the hub with all the documentation, they are checked again. And if somebody forgot to sign a tape, then Fulton initiates an investigation. But we don't dispute the allegation.
This comes amid a Department of Justice investigation seeking to inspect the records and ballots from the 2020 election, which are in the custody of the Fulton County Superior Court Clerk's Office. Last month, sparks flew at a Board of Registration and Elections meeting when Republican board member Julie Adams asked her colleague if the 2020 election ballots were in the county's custody. Chairwoman Sherry Allen lost it and demanded that another member not answer the question, leading to a heated exchange and fueling even more suspicion. Is this a video that I can watch?
Okay. But I do have a follow-up question. Do we have the 2020 ballots, Ms. Williams?
That is a matter that's currently, Ms. Williams, do not answer. That is a matter that is currently, I believe, in litigation as well. And Ms. Adams, you well know that as well.
It is not in litigation.
If we are not
asking if we have the ballots from 2020. I'm a board member. Am allowed to ask a question about documents from 2020. Do we have
I believe that is.
Do we have the ballots?
As you've been told several times, the ballots are in the possession of the Clerk of Superior Court.
So she has physical.
They are physically in the Clerk of Superior Court warehouse and secured in that location.
Okay.
They've been there for 5 years.
The ballots and the records.
Correct.
From that election.
For the past 5 years, they have been in the Clerk of Superior Court possession.
Okay. I had been told actually earlier that they were in our warehouse.
Nobody told you that, and they are in the clerk.
Well, wait a minute.
Nobody told you that.
Let's not debate that. You asked the question. She did give the answer. And I think the public does know that this matter is before, I believe, in Fulton County Superior Court. This matter is sitting there right now. And I believe there will be a ruling soon. I mean, I'm presuming since it's been there.
Right. Well, I do want to go on the record that I think with this letter from the DOJ that we should comply. And just want to go on the record that I am not fighting it at all. I think that with all the questions, we need to comply. We need to get all of the questions stopped. If everything's right, they'll just say everything's right, and it'll be great. But I just want to be on the record that I'm not obstructing anything from the SEB or
the one logical woman in that room of women.
Thank you.
Fulton County came under fire and is believed to be the epicenter of voter fraud in Georgia's 2020 election. As the Gateway Pundit recently reported, Fulton County has come into the crosshairs of the DOJ Associate Deputy Attorney General Ed Martin and Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon of the Civil Rights Division. Harmeet Dillon months after Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene submitted a formal request to the Department of Justice to investigate the 2020 election in Georgia, specifically in Fulton County. This comes after the Georgia State Election Board issued a subpoena for the Fulton County for the physical paper ballots, ballot envelopes, and ballot stubs that are under a preservation order while litigation is pending in 2024. Ed Martin's letter to Judge Robert McBurney to access the approximately 148,000 absentee ballots and envelopes at the Fulton County warehouse, Harmeet Dillon's letter also requested access to the coveted 2020 election evidence. Back to the current year article. Now we know that not only are the ballots being hidden from the DOJ, but hundreds of thousands of early votes were illegally counted. The Federalist said Georgia's Secretary of State office investigated the alleged failure to sign tabulation tapes and substantiated the findings that Fulton County violated official election record document processes when it was discovered that 36 out of 37 advanced voting precincts in Fulton County, Georgia, failed to sign the tabulation tapes as required by statute. According to a 2024 investigation summary, which was the one they were talking about in that article we just looked at with the video. In addition to probing the unsigned tabulation tapes, the investigation also found that officials at 32 polling sites failed to verify their zero tapes. Georgia law requires that election officials have each ballot scanner print 3 closing tapes at the end of each voting day. Poll workers must sign these tapes or include a documented reason for refusal. Voting laws also require poll workers to begin each day of voting by printing and signing a zero tape showing that voting machines are starting at 0 votes. There is no record of whether the tabulator was set at 0 at the start of polling, and there is no way of telling whether ballots from a previous election or ballots from a test run were left on the memory card and might be later counted. Notably, this happened in Montana, where officials discovered more votes than were cast and believed the votes were leftover sample data that had not been cleared. These signed tapes are the sole legal certification that the reported totals are authentic, Cross told the SEB at the December 9th hearing. Fulton County produced 0 signed tabulator tapes in early voting. Meanwhile, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against Shay Alexander, the Fulton County Clerk of the Courts, earlier this month to enforce an October subpoena for all used and void ballots, stubs of all ballots, signature envelopes, and corresponding envelope digital files from the 2020 general election in Fulton County. So, as we can see here, that man in that video that we were just watching about all of the DEI and ESG nonsense, it's nice and all to think like we can vote our way out of this. And again, I also advocate for getting involved in local politics because you can't affect things like this if you don't get involved. And so that is a good way for someone who thinks, what can I do to get involved? Even if you yourself can't run, you can find the other conservative-minded people in your area. You can figure out if one of them can run. Maybe one already is. Maybe you can help their campaign somehow, right? Maybe there's something you can do. I mean, we see Brendan Herrera being very grassroots, not even getting any attention from people in positions of power, and he almost won against someone that now, for some reason, has an endorsement from Trump when I don't think he should. There's absolutely no reason Herrera should not win his election this upcoming year. Brendan's gonna win. I want to see him fucking win. I want to see him fucking win. And so it's like, I really think people should get involved. But if you're not going to get involved and like the bare minimum is voting, what can you do when even the votes are fucked? When even the entire system for voting is messed with and abused and fraudulent? It puts you in an impossible position.
Who are eventually going to lose their jobs, almost all of them.
Sorry, the volume's
They're
high,
rubbing shoulders
'cause
with the
that other
corporates who are going to
video's
give
low.
them jobs whenever they leave Brussels or Westminster. You know, that's an important point. That's the definition of cronyism, by the way.
Totally agree. Yeah. There is this tremendous, and people are surprised by that, this public-private partnership happening. So it surprised me. I would be in the room and everybody around the table, especially big business, they're all pro-regulation. And I'm sitting there like, what? Like, that goes against, like, capitalism. That's against our system. Why would we want more red tape? That just leads to economic decline. We know that. But then I'm realizing, of course they want more regulation because again, like they have their job, they'll get another bonus. There's like, more bureaucracy, right? Because they're all bureaucrats at the end of the day. They're not making anything. They're the opposite of Elon Musk. So they want more regulation because now like their job as sustainability officer or their academic.
They'll get those nice tax write-offs and those nice benefits for being like, I'm doing green stuff. I'm hiring this many women's and these many minorities. Give me the extra bonus monies.
World, they'll get more funding, right? And there's more, right? At these big corporations, if you have more regulation, there's a higher barrier to entry. That's a good point.
Regulation does strangle the mom and pop kind of shops as well.
And take out your competition, right? Because you're big enough to adapt to more compliance costs. But you're working with the government. You're in on it. You're getting government contracts. So it becomes a feeding frenzy absolutely both ways. You have... you're absolutely right that you get voted out of office or you do something bad. Well, guess what? You're going to get hired at one of the private equity firms or one of the, the big like asset
Nick Clegg going to Meta.
Yes.
A perfect example of it.
So you've got that. And that's when, for myself, when I understood that this will never stop, right? Their own selfish interests are here. The people are never spoken about. It is just their job security for life and more funding, more back and forth. But again, it's the untruths that are told to the public. They will promote that there is this climate, catastrophe, that the world is on fire. Yeah. Right? They will use any incident like, 10 people died in France this week from heat. Well, it's like maybe,
I don't think we should take the heat deaths too seriously because, that's an air conditioning issue, right? I feel bad for the Europeans because they don't have all the mass air conditionings that we have. And so they have, more heat deaths than we do gun deaths in the summer, Maybe we need to ban assault heat. Maybe if they had ACs, they'd be fine. The rhino aren't the only issues. It's also the whole asperities from funding, advisors, and everybody basically in between that needs to be removed. That's why I'm saying, all of these places that say they're getting rid of DEI, obviously, with what we read here on stream, we know they're not. But if a place wants to be genuine about getting rid of DEI, the people who were pushing DEI in the company, the true believers, the acolytes, they need to be fired. You cannot just rearrange them into another part of your company. They need to be fired. You cannot allow communists to have a position over policy and a position over the direction of your company, because this is just what you'll get. And the problem just gets worse. And it's a really unfortunate thing because it's I don't want to see people out of work completely. I don't want to see them destitute. You just can't have these kinds of acolytes in positions of power. Can explain it is to force people to buy new things and get rid of old things that still work. It's very well done with the ozone layer stuff. But planned obsolescence is a bit of a different thing.
Actually, 10 times more people die from the cold, first of all. And maybe if you didn't have net zero and restrict air conditioning, they wouldn't have died. So there is,
I'm glad she also brought up the air conditioning.
Two sides of the story, but our media is so slanted, and that's what I fear. So when we're talking about hard or soft power, I hear you. Of course, it is just an agenda, that they've agreed upon, but they've also agreed upon, the story that gets out there to people. So voters in the UK, yes, the UK voted for Keir Starmer. On what basis? Didn't they vote for less red tape, economic growth? Didn't people vote for lower energy prices? They didn't vote for higher energy prices. I can tell you everything goes up. Right? So had they actually been truthful, right, I don't think Labour would have gotten in. And
to be totally fair, there's a bad example I used by Starmer because people didn't really vote for him. I think he got 20% of the electorate actually voted for him, and it was only because the right was split that he got into power. But the point I was trying to make is that we, the people, have a choice, and we could hypothetically, as they've done in America, voted in someone who goes against the Davos worldview.
100%.
And we see what happens when you vote in someone who goes against that. everyone works against them. Trump is not only having to work against the Democrats, he's having to work against people in his own party constantly. He's having to work against all of the activist judges that have been installed in years prior. He's having to work against so much shit, and yes, it gets very frustrating that more shit isn't getting done, but not all of it can be directly laid upon his shoulders. Some of it can, but a lot of it is like, he has all these fucking roadblocks, and what are you supposed to do when literally everyone is against you at all times? The amount of bullshit Trump has been stonewalled on by people who should have helped make it happen is infuriating. I think like the most infuriating thing I've seen with him, besides talking about like not, there was like something recent with like not reducing some sort of visa, and I was like, why the fuck would you say that? But like the whole arc that he went on where he was like, the Epstein files are a hoax, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, even if he wanted to give him the widest breadth of the benefit of the doubt, and he was saying that the Democrats claim he's included in the files is a hoax, he never worded it in a way that would make it sound like that. And it's like, they're very clearly not a hoax, even if they've all been destroyed, which they're not, they released them recently. Even if they had all been destroyed by the FBI, they wouldn't have been a hoax because they still would have existed. So like, what the fuck was that whole thing? Didn't make any sense. Vivek, if Vivek doesn't lose in Ohio, I will lose so much faith. There is not a single person that has any modicum of intelligence that should vote for Vivek. Trump never words anything in the way that he should. His promise to release them was artificially inflated by the mainstream media, precisely to make him look like he let his base down. I mean, maybe, but even if they had manufactured that to make it look like he let his base down, Pam Bondi certainly fucking did when she didn't go after the FBI when she should have, and then she did that stupid fucking photo op with all those influencers. That was ridiculous. It was absolutely ridiculous. And then he never, like, instead of like correcting that or saying, you know, it could have gone better, he was just like, oh, well, it's a Democrat hoax. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? And just said intelligence and Ohio in the same sentence. Temper your expectations. And that looks like the end of this specific segment. So we have, we're getting there, chat. We have 25 minutes left. 25 minutes left. Surely I can do that in an hour. Surely, because I want to finish this. This is a very interesting interview. I'm glad it happened. I have no idea who Winston Marshall is. But I would like to finish this. And I would like to read that fucking paper after it, because it's incredibly relevant to this. 2 more streams before you finish. Surely! Surely I can get through it. Surely I can do it. Surely I can beat Expedition 33. I believe in myself, chat. 3 hours later. I feel like if I did streams in an endeavor to do everything that I wanted to do, I would be streaming like at least 12 hours a day. That'd go nuts. Don't call me Shirley. Fuck you! I want a Shirley Temple. I used to love drinking that shit as a kid. I used to love drinking those. It made me feel like I was drinking an adult drink out in a restaurant when I shouldn't be, you know? Bellacrex, thank you for the 30-month member. The left wing, since its inception, is fundamentally an entropic force that you're fighting gravity in the process of trying to reach escape velocity. It's very tiresome, man. Ollie Wally, thank you. Nice one, Furious Dan. I feel like I should know that. Like, I know it's a reference, but my brain isn't working. Ollie Wally, thank you. AC for Europe. How dare you suggest they legalize assault conditioners? I feel like every European should have an assault conditioner to beat the heat. You know, as they say in America, summer heat, you know, so that makes people go crazy. Furious Dan, thank you for the 3-month member. Hey, that's what that guy said earlier. He said a Furious Dan. He said a Furious Dan. What is that? How do you make it about it? Nice one, Furious Dan. Oh, I thought that was like, oh, that's Lieutenant Dan, who ain't got no legs. I got you confused with Furious Dan. Why is someone posting Stalker 2 error lines in my chat? Furious Dan, thank you for the 3-month member. EU has no AC. USA, chill issue. That is a nice one. I agree. I'm sorry, Furious Dan. I hope you have legs. Zachary Rollick, thank you. Try the limited edition 7-Up Shirley Temple flavor. They finally just started selling it. Hell yeah. Evil Mandrake, thank you. You can, but don't call me Shirley. Why are we posting fatal error? What is happening? Please don't paste that as a fucking raid message, though. Please don't do that. I am gonna go pee. I am full of piss at the moment. I am gonna go raid into Henya. You guys said that she is also playing Claire Obscura. Maybe she'll beat it before me. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, man. I don't know what's happening, man. But go watch a cute girl doing cute thing. Remember, if you bring up politics in a non-political streamer's chat, you will get banned from here. So don't do that! Don't do that. And also, please don't paste that stalker code thing. I don't want her mods to ban you for posting that, because I would have assumed that was spam. I'm gonna be real with you. I forgot what day of the week it is, so I will see you next stream, whenever that is, because I don't know what's going on anymore. My brain is no longer working, and I can't think. The Alzheimer's dementia is crazy at my age. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out a little bit late tonight. I will see you guys sometime soon. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.